I call to order the February 25th, 2025 closed session meeting of the City Council at 6:03.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I do apologize. I believe that
Yes.
clock is 5 o'clock.
It's what?
5 o'clock. Yeah.
Oh, excuse me, 5:03. Madam City Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Councilmember Keegan. Here. Councilmember Jackson.
Here.
Councilmember DeToy.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Seaman.
Here.
Mayor Francois. You have a quorum.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, do we have anyone for public comment, either in person or Zoom?
We did not receive any speaker cards, and we do not have anybody on Zoom.
Great, thank you. Then I will recess this session to closed session.
He liked when I did, though.
Good evening. How's everyone doing? Thanks, everyone, for showing up tonight to this great, wonderful City Council meeting. I call to order the open session of the February 25, 2025 regular meeting of the City Council at 6:15 p.m. Would Lauren like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
To the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great job. Madam City Clerk, could we have the roll call?
Councilmember Keegan?
Here.
Here.
Did you say Steve?
Oh, Keegan. Councilmember,
Here.
Councilmember Jackson?
Here.
Councilmember Detoy?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Seaman?
Here.
Mayor Francois?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, please provide the closed session report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. The City Council called this meeting to order at 5:03 p.m. in these chambers. There were 0 public comments on the closed session agenda. The City Council then recessed into closed session pursuant to the items listed on the agenda, and no reportable action was taken. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Do any of my colleagues have announcements? Okay, hearing none, I have a few here. Hermosa Beach Little League Opening Day. This Saturday, March 1st, Hermosa Beach Little League will hold their opening day celebration at Clark Field from 9:30 to 5 with baseball activities, food, a parade of teams, and more. And this annual celebration is always a great event for families, players, and fans alike to come out, enjoy the fun, and support our young athletes as they take to the field for another great season. For more information, please visit the Hermosa Beach Little League website. And just 2 weeks later, on Saturday, March 15th, everyone is invited to grab their friends, family, and join the Hermosa Beach Chamber of Commerce for the 29th Annual St. Patrick's Day Parade. Residents and visitors are welcome to enjoy our community's favorite local live bands. St. Patrick's Day Parade begins at 11 a.m. right near City Hall, moving west on Pier Avenue and ending at Hermosa and 10th Street, with live music and a dance performance at Pier Plaza at 1 p.m. And that event runs until 4 p.m. Now, to accommodate the parade, Valley Drive, Pier Avenue, and Hermosa Avenue will be closed 4 a.m. Make sure you get out by 4 a.m., boy, I'll tell you. Till 3 p.m. Plan accordingly and enjoy the festivities. For more details on the event, visit the Hermosa Beach Chamber of Commerce website. Okay. Next up is the approval of the agenda. Does anyone have any changes or amendments to the agenda?
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the agenda.
Okay, there's a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, could we have a vote here?
Voting is now open. Mayor, would you like to cast your vote?
Nothing's showing up on my screen.
Would you like to provide a verbal vote?
I guess so, huh? Was I'm the only one? Everyone else is working but mine? Okay, I'll restart my computer. In the meantime, let's do a roll call.
I just need your vote.
Just yours. You could just do
Oh,
yours.
yes.
That's good.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, the results of that vote?
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, I invite Doug Kraus and Lisa Ryder to the podium to speak about our Green City businesses.
Hello. Hey, sorry. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Very pleased to announce our 2024 Certified Green Businesses. Since 2018, the city has been a proud member of the California Green Business Network, which supports sustainable businesses throughout the state. Our program has been one of the more robust. And to become certified, these businesses go through a comprehensive assessment of their sustainability measures from energy efficiency, water conservation, waste reduction, responsible procurement. And with that, this year we certified 9, or 20 and 24, we certified 9, which we're recognizing tonight. And with that, I will call up our green business expert, Lisa Ryder, to announce the winners. We have a few in-house tonight. We also have cookies and certificates. And with that, Lisa.
Thank you, Doug, and thank you for your help with the program. Good evening, Mayor and Council and staff. I'm Lisa Ryder, and I manage the program for the City of Manhattan, Hermosa Beach, and Manhattan, too. I do both, okay? Sorry. And Manhattan Beaches was last week, so forgive me for my slip. I live in Hermosa, by the way, so it's near and dear to my heart. The city offers the program. It's a state program, part of a statewide network. And we have rebates that we give to the cities, and most of the money comes from state grants. And what we do with the money is we help them get certified, and we do all kinds of upgrades to help them save water, save energy, and operate more sustainably. And for instance, some of the upgrades we provided this year, we installed electric hand dryer for 9-round fitness to eliminate the paper towels, as well as a water cooler so they don't have to sell or give out plastic water bottles. We purchased a new Energy Star refrigerator for the studio, replacing a 20-year-old model. We bought new store bags for Details and Soul Bungalow. And all the green businesses, we provided non-toxic, less toxic cleaning products for the businesses. So lots of nice little benefits, plus it's really a service that we provide. It's like a recognition as well as a rewards program for the small businesses, and gives them lots of attention, which, as we know, small businesses get very little. Plus, we give them lots of recognition, like this tonight. But in addition, we give them on the Green Business social media, which is at Green Business South Bay. We give them a full page on the Green Business Directory for the state of California. They're on the city's website, and we give them a state marketing toolkit with lots of things they can use to help promote their businesses. So it's well worth it for the businesses to get certified, and it's a nice little gift from the city that keeps on giving. We're the carrot, not the, Okay, so thank you for keeping this program going, and I'm going to call up, we have 5 of our businesses here tonight, and they will get a certificate as well as a window sticker for their window, as well as the logo gets to be used on the website as well. So, Mayor, if you don't mind. Let's see. Hold on here. Just Lala Hubella.
Okay. Lala Hubella.
Okay. And can see. Let me take a picture. Okay, good, thank you. Okay.
I'm sorry, what business was that?
It's a home business. It's Michelle here. She does upcycled fashion clothing.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, let's get a photo.
Oh, one at a time? Okay.
Yeah, if you
There
don't
we go.
mind.
There we go.
Oh, okay.
Hold this up now. There we go. Okay.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Great. Now we have Stretch Spot Hermosa. I don't know what to do. You got to stretch a little bit.
Oops, I'm sorry.
Want to get a cookie too?
Of course.
Wow.
Yeah.
Don't eat it.
No, yes, do eat it.
Okay, now don't go too far. We're going to make a big group shot when we're done. So now we have 9-round Hermosa Beach. 9-round, there we are, okay. 9-round. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, and so bungalow.
Who's next? Oh, Saul Bungalow. Saul Bungalow, congratulations.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Beautiful. Great job.
Okay, and one more.
One more, here we are.
Um,
Amaloa Healing Arts. Amaloa Healing Arts, oh, wow, okay. Congratulations.
Thank you. And
Okay. Oh, is there one more?
just say the names of all the ones
Oh, okay.
that couldn't be here tonight.
The rest of them that are not here tonight are The Studio, Vibrancy Live Well, Details Shoes and Accessories, and Form Pilates Los Angeles.
Nice.
Beautiful. Okay.
Thank you.
Now if I could invite all the council members to come on down, and we'll do a big group photo with everyone. Just when I need a cookie today. I'll eat it some other day, but not today. Definitely not today. You don't eat cookies? I got plenty of cookies. Okay, Madam City Clerk, what's next on our agenda?
Next, you have item 11, proclamations, presentations. Item 11A, item 11B, recognizing Black History Month.
Okay, I'm going to recognize Black History Month. We have a proclamation here, which I'm just going to read off. Proclamation from the City of Hermosa Beach for Black History Month, 2025. Whereas in 1976, Black History Month was formally adopted to honor and affirm the importance of Black history throughout our American experience and is full of individuals who took a stance against prejudice, advanced the cause of civil rights, strengthened families, communities, and our nation. And whereas National Black History Month serves as both a celebration and a powerful reminder that Black history is American history. Black culture is American culture, and Black stories are essential to the ongoing story of America, our faults, our struggles, our progress, and our aspirations. And whereas shining a light on Black history today is as important to understanding ourselves and growing stronger as a nation as it has ever been, that is why it is essential that we take time to celebrate the immeasurable contributions of Black Americans, honoring the legacies and achievements of generations past, and confront those injustices that still fester today. Now, therefore, I, Dean Francois, Mayor of the City of Hermosa Beach, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby recognize February as Black History Month. Let us all recommit ourselves to continue the fight for justice, equality, and a more diverse, supportive, inclusive, and protective union. Okay. Next, we have the city manager's report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. Wanted to wish everyone a good evening and thank you for joining us. I would like to share a few updates on local items and city initiatives. First, we are extremely excited to share that the city's public, educational, and government access channel, known as PEG, PEG, which airs our regular city council meetings, is now easier to watch. Thanks to the work of our great city clerk's office, along with the support from our team in the city manager's office, as well as the vendor Pegasus Studios, the Cablecast application is now available for download on mobile devices and smart TVs. This means that in addition to watching our meetings on YouTube and streaming directly from the city website, residents can now access our government channel without a Frontier or Spectrum subscription. This application also provides access to other local government channels, making it a valuable tool for staying informed. We encourage residents to check out the Cablecast app and stay connected with the city. Next, ahead of tonight's agendized discussion on permit parking programs, a friendly reminder to residents that current residential parking permits remain valid until April 1, 2025, when the city is expected to complete upgrades to its online platform. For a better and more accessible user experience, please visit the city's website for updates. While the permits remain valid until April 1, enforcement does not begin until May 19th. Finally, it's my pleasure to introduce a new member of the Hermosa Beach City staff. Please join me in welcoming our new Human Resources Manager, Tiffany Nguyen. Tiffany, I know I speak for many in this room and our community when I say that we are absolutely excited to have you on the Hermosa Beach team and seeing all you will achieve here. Thank you so very much for joining us tonight.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. I just wanted to say I'm so happy to have joined the Hermosa Beach family. I've only been here a couple weeks, but I can see, the energy, the family-like culture, and I'm really, really excited and grateful to be a part of it. I look forward to, attracting and retaining the best employees for Hermosa Beach.
Thank you. Thanks, Tiffany. All right, at this time, I'd like to hand it over to Public Works Director Joe San Clemente to provide updates on a few active and upcoming capital improvement projects, in addition to operations and maintenance activities. Joe?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you, Madam City Manager. I have just a few updates I'd like to share, just to give a snapshot of the many activities that we have ongoing in the Public Works Department. First, we have a number of projects that are headed into construction. I'm not going to dwell on the first three tonight, as we have contract awards for three major projects later this evening. Large street improvement project, Kelly Courts and South Park. We also received bids just last week on major structural repairs for parking lot C. The team is actively reviewing those bids and hoping to bring that to council at the next meeting in March. We kicked off construction of Bard Street and Oak Street storm drain improvements as part of our annual storm drain improvement project. This work began yesterday. It's anticipated to last about 4 to 5 weeks. We're hoping to actually wrap up in about 3, pending weather or any unforeseen circumstances. But there is impacts to the two-way travel on Bard Street and Oak Street during the day, and there is parking impacts throughout the duration of construction. Moving on to the Greenbelt project, I'm pleased to report that we have reached substantial completion of this project. That's actually 3 projects combined in one. This project, it has been delivered on time and well under budget, particularly thanks to the funding that we received from LA County that was over $500,000 to help subsidize the cost of this project. Beyond delivering an ADA path with decomposed granite, there are a number of other features that I just want to quickly thumb through to illustrate some of the things that this project has brought. On the left-hand side, you can see we actually have accessibility to the bench at the 9/11 Memorial, as well as beautification and enhanced plantings and landscape around that memorial. We have a new fitness equipment on the north side of the path near Pier Avenue. There's more than a dozen new trees, fairly large size, that were planted along the pathway. We have a new accessible ramp on the left-hand side that leads to Ardmore that we didn't have before. There are a number of curb ramp and sidewalk improvements. The photo on the right is the other side of 11th Street, which now connects to the ADA parking space. We have full connectivity now. This picture shows 2 new concrete pads that were poured to accommodate accessible parking in the roadway adjacent to the Greenbelt. We also have a new rectangular rapid flashing beacon system that was installed at Crosswalk on Valley in front of Clark. A second installation of gym equipment that's down near 8th Street, and substantially enhanced landscaping and plantings down at the southern limits of the project near 8th Street. Sidewalk improvements, curb ramp improvements on 8th, as well as a new bench with an accessible concrete pad actually is extended so you could pull up with a wheelchair adjacent to that pathway. This is over near 11th Street. And there is a few other items that are just remaining punch list items on the Greenbelt. We have some additional hydro seeding that we're going to be doing while we let the grass establish on that path. Moving into Clark Building renovations, we are currently about 54% complete. That is per billing, approved billing on the project. We're actually closer to about 60% in actual work that's ongoing. The pictures here, we're doing a number of activities on the mechanical systems in the roof, and that's one of the major activities that's happening right now. We're currently targeting the end of the 3rd week of April for completion. That is also subject to any further unforeseen circumstances that could potentially push the project into late April or early March, but right now we're looking for completion the end of the 3rd week in April. Our utility box wrapping project, this is still ongoing. We recently replaced a utility box. Our crews did this work in coordination with Edison and the school district. We had to de-energize a utility box. This was replaced by the crews, and we have art that's going to be installed very soon in front of Valley School. And there's additional art installations at a few other locations that are going to be coming in the next few weeks. Moving into some other maintenance activities in advance of our busy season at Clark Field with softball and baseball. Our crews have been very busy with reseeding of Clark Field, a number of maintenance repairs throughout the park, including fencing and other adjustments to the field. But some of the more substantial improvements that I want to highlight here is the crew actually did reconstruct one of the dugouts at the field. This was done in coordination with Building and Safety to make sure we had the permits in place to do it. So one dugout is completely rebuilt. And on the right-hand side, our team now has a new capability. In this current budget cycle, we purchased crack sealing equipment. So our crews were out at Clark Field practicing the deployment of the crack sealing equipment, which will be deployed on streets throughout the city in the near future. One of those locations that we're looking at doing some additional crack sealing is on Bonnie Bray. Our crews were out on Bonnie Bray doing some high priority pothole repair, some asphalt repair, some concrete repair. They installed a new curb. These are just temporary improvements to hold us over into larger resurfacing is scheduled there soon, to be coordinated with a very large sewer project that has to happen before the paving can commence. And we're trying to determine whether or not they can happen at the same time. But more to come on that roadway. That concludes my update tonight. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Anyone have any questions? I have one regarding the Greenbelt walk path. It's now been open for several weeks. Is there what's left that needs to be done to finalize the project?
Thank you for that. You're correct. It has been open for several weeks. So one thing that we're working with the contractor on is there's always final punch list items after substantial completion of the project. One of those includes some minor regrading of the hill near the 11th Street ramp. And the other major item is some additional hydro seeding. We had almost 2 inches of rain over the last couple of weeks. Some of the hydro seeding didn't take. We're having them come back to deploy additional hydro seeding and some fencing so that the grass can better establish. And we'll have that out for a longer period of time. And there are some other minor punch list items that are typical at the end of a construction project. But otherwise, the path is usable and all the major features are open.
Okay, great. Originally, we were going to have an opening ribbon cutting this month on it, and I guess it's been delayed because of the renaming, but I'm hoping, I don't know if city manager could weigh in on this, I'm hoping we could get the ribbon cutting done as soon as possible since it is opening. Basically, when we rename something, we usually have a separate ceremony that if and when that time happens. So I didn't know if you could provide some input on that.
If it's the council's desire to have the ribbon cutting prior to the naming dedication, we can definitely work on that.
Okay. Well, it's my desire. I don't know if any others want to chime in, or I typically like to have ribbon cuttings when things are open and not wait, so.
I'd like to get some information on how the naming's been done. I'm new here, so I don't know where that's at and the status of that. As far as opening it, we can make this an item on the agenda for the next meeting.
Mr. Mayor?
I'm sorry, you said you wanted something
I
on
said
that?
we could make this an item on the agenda for the next meeting. We could do that at the end of the meeting.
So what would you like on the agenda for the next meeting?
Make a motion to discuss moving up the opening date and the naming. I mean, how long can this take to name a park? I could name it tonight.
And so, Mr. Mayor, yes, I mean, this is fine to do it now. We do have an item on at the end of the meeting for future agenda, and then, of course, we don't necessarily need a formal motion if we get 2 or 3, as I'm sure you guys are all aware. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, we can handle that at a future agenda. And I think that Madam City Clerk just wanted to get a feeling from the council members whether they wanted to move ahead with the ribbon cutting now or whether to wait. So that's the only preference that,
Mr. Mayor,
yes.
I could shed some light on this?
Sure.
If you don't mind. As to the renaming, or the naming of the path itself, and this is also connected to the playground area, the ADA playground area in South Park. There is a naming committee. Councilman Detoy and I are on it, along with 2 members from the Parks and Recs Department. And we have met several times to discuss the renaming of it, and we will be coming back with a report on that soon. And our recommendations for the names of both the playground area and the ADA path. As to the date of the ribbon cutting, I think in our meeting we discussed the fact that it's open, but it isn't really complete. As Joe just mentioned, there's several things that need to be kind of fine-tuned and fixed first. And one of which is the grass is not grown in at all around the edges, and that I think needs to be filled out before we actually do an official ribbon cutting and open the area. So that's both of those things. So the renaming is already underway, Mr. Keegan, and we should have a report on that very soon.
So we're using it, it's open, it's there, we're using it, but we may not have a ribbon cutting till, I don't know, May, June? I mean. I
Until
don't
the
know.
plants are grown
Yeah.
in, and we can take the temporary fence down. Right now, currently, there's yellow tape and orange fencing along one side and the other.
Yeah.
It's not complete yet, but it's open.
Right.
There's a big difference between being able to walk on it and having it complete. The benches also need to be installed. There's plaques that go on the benches and so on and so forth, which would all, I would think, be in line for the ribbon cutting and the naming of the benches and so on.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
And Mr. City Attorney, correct me if I'm venturing too far into an off-topic agenda, but the whole idea is if approved by Parks and Rec Commission and us as well, it would coincide with a possible birthday of one of the people we are honoring.
Both, actually.
Oh, both.
Both, yeah.
And if I may, our plan as staff is once the naming committee signs off on the report, our plan is to bring it forward to council in the second meeting of March. And then it's really that timely, so it's really only next month.
Okay, so it could happen pretty quickly then and not waiting too long. while we're using it then? Is that,
Depending on the items that Mayor Pro Tem had mentioned in terms of the finishing touches, yes.
So do the naming things come by as an item and we approve that and vote on those? Is that how
Yes,
that works?
that'll
Okay.
come up March
As an
2nd meeting.
As an agenda
As an
item.
agenda item.
Thank you.
okay. And the month you were thinking for the birthday was,
There's two birthdays. One for Casey, who's would be the name for the playground in the park. And the other one, Casey Rohr, and the other one is Jeff Hirsch, is the proposed name, at least. It's not quite that simple, but that's basically the two ideas. And each of their birthdays are not too far into the future, and we felt that our suggestion would be to have the opening of both of those two items on their respective birthdays.
Correct, and just to be clear, that will come back to the council. That's, could be the proposal for
that's
the
correct.
subcommittee. No final decision has been made, of course.
okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Joe. And next up is Chief LeBaron with his update.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, or I'm sorry, Mayor Francois, Mayor Pro Tem Seaman, and members of City Council. I want to talk about traffic safety and the excellent work that our employees are doing each day. I've seen some comments in our community as recently as this week that the police department has not done anything to enforce traffic violations in the city, although that is not shared by the majority of our community, and I want to make sure that's clear. The fact that there are people out there that think that is very disappointing and frustrating because it's minimizing some of the great work that is being done by our employees. So I want to share it for anybody who might feel that we're not doing anything in regards to traffic safety. Our enforcement efforts, as I've always said, are based on valid data, and we focus on the types of violations that create the most danger to our community. And I'll speak specifically to what happened last night. Our officers were out enforcing traffic on Pier Avenue in Ardmore, which is one of the most complained about and concerning locations. And they stopped a car that ran a stop sign. It's one of the biggest traffic violations that we see, especially in that area. That stop led to the discovery of a loaded ghost gun inside the car, and 2 people were arrested. One of them had a felony criminal record, so we filed additional charges of ex-felon with a gun that are being presented to the district attorney today. I should note that this is the second gun arrest made recently by our officers who were enforcing stop sign violations at that intersection. So it really goes to speak to the fact that traffic not only protects our community with the vehicle code violations, but the other things that come from it as our officers are stopping people that are here for criminal purposes. Now, traffic safety is not just focused on officers stopping people committing violations. We also focus on addressing the most serious violators that involve traffic safety, and that includes driving under the influence of drugs and alcohol. I've spoken about it to you in several council reports this year, but I want to continue that conversation because these investigations, they're much more complex than the traffic stop that our officers typically do, and they require extensive resources. We recently received a grant from the Office of Traffic Safety, and thanks to that grant, we were able to do a DUI checkpoint on the evening of January 31st. The checkpoint took place on Pier Avenue near Valley, and the results were that we had 467 cars go through that checkpoint. 18 field sobriety tests were conducted. 9 drivers were arrested for DUI. 10 drivers were either arrested or cited out for driving without or with a suspended license, and 12 vehicles were impounded. We had assistance from our neighboring agencies that included Redondo Beach, Manhattan Beach, and Inglewood, but it definitely shows how important it is that we are out there doing these types of complex investigations, because that was just a snapshot in time, and we were able to get that many people that were driving under the influence. And I know that people want our officers in the field all the time. We do our best to make sure that our staffing is where it's supposed to be so we can be there. But when officers make an arrest, there is an investigative process that is part of that arrest to make sure the case is handled properly. And the DUI arrests are sometimes the most complex with the different court orders and requirements that need to happen. One piece of that process is something called a Watson admonishment. This is an admonishment that our officers give to every person arrested for DUI, and it warns that person that any subsequent violation that involves an accident could result in more serious charges. An example of why these details of an investigation are important actually took place connected to our city recently. Back in 2023, January of 2023, our police officers arrested somebody for DUI here in the city. At that time, the subject was on probation for a previous DUI, and they were given the Watson admonishment while they were in court, explaining to them that the dangers of drinking and driving, and if they continued, that there would be potential consequences for their actions. So about 6 months later, in July of 2023, that subject was again arrested for DUI, this time in the city of Lakewood. This time the person crashed and killed an innocent person. Because of the prior knowledge that the DUI can kill people, because of that admonishment that was given from our arrest, the district attorney charged him with murder. And he was held on $2 million bail and recently pled guilty to a 17-year state prison sentence because in part of the admonishment that was given to him. So I really emphasize this because I want our community to know that we take traffic safety seriously. And when they don't see us out on the streets, it's not because we're not doing something, it's because we're making sure that these kinds of cases have the foundation they need to be able to stop future violations from happening. So, Mayor Francois, that concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, and thank you for everything you do to keep our community safe. Anybody have any questions? Okay, no questions. Thank you. Okay, Madam City Clerk. Next, I believe we have public comment.
This is a time for members of the public to address the city council on items on and not on the agenda, but within the council's jurisdiction. Each speaker is limited to 2 minutes and will be taken in person only. A total of 30 minutes will be allocated for this comment period. As a reminder, another public comment period at the end of this meeting is reserved for those whose comments could not be heard during this first public comment opportunity. A reminder that if you address the city council on a municipal matter item, you will not be able to address the council on the same item when it is heard at a later part of this meeting. And the first card that we received is from Sarah Harper.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, residents of Hermosa Beach. I'm here to make some announcements about upcoming library events. Tomorrow afternoon at 3 p.m., we have our teen program to paint donut ornaments. So come and decorate your ornament and learn about the history of this tasty whole food. It's especially for teens ages 13 to 17. This Saturday at 10:30 a.m., we have our toddler art time. And on Wednesday, March 5th at 3 p.m., we have Wonders of Wildlife. Let's go on an imaginary hike with Wonders of Wildlife in this live animal show. Join us and use your detective skills as we learn about what tracks and signs animals leave behind. This is especially for ages 5 to 12 and generously sponsored by our Hermosa Beach Friends of the Library. Next Saturday, March 8th, we have the Swingin' with Dean show at 2:30 p.m. Tap, sing, and dance your way through the musical hits of the decades with swing, big band, and jazz performed by Dean Ratzman. With over 20 years of live performance experience, Dean is a one-man band that fills crowds with musical wonder. This is especially for our adults and also generously sponsored by our Hermosa Beach Friends of the Library. And just a reminder that the library will be closed on Thursday, March 6th for staff development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Marcel Hillard. Welcome.
Good to see you again, Mayor. I wanted to say thank you for last week, by the way, holding a town hall. I really enjoyed that, so appreciate that. So I'm a local entrepreneur, 22nd Street, and I spent a lot of time at Sharky's. If those don't remember, you might see me there. I'm wondering if, I'm a robotics and AI founder, and I'm wondering if the city has thought about using AI to save costs, generate new revenue without raising taxes. I'm working on a solution like that right now, but I don't want to be presumptuous, and I want to actually learn about what problems the city has. So I'm wondering if I can get a 5-question survey to a member of the city council and also police department. Thank you.
Thank you. We can address any concerns people have at the end of public comments. Okay, thanks. Next, we have Trent Larson.
Hello, City Council. It's good to see all of the projects that we're getting done and to execute the plan that is very much in vogue, especially like under budget. Excellent. I want to start with that because this is another one of Trent's 2-minute warnings. Trust in government. I want to talk about trust in government. It's a little bit of a pet topic. Trust in government, especially the California macro in government, is low. But I don't want it to be low for us here. I want it to be high. And there's a lot of things why it's low. Look at the bullet train. Just a complete boondoggle waste of money, never going to go anywhere. Now, we talk about the green line coming in here, and nobody really wants it, and the rail is completely underutilized. We have homeless that we spend gobs of money on, but we don't get the results that we all want. So we're not focused on results, we're focused on how we feel about it and the process, which is not in vogue anymore. We need results. We have waste, fraud, and abuse like you cannot believe. And thank God for Elon and Doge and President Trump to expose this. And this is not just at the federal level. I don't accuse any of us here of doing that. And that's why I always say I want us to focus on visible, usable betterment. People know what they bought, they can see it, and we know where the money went. So thank you, Suja and Joe, for staying on target. I really appreciate that because I like to see the council run a little bit like a business, and we get stuff done. And I will praise you guys every time you do that. Every time. So thank you, and look forward to working with you.
Thank you. Next, we have Kristen Marino. Good evening.
Good evening. It's nice to see you again. All right, my name is Kristen Marino. I've lived here for 5 years, and I'm here to talk about aggressive driving tonight. These are things like speeding, running stop signs, braking and accelerating aggressively. All of these worsen public health by increasing particle and noise pollution, as well as decreasing pedestrian and cyclist safety. December of last year, December 2nd, there was a woman who was run over by a pickup truck on Pier Avenue. And the worst part is that the driver didn't even realize he had run over someone. Someone had to flag him down afterwards to tell him that he did that. Luckily, she was okay. But I think that this is a danger to our city. The streets are dangerous, and yet we wonder why bikers are on sidewalks and paths. We wonder why kids on e-bikes are emulating aggressive driving behaviors. And we wonder why businesses are suffering from low pedestrian traffic and shuttering. I believe that the heart of Hermosa Beach is at stake here. So what can we do? We could try to increase funding for surveillance, more police forces on the road, but they can't be everywhere all at once. We could also further decrease speed limits. I know where I live near Hermosa and 2nd, it's been decreased to 25 miles an hour, but that hasn't seemed to curtail speeding. People still speed like they're on open roads, and I believe it's because the roads are designed like open roads. So that's why I think that our city needs to implement physical traffic calming measures. Studies show that implementing these, such as pedestrian infrastructure and also narrowing roads, can curtail the effects of aggressive driving. And cities like Lancaster have implemented similar measures and have seen a positive return on investment and seen their economies boom. So I'm asking the Hermosa Beach City Council to consider these physical measures, and I'm also offering my help however I can to see the city change for the better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam City Clerk, do we have any other cards that have been submitted?
We do not have any other speaker cards for general public comment at this time.
Okay, is there anyone else in the audience wishing to speak? Step right up. Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Dave Peterson, Hermosa City Treasurer. I wanted to stop by with a couple quick comments, and I'll bet I can do them in less than 2 minutes. We'll see. Last Tuesday, as you know, was my last Planning Commission meeting. I wanted to just take a minute to thank my former colleagues in the Planning Commission. I thanked them in our meeting, but you guys have better ratings, so I wanted to thank him here as well. Also, current and former city council members that appointed me. Over 9 years, we did a lot of great work, and I appreciate your partnership. And I'm glad to see that we had a lot of interest in filling that spot. I'm glad that we waited till February to make sure that we got a nice, robust slate. And I'm curious to see who you pick. I've been city treasurer for 11 weeks. I've enjoyed working with Brandon Walker and his team. We've had a very seamless integration, and we did have a constructive transition meeting with my predecessor, Karen, and talked through some of the things that she's done and things that we might do in the future. On February 13th, I attended a LAIF, the Local Area Investment Fund seminar put on by Fiona Ma, who's our state treasurer, so it was good to learn that. And then in April, I'll be attending an event sponsored by the California Municipal Treasurers Association. The goal is always to meet collaborative, smart peers and understand what other cities are doing so that we can best invest Hermosa's funds. And I'll yield my 28 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your service and your continued service as our treasurer. Okay. Anyone else have any other comments? Okay. That concludes public comment section. Madam City Clerk, next on our agenda.
Next, we have item 14A, updates from City Council ad hoc subcommittees and standing committee delegates and alternates.
Okay, we do have a lot of updates from council members. Let's tackle this in two sections. First, let's just go over if there are any questions of the city manager regarding any comments were made. Then we can go over the ad hoc subcommittees. Yes, Councilmember.
Yes, I just wanted to tell a gentleman, if he'd email us those surveys, I'm sure we'd be happy to answer them. The emails are on our website, and if you have any problems with that, contact the city manager.
Yeah, that sounds like a great idea. In other words, if you have a survey you want to send to each of us or a public one or whatever your ideas are, that would be great to see that. Okay. Any other comments? Now we'll move on to ad hoc subcommittees and standing committees. We have all kinds of things. First, four of us attended the ICA Winter Seminar, so who'd like to chime in on that?
I would. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sure. I want to say something too.
Okay with that? This last weekend, I attended the Independent Cities Association Winter Seminar, a basically two-day affair, and it was a series of very informative and interesting sessions on various different topics. The ones that were especially interesting to me were lectures on ADUs, and another on functional zero homelessness, and another on short-term rentals. And our own Ray Jackson was moderator for the session on the short-term rentals. These meetings are, I think, extremely important for us to go to as council members. We get an opportunity to keep in touch with what the rest of the state is doing, what other independent cities are doing in our area, and just it's generally a good educational experience for us. And besides that, it gives us a chance to meet and speak to other mayors, other city council members from different cities as far north as San Francisco and Daly City and so on, and all the way down to San Diego. So I think it's very informative and very, very good for all of us. And I had a very interesting time, and it was quite educational. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to note I went to the same seminar, and it's there's 88 cities that participate in the organization, and I wanted to congratulate Councilman Jackson on becoming president-elect, and then next year at the same winter function, he'll be the president and lead the conference. So I just want to note that he'll be on a leadership of 88 cities and representing Hermosa Beach. So that will be very good.
Okay. Councilmember Jackson? Okay. Yeah, I attended the same conference, learned a lot. It's always educational, and look forward to attending them. I also attended a whole bunch of, let's see, I represent the Council of Governments on the Santa Monica Bay Restoration Commission, so I attended that meeting. We passed a monumental resolution to begin gentle restoration on Bayona wetlands, which has been delayed and just has really gone through so much turmoil lately, but hopefully we can get moving on some type of gentle restoration on that. I also am a member of the LA County Library Commission, attended that meeting, attended the South Bay City Sanitation District Board meeting, and attended a city selection committee where we selected a nominee for the AQMD district, and also, was there one more in there? No, I think that was it. That was enough, okay. Busy week, busy few weeks. Anyone else have anything? Okay. Madam City Clerk.
Next, you have the consent calendar. This is a time to vote on the consent calendar on its entirety or to pull items for separate discussion.
Any members of the body wish to pull any item?
Yes, can I pull item, what is that?
Well, while you're looking that up, I'd like to pull 15J, I believe, the economic development.
That's the one I was looking for,
Oh,
thank you.
my gosh,
There we go.
okay, there we are.
So we both want to pull that. Thank you.
Anyone else have anything else? Okay, is there a motion?
Do you want to hear that earlier, or can we put that towards the end of the meeting?
In the meeting.
When do you want to do it?
End.
At the end? Okay, we'll move it to the end.
Motion
Sounds
to
good.
approve the balance with 15J being added at the end of the meeting.
Second.
Okay, Madam City Clerk, let's go on with the voting.
Voting is now open.
I don't have it.
So the last vote we took, mine wasn't working. Now it looks like
Oh, here we go. Sorry.
mine still isn't up.
Scroll up.
And mine just came up.
That's what I did.
There it is.
Yeah, I'm on fault.
Okay, here it appeared. It's here. Great. Wow, we're okay getting. Okay, there's vote on the screen. Madam City Clerk, you announce the results.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, next on our agenda, Madam City Clerk.
Next, we have item 16A, resolution approving participation in the Los Angeles Urban County Permanent Local Housing Allocation Program, PLHA funding, and designating programs to assist families and individuals experiencing or at risk of homelessness.
Okay, this public hearing is now open. Madam City Manager.
We have Planning Manager Alexis Oropeza that'll present this report.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. The Permanent Local Housing Allocation Program provides funding to local jurisdictions for affordable housing and is part of the Building Homes and Jobs Act approved in 2017. A recording fee, this act actually implemented a recording fee on real estate transactions and was instituted for the purpose of addressing the state's housing shortage and high cost of housing. It is estimated that the city would receive $36,253. There are 6 eligible PLHA activities to which the funds could be allocated. Staff is recommending the funds be allocated to the South Bay Regional Housing Trust Fund. The trust fund is a joint powers authority established by the South Bay City's Council of Governments to fund and finance the planning of construction of affordable housing in the South Bay. The implementation is progressing on the trust itself, and notice to proceed was issued to Civic Homes, who is the selected administrator for the program on behalf of the cities of the COG. Staff's recommendation does include a designation for an alternative program that the fundings could be allocated to in the event of an unforeseen
circumstance that might prevent the funds being allocated through the COG to the trust. The alternative programs include rapid rehousing and case management for the unhoused. The proposed recommendation is found consistent with the city's general plan. A 30-day notice was posted identifying the programs to which the funding was proposed to be allocated to. In addition, the recommendation has been evaluated for consistency with the California Environmental Quality Act and is exempt. In conclusion, it's staff recommendation to adopt a resolution approving participation in the funding program and the designated programs. That concludes staff's presentation. I'm available to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. Any members of the body here have any questions? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I do. Under the recommended action, item number 2 says appropriate $36,253 and approve estimated revenue of $36,253 in the grants fund for the PLHA program. So this is basically a net zero cost to the city because the grant funds balance out the money that we're appropriating for this?
Correct.
With the exception, of course, it says approve estimated revenue. So can you expound a little bit on what that is, that estimated revenue? I mean, are we talking about dollars and cents, or are we talking about $1,000, or what's the difference between revenue and estimated revenue?
So that's the designated amount we were informed by the county. I anticipate there could be some variation as they receive funding, so that's why it's an estimate. There is allocation in the resolution to allow for some modification, and funds would be adjusted according to the amount actually received.
So the estimated part could be very minor?
Correct.
You're expecting, okay. All right, great, that's all. Thank you.
That's really interesting about estimated amount. I'd like to know a little bit more about that because it sounds a little leery. Usually if we get approved for funding for something, we get the full amount that's funded. How is it estimated? I'm not quite clear on that.
They have informed us that that's the dollar amount we would receive during this period. However, it could happen where it's adjusted based on whatever revenues, so that's why it's in there as estimated.
Well, is it possible we could end up spending this money and then be in the hole because we don't get that much money in return, or are we going to just spend what we get?
So we will be, so this gives us city manager authority to apply for the funds. That's the estimated amount we've been told. They will then give us an allocation as to once we formally apply and are approved for the funding.
So we would not be making any expenditures until we have that amount.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. I think it's clear now. Thanks. Anyone else have any other questions? Yes. Councilmember Detoy.
Thank you. Thank you for the report. Is this a public hearing item that's going to have to come up annually, or is there a way we can, because I assume this revenue continues based on the real estate transactions. Is there a way we can modify this, that we can make this just a consent calendar item in the future if this is just a dollar in, dollar out?
If council desires doing that, we can do that, and it would be a routine matter.
Once we get into the program, if that is the desire of the council to approve it.
We can do that, since it's the first time we brought it forward.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Councilmember Keegan. Oh, okay. No more questions? Madam City Clerk, has anyone turned in any cards regarding this item? Or I guess there are no cards? Then whoever wishes to speak at the chambers, step on up. There you go.
Trent Larson. I have to speak on the homeless because I feel a great deal of passion about the issue for everybody involved here. And I think if California can solve its homeless problem, it can solve all of its other problems. Because California's homeless problem is because we can't stomach the solution. And this is a great example of it here, a whole 36,000, and we're wondering, hey, how we're going to do, what we're going to do with it, and is it going to get one person off the street here? It's not tied to that. Who knows? Probably not, because we're going to fund the same things that we've been doing. We're going to fund it the exact same way, and we're just going to get the exact same results, and that is proven over time. And even Governor Newsom, who, God bless him, he wants to run for president. He loves California. He wants to do the right thing, but he knows he's so underwater on this issue. He knows it. And it is because we have tried for too long to fix this solution without facing up to the fact that most of the chronically homeless people are mentally ill or drug dependent or both, and do not have the capacity while in that condition to better themselves. And we are consistently afraid to talk about mandatory sheltering, which is physically detaining people and making them go into places at night, or involuntary confinement, which is essentially jail. And without those two things, we're not going to solve it. Look at other states where they don't have this big problem. This is exactly what they do. And they just don't tolerate it. Now, we are loving, we are giving, we have big hearts, we are blue California. Red Trent in blue California understands that we don't want to maybe solve it the exact same way. But we have to come to terms with what we're doing and how we're doing it. And we need to be accountable. Look at what President Trump is doing. He's very accountable. He says things, he does it, he makes sure it happens. We say things, we want to do it, we make excuses when it doesn't happen because we tried hard. And that got to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the chambers wishing to speak this evening on this item? Okay, Madam City Clerk, do we have anyone online?
If you are joining via Zoom, now is the time to raise your virtual hand. Mayor, we do not have any virtual hands raised.
Okay, thank you very much. Bringing it back to the council. Anyone have any comments or are interested in making a motion?
I make a motion to approve staff recommendation.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it, and I just have a question for the city attorney. Would part of the motion need to be make this an annual thing so it just comes back on consent? And
Correct, and so I think that is more of a operational decision. Once again, as Madam City Manager correctly pointed out, after the first one, with direction to city staff when applicable, if there's a change, if something's different, we don't want to be bound by that. But yes, we understand that if applicable, we will put it on consent.
so
it's good.
No addition. All right.
I do have one question.
Oh, sure.
Maybe I should have asked this first, but
Okay.
I don't think it's too late. According to this report, there are 6 eligible PLHA activities to which the funds may be allocated, including, and then it goes on to mention acquisition and development costs for development of affordable housing, acquisition development costs for development of affordable rental and ownership housing, and so on, preservation and creation of permanent supportive housing, assisting persons experiencing or at risk of homelessness, and so on and so on. Since there are 6 items that this money is eligible for, and at $36,000 and change, it seems to be not a lot of money, what and who decides where that money goes to of those 6 items? Do we leave that, in other words, so we get this money and then what do we do with the straight $36,000? Does it go into the trust fund to start developing low-income housing, or do we use it to accessibility modification and lower income owner-occupied housing or home ownership opportunity assistance? Or do we help people who are actually homeless and need the money right now? That's my question. How do we decide?
May I? The staff recommendation is to ask council to appropriate the funds so that we may use it for our participation, meaning the city's participation in the South Bay Housing Trust Fund formation. That's something that was initiated through the South Bay COG with the city managers group and also the city councils group. A couple of years ago, when it became clear that the housing element process was becoming more and more difficult for each of our cities, and we needed help to be able to assist in meeting our obligations under this. So your question specifically on which of these would be addressed, housing trust funds are formed through JPAs, and in their formation documents, bylaws, all of these are identified. A city could opt to create affordable housing in their city and apply to the Housing Trust Fund for matching funds to do so. So there are different goals that are identified. So it's not any one specific one, but who decides would be really the South Bay cities, because it is the South Bay cities Housing Trust Fund that we are just starting to form.
Okay, I am somewhat familiar with the Housing Trust Fund from my experience on Planning Commission, but at that time it was just sort of, it wasn't really fleshed out. It was a fund that would help begin planning for low-income housing in different cities. So this money would go directly toward that, which may or may not result in more housing or low-income housing, and would not likely be spent on helping people who are currently homeless and need assistance. Is that correct? So the money's just basically going to go to the Housing Trust Fund.
To further the development of affordable housing in the South Bay. Yes.
Yeah.
And it's in the planning stages right now. The goal of the Housing Trust Fund, of the South Bay group, is to mirror the experience the Ventura Area Housing Trust Fund has experienced, which is leveraging millions of dollars from the state legislature to support these activities, so that when you have developers coming into a city proposing an affordable housing project, there would be funds in the trust fund to be able to use as matching dollars. That's the longer term goal. We are in the initial stages of that, and our South Bay COG executive director hopes to approach the legislature with this coming session for that type of assistance, but we are in the formation now.
Is it true that funds that come from land value recapture will also go into this same trust fund?
That hasn't been determined by the City Council. If the City Council wishes for the funds that land value recapture, the LVR program, nets, then Council could provide that direction, but that hasn't been decided.
Okay. Yeah, and I ask that again because of my experience in planning. We talked about the land value recapture, and I asked that question then. Well, okay, so now we have this land value recapture. What do we do with the money? And they said, well, it could be this and it could be that, and it could also go to this trust fund.
Correct.
So, yeah, all right, okay.
So that's a decision point that we can bring to the council. Council can decide to assist with the creation of affordable units in the city with those funds.
Okay, but so for this 36,000 and change, it's already been decided that it's going to go into this trust fund, and so at this point, we're about to approve this. Do we have anything to say about perhaps accepting the program and taking the 36,000, but using it on something else? Or is that already a done thing?
It's not, that's the decision before you right now, is whether to allocate the $36,253 to the Housing Trust Fund formation as seed money. All cities will be asked to contribute something. That it hasn't been determined what that is just yet. Should the council, the alternative programs in this staff report and staff recommendation that we're asking your authority for is to give the city manager authority to shift up to half of that funding between two other programs. So we have the alternative programs would be in place of, just in case the Housing Trust Fund doesn't launch. It's a multi-year effort, so if the South Bay Housing Trust Fund is not able to launch by its deadline of 2028, give us the opportunity to shift those resources to local programs. So we do have local programs such as our mobile mental health crisis response team, and so that's also part of this recommendation is asking you to...
Section 7.
I'm sorry?
Section 7.
Section 7, correct.
Okay. Well, we have a motion and a second already, I believe.
Yes.
Would it be appropriate to make a friendly amendment to that or a competing motion to use these funds, this $36,258 for item number 4, assisting persons experiencing or at risk of homelessness, including rapid rehousing, rental assistance, operating and capital costs for emergency shelters, and creation and preservation of permanent and transitional housing, which seems to be a more immediate, effective use of the money rather than putting it into a trust fund that may or may not come to fruition in the far future. So that would be if you'll accept that as an amendment to the motion, I would be happy to do that, or a competing motion, whichever is more appropriate. Mr. City Attorney?
I have a, would it be more appropriate to pass this as it is tonight, and then we can have a separate item on a future agenda that will go over these programs, and then we can decide when we have all the information? Is that?
I don't think that's really possible. It's the way it's this. In other words, the motion is the staff recommendation, and that recommendation is to put this money into the Housing Trust Fund. And so if that's the motion and we pass that, then that's where the money's going to go. So again, I would like to either go a competing motion or a friendly amendment. And I'll leave it up to the motion maker to decide if you would agree to a friendly amendment.
I think that, the COG has set this program up, and if all the cities don't commit the money, it's not going to launch. So either we want to try and launch the program, and if we don't, if we tell them we're giving it, but we're not giving it, and we take half the money away, then we should say we're only going to give 18,000.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may,
Yes.
just for the purposes of this discussion, like all grants, this one comes likely with, I don't want to say robust, but substantive reporting requirements, check-ins, et cetera. Once again, ultimately up to you guys. You guys make the call. One of the benefits to the PLAAH, of course, is that they handle that. Whereas if we wanted to do our own program, which is of course within your guys' purview, let's say doing something as Mr. Mayor Pro Tem said about number 4, totally a possibility, but there is that extra administrative process of, hey, we did X, Y, and Z on Monday, we did A, B, and C on Tuesday, we then submit that to them and they say, yes, that was good, yes, no, it wasn't. Now, once again, our staff is very competent. I have the utmost, obviously they're gonna do it right, but just something to keep in mind for the council.
Well, so it clearly states here that there are 6 eligible PLHA activities which we can use the funds for.
Correct, and Mr.
So
Mayor,
we're-
you're 100% correct.
Yeah. There's no reapplying and going back and forth, right?
Nothing that, I am just making sure that the city council fully understands the potential administrative cost of that. Yeah, you're correct.
All right. So all I'm saying is that in my opinion, putting this money toward the future development of low-income housing, I think is kind of throwing the money away, and nothing may come of that that's of any real use. And we do have a very serious problem that needs help and needs funding. Honestly, Madam City Manager mentioned the mobile mental health team. I think they're very effective in homelessness right now, and they're in the field working right now, and they could use certainly some more funds. And I would like to see this money go toward that or toward item number 4 on this list, or both. There we have it. We're back to this point here where would it be more appropriate to make a friendly amendment? And if you disagree, you don't want to have a friendly amendment, then that's fine. I'll make a competing motion then.
Motion stands.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
In the attached resolution, it's pretty clear that, as Madam City Manager mentioned, if the fund is not established by June 28, funding may be allocated in the following programs: $10,000 for rapid rehousing, $26,253 for case management services for the unhoused. During implementation, should the city's allocation be less or more than the funding amounts anticipated, or there is greater funding needed in one of the programs, the city manager may modify 50% to the figures above. So there already is that flexibility built in. We are letting her, with a better pulse on the situation, to allocate the funds as necessary. So I stay with my second as well.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, if you'd like to make a substitute motion, that's your prerogative.
Okay, then I would I move that we, as a secondary motion, a competing motion, that we do the staff recommendation, but with the exception of spending the money on item number 4 in this list and/or the mobile mental health team.
Is there a second to that motion? Okay.
All right.
No
That's
second.
good. Thank you.
Back to the original motion. Any more discussion? Madam City Clerk, let's have a vote.
Now what's going on here? Do a voice vote, we don't want to wait.
Can we have a roll call? My computer's not.
Mayor Francois?
Mine's working.
Yours is the one.
Everybody else working?
Vote.
I already voted.
Mayor Francois, would you like to provide your voice vote?
I vote yes.
Motion carries.
Motion carries 4-1, with Mayor Pro Tem Seaman voting no.
Okay, thank you. In the future, if we do have computers that are not working, we'll just go to a roll call and not mess around with votes and non-votes. I don't know. I like roll calls anyway, so. Anyway, let's move on here. What's next on our agenda, Madam City Clerk?
Item 17A, one appointment to the Planning Commission. Mayor and members of the City Council, earlier today at a 3:30 p.m. special meeting, you held an interview for one Planning Commission vacancy. We had a total of 6 applicants that were interviewed. One applicant that was listed on the agenda withdrew his application earlier today. His name was Josh Kay. So at this time, we do have paper ballots that we can pass out after public comment.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions amongst my colleagues before we open it up to public comment? Okay, has anyone turned a card in to speak on this item?
Mayor, I do not have any speaker cards at this
Okay.
time.
Is there anyone in the council chambers wishing to come up and speak regarding this issue? Okay, is there anyone online?
We do not have any virtual hands raised at this time.
Okay, no one online. Bringing it back to the full city council, we're now going to pass out our little cards and conduct a ballot on our
Mr. Mayor,
choices.
if I may.
Yes.
I just want to be clear for the council's edification as well as the public, a majority of the quorum is required. I know we had plenty of very qualified candidates, so a 2-2-1 vote or a 2-1-1-1 vote means no one is yet appointed and we will re-vote. And upshot is someone must get 3 votes to be appointed to the Planning Commission.
Right. And we will continue to do votes until we get 3.
That is
at least
correct, Mr.
3.
Mayor.
And they are,
Currently, we vote for one.
yes, we just vote for
Correct,
one.
just vote.
And the votes are announced publicly. It's not a secret ballot.
That is correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
What's that? Oh, you folded yours, I folded mine.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and read
Just to
the
have it.
outcome of the votes, starting with Councilmember Keegan. Councilmember Keegan voted for Greg McNally. Councilmember Jackson voted for Eric Horn. Councilmember Detoy voted for Eric Horn. Mayor Pro Tem Seaman voted for Greg McNally. And then Dean Francois voted for Andrea G. So at this time, we do not have a majority vote. So we will pass out another round of cards and revote.
And yeah, and Mr. Mayor, yeah, to be sure, this is a fresh round of voting. You are not bound by your previous vote, and so vote again. Yeah. Right. Just want to be sure.
How did you vote? I didn't hear that. How did you? Hmm?
Starting with Michael Keegan, Councilmember Keegan, Greg McNally, 1 vote. Then we have Councilmember Jackson, Eric Horn. Councilmember Detoy, Eric Horn. Mayor Pro Tem Seaman, Greg McNally. Dean Francois, Adrian Lindgren. We do not have a majority vote.
I'm having trouble hearing it.
You decide.
What do you mean?
You want to go for Horn or Gray?
Correct, yeah. So, Mr. Mayor, now, and once again, I'll of course defer to your guys, as there may be some time for discussion. As Madam City Clerk said, we do only have 3 ballots. We can, of course, turn them around or print more copies, but, you know, we don't want to just keep voting the same over and over again. There's other potential scenarios for which we can say, hey, the top 2 vote getters are only going to be allowed to be voted on the next round. We are not there yet, but of course, that's up to the will and discretion of the council, Mr. Mayor.
What's the desire of the council? You want to go for another vote?
Yeah.
Okay, go for another vote.
You figure it out.
Got enough paper?
Just do a roll call? Why do we have to go through it?
You have to change your vote. Same vote.
Councilmember Keegan voted for Greg McNally. Councilmember Jackson voted for Eric Horn. Mike Detoy voted for Eric Horn. Mayor Pro Tem Seaman voted for Greg McNally. Dean Francois voted for Greg McNally. We have a majority vote for Greg McNally.
Okay, we did it. Congratulations. Well, he's got a fan club too, huh?
Thank everyone who applied.
I'm glad it happened that way. I was going to suggest rock, paper, scissors, but
Yeah.
this is much better this way.
Thank you very much for all of you that applied and went through the trouble of not only applying, but putting yourself out there, public disclosure of your credentials and interviews, and look forward to you all participating in the future in whatever you want to do. We have lots of other commissions that have openings, and we'd love to see you become involved in any way possible. So thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Sorry, go ahead.
I just want to comment that we had a lot of good candidates. We had people who graduated from Harvard, Yale, from local areas, teachers, a professor. I mean, it was a talent pool, bar none. So it was a very difficult decision. And all the applicants could have been on the commission. So they were all qualified. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to add to that too, please. On my first attempt at Planning Commission, I was denied, and members of the City Council at that point said, don't give up, come back again. We had great candidates, and it just wasn't you, but we appreciate your effort and keep trying and come back again. And I did, of course, and here I am now. So I want to say to all of you who did not make it, I want to give you the same advice. Don't give up, come back, keep trying. We had a lot of great, talented people here. This was really a hard decision. I don't remember ever going to 2 or 3 ballots to try and make a decision here. So to all of you, please don't give up, keep trying, and come back. We need you. Thank you.
Councilmember Detoy.
I'll steal Councilmember Jackson's line. Commission appointments are probably one of the most difficult things we do because of the quality of the people we have in our community. It's amazing when you look over the resumes. You know, you hear each of the candidates speak, their experience in all different fields, you know, from technology to food, eating great hamburgers, to advocacy, you know, bipartisan advocacy in DC, to, I mean, Nathan is just brilliant when he speaks. I mean, it's amazing. Like, I could have just talked to you for hours earlier. And then your experience in planning is just phenomenal. So, I mean, the quality of the community in Hermosa Beach is second to none, and we're so grateful for everyone submitting their interest, and I echo everyone's comments. Stay involved. There's a lot of nonprofits in the meantime to get involved with, Leadership Hermosa, et cetera. So please stay involved. We need everyone to step up to keep making Hermosa even better. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Madam City Clerk, what is next on our agenda?
Item 17B, approval of the Clark Building use policy and reservation rates.
What's that? That's right. And then what happened, actually what happened.
Mr. Mayor?
Are we good?
Mr. Mayor, would you like us to commence this item? Okay. No, that's quite all right. We have Community Resources Director Lisa Nichols to present this item.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members. We can go ahead and advance to the next slide. The city's capital improvement program includes CIP 689, Clark Building renovations, a project that is underway with an anticipated completion date in April of this year. Next slide. Attachment 1 in your staff report and on this slide before you is a diagram of the newly renovated Clark Building. So you'll see a city use only in the lower left-hand corner, and that would be to store the equipment for the Clark Building, so tables and chairs. We have the meeting room, the men's and women's restroom, and the banquet hall and the kitchen. Next slide. At its June 6, 2019 meeting, the Parks Commission selected Commissioners Ellman and Pizer-Maines to serve on the Clark Building Renovation Subcommittee to work with staff to form a new use policy and reservation fees for the newly renovated facility. The proposed use policy and reservation fees were formed with consideration of past and future uses of the Clark Building and an evaluation of comparable city facilities, use policies, and fees. The city facilities considered are shown on attachment 2 of your staff report. Only facilities owned and fully operated by municipalities were considered. We did also include the rental information for the Hermosa Beach Kiwanis and Rotary Club as attachment 3 to your staff report. While these are in fact city-owned facilities, the current lease agreements with each organization allows the clubs to rent each facility for private events, provided that the rental revenue is used for building needs. So since these buildings, reservations, and use policies and fees aren't managed or determined by the city, including this information is for informational purposes. Next slide. The proposed new Clark Building use policy includes general rules and regulations for the use of the building, including staffing and potential security requirements, amplified sound, food and beverage services, use of amenities, schedule changes, cancellations, payment procedures, and insurance requirements. The proposed new policy would allow reservation holders to request up to 4 parking spaces at an additional cost due to the limited parking within the adjacent parking lots, use of sound amplifying equipment for the purpose of giving instructions, directions, lectures, and transmitting music, or for a disc jockey between the hours of 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. And if approved, the Hermosa Beach Police Department would issue an amplified sound permit. And it allows the reservation holder to request to serve alcoholic beverages in the form of beer, wine, and champagne. And if approval is obtained, the reservation holder does need to do one of the following: either hire an ABC licensed caterer with a Type 58 caterer's permit or Type 91 beer manufacturer's caterer permit, or the reservation holder must be an existing nonprofit with a valid tax ID number approved for a daily license through the filing of Form ABC 221 with the ABC office. And for reservations with alcohol, the city would have the right to assign additional staff from the Community Resources Department or the Police Department, or request the reservation holder to provide security at cost to the renter. Next slide. Table 1 in your staff report and on this slide before you provides a side-by-side comparison of the current reservation rates, which is in the left column, amongst the proposed new rates, which is in the right column. Increases in the current rates for at least the past 15 years have only been due to consumer price index rate increases calculated by the United States Bureau of Labor Statistics annually. So most recently in 2024, the CPI increase was 2.8%. Staff has not recommended any additional increases for at least the past 15 years to increase the rates to current market rates following best practice research of costs for comparable facilities until this point. The mandatory fees to reserve the Clark Building would be the banquet hall reservation rate, the application fee, and the refundable security deposit. The remainder of the proposed fees will be applicable depending on the request of the reservation holder and the nature of the use of the building. So the reservation holder may request use of the kitchen and meeting room, and those fees would be applicable if the reservation holder used those spaces. The projector and screen rate would be applicable if the reservation holder requested that equipment. The setup and teardown rate would be applicable if the reservation holder requested tables, chairs, or the portable stage. And the staff fees would be applied based on the nature of the event and if the reservation holder requested the projector and screen and or the audio system, as only city staff could operate those, the audio-visual equipment. And of the proposed fees, Several are new, a lot to do with what I just mentioned with the additional amenities. And first is the meeting room reservation rate, as this is a new space and amenity to the building. Second being the kitchen reservation rate. This is something that staff in the subcommittee found was common to charge for additional amenities such as a kitchen in our best practice research, as not all uses of the building is going to result in the need for the use of the kitchen. And third, the projector and screen rental, as this is a new amenity. And fourth, being the setup and tear down rate, as it does account for the staff time to prepare and tear down for each reservation. And it is important for the city to recover all direct costs associated with each reservation. Next slide. Table 2 in your staff report and summarized on this slide before you shows a comparison of how the proposed reservation rates of the Clark Building would compare to the reservation rates of the most comparable facilities that we studied in our best practice research. These facilities provide similar amenities, are close in size, and use a fee structure that's most common for what we use for our indoor facility reservations, which is different rates for nonprofit organizations, residents, and non-resident or commercial reservations. This shows how closely our proposed rates are in comparison to a similar facility in the city of Torrance, Newport Beach, and Manhattan Beach for a 4-hour rental requesting use of the kitchen space. Each of these cities have reviewed and or updated its own facility fees within the past several years with consideration of current market rates. Next slide. The Hermosa Beach Garden Club and Women's Club have historically been amongst the top users of the Clark Building for their monthly club meetings, board meetings, and community events. Both nonprofit organizations have also been provided with storage space in the Clark Building for club-related materials. Both the use of the facility and the storage space have not been of cost to either organization in previous years. To permit each organization's ongoing use of the facility and allow for a discussion on the fees to be charged to each organization for its use of the space, staff would negotiate an agreement with each organization. And as for storage, staff would provide a lockable storage cart for each organization that is stored in the back of the kitchen. Next slide. This does conclude my verbal report, and we are available for any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Anyone on my left have any questions? Mayor Pro Tem.
Real quickly, it was just on the very last page, last item, you said that the Women's Club would be provided a lockable storage cart?
Yes, and the Garden Club.
And the Garden Club. Well, how big is, what's the storage cart? How big is it, basically? And would that be sufficient for their needs, for both of those groups?
It's not entirely comparable to the storage space that was provided for both groups prior to the renovation. The Women's Club was provided the entirety of the meeting room in the Clark Building previously, and spaces throughout the kitchen for both organizations. Both the Women's Club and the Garden Club had cabinets in the kitchen. So it's not to that level. I don't have the dimensions right in front of me for the storage cart, but we did work with both the Women's Club and the Gardens Club over the years as we've been working on the Clark Building renovations in this project and forming these use policies and reservation rates to make sure that the storage cart dimensions were shared with each organization and would suit their needs for what's immediately needed in the space that's not as easy to transport for each club meeting and board meeting.
So the only reason why I asked that, because it seems like, and I've talked to a couple women from the Women's Club that have said that they're not sure what they're going to do because their storage area was much larger before, and then now it's going to be much smaller, and now I see it's actually a cart. So maybe I'm being a little hung up on the word cart, but is it like like 3 by 5 or something, or is it much larger than that? Something. Okay. I'm just trying to get a handle on what a storage cart is.
I just got the dimensions, so it's 48 by 18 by 69 are the dimensions of the storage cart.
16 by 69, okay, all right. Obviously, it's a cart, so it has wheels on it.
It has wheels on it.
And where would this be? Like, for instance, if someone rented the place for a wedding, the 2 carts wouldn't be off in the corner of the banquet room?
No, they're in the back of the kitchen in its
On
own
the back of the
dedicated
kitchen?
space.
Okay. There is a room off to the back side on the south side of the building. There's the kitchen, bathrooms, and then there isn't another room in the back there? What is
There's-
that room for?
So that there is the meeting, what will now be the meeting room,
Okay.
which is an additional amenity for the building, so that it's going to better serve all facility users to have that breakout space from the banquet hall. And then there's another storage room, which is where all the tables and chairs would be stored.
Okay, and there's no room for their business in that storage room?
There is not. We have two different types of chairs and all the tables that need to be stored in that space. So it's going to be,
I'm a member of Kiwanis, and we have the kind of the same situation. We have tables and chairs and where we put everything for everybody, whether, if they want to use them or not. It's difficult, so, all right, I appreciate that, thank you.
Councilmember Detoy.
Thank you. I know that we're working with the two historic groups, but if someone else wanted to do monthly meetings there, do they have to do an application each month, or just to keep the fees down for the application fee, can they list all the dates and times for the year on one application?
yeah, the intent would be to negotiate in the agreement to where we would be getting all their dates for their board and club meetings and their events.
I'm saying excluding the two historic groups. If,
Oh, okay.
if Rob Seaman wants to host karaoke there every Wednesday, could he apply, you know, one time a year, but with all his dates and
Yes,
times?
yes.
And that would keep the application cost to a singular
Right,
instance?
yeah. So it's much like how we rent the community center rooms in the theater. If a reservation holder submitting if an applicant submitting a application, they can put their dates for the entirety of the upcoming 365 calendar days.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, it brings up a following question. Thank you so much for that, reminding me of this. If a new group wanted to do a monthly meeting, besides the application fee, you would pay a one-time application fee, not 12 of them in a year. Would the hourly rate be different for a monthly or recurring meeting over and over again?
It would not.
It would not, okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you for the staff report. I know that we have other organizations that store their property on city property. I think Hermosa Beach Little League does that. I think there was an agreement negotiated where they actually pay the city to store the properties. Can you explain that for me, please?
The Hermosa Beach Little League has 3 storage units that they purchased and maintain outside of the Clark Field. And they are adopted within their agreement. They're not paying the city a storage fee for those since they purchased and maintained the actual storage units. And we have AYSO that we're negotiating an agreement with that has storage in the Valley Park closet right next to the restrooms that we would be discussing in the negotiation process a fee for.
Thank you.
Councilmember Keegan.
So we've built the conference room. You know, I don't see like a rental of the conference room, so I mean, who's going to use the conference room?
It could be used for many different things. If there was a wedding, it could be the private space for the bride or the groom, and it could be a breakout space if there was a executive retreat and there needed to be a breakout space from the banquet hall. So those are just a couple examples of what it could be used for.
And Councilmember Keegan, if I might add, there is a shortage of meeting space for city staff purposes as well, so it would be available should we have a need to have a larger group meet instead of always having it
Well,
at the
based on
chamber.
these rates, there'll be plenty of daytime use for the larger room.
Perhaps.
I just think that it may be revisited. I mean, I just think that the little room won't be used very much, and I think it would get used a lot more by a monthly user than it would be by a couple weddings a year. And city staff, I think, will use the building a lot when it's not rented. So, but I mean, they'll just have to check the schedule. So, just a thought. I don't know, that for their storage needs, it's pretty hard to convert someone from a monthly meeting for many, many, many years and tell them they got to put it on a cart. So, good luck with that. So, that's all.
Okay. I have a question on the operating hours. As I understand, the latest an event can be held is 9 PM? Is that?
The building hours are 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. The amplified sound hours are 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., but the building itself is 8 a.m. to 10.
So what did you say, the sound hour?
Yeah, the proposed policy does share amplified sound would be permissible between the hours of 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. with consideration of the neighbors that are right up against the south of the building.
Well, I mean, it would make sense if, could we change those hours if we wanted to encourage more usage, or are we stuck, is there some reason we're stuck in those hours? 9 and 10.
That is a recommendation staff came up with based on feedback when the Clark Building renovations were initially socialized in the community. There was a community engagement process. And so many residents came out and expressed concern that if there were late night events, that it would be audible from their homes. So that was in consideration of the fact that it's pretty close to a neighborhood on the south side. If council wishes to change that, you can make that recommended change. But that's the origin of our recommendation, is really in consideration of the neighborhood.
So we could change the hours later than 10, and we could change the audible sound hours later than 9.
You could. You could. The 10 p.m. is consistent with just facilities throughout the city.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all the questions I have. Anyone else have any? Okay. Madam City Clerk, do we have any cards turned in for speakers tonight?
Hi, Mayor. Yes, we do. The first is Alexis Slater.
Slater?
Oh, Slafer. I apologize.
Hello, I'm Alexis Slafer, and I live at 6111 South Kings Road in Los Angeles, 90045. 46. No, that's wrong. 56. I don't know where I live. So I am a chairman in the Hermosa Garden Club. Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the Hermosa Beach City Council, I'm speaking in favor of holding discussions to develop a separate fee schedule for the Hermosa Garden Club's use of the Clark Building as described in attachment 5 of this agenda. The Hermosa Garden Club was organized in 1957 and has been an active organization within the city of Hermosa Beach ever since. Over the years, the club has supported many city activities and events, including planting of trees throughout the city. The Hermosa Garden Club is a small nonprofit whose purpose is to educate and be an active resource in the area of gardening, beautification, and environmental consciousness. Our monthly meetings are open to the public with a program that focuses on education with topics that create interest in conservation of all natural resources and the beautification of our community. The funds raised by the club are donated to local environmental and civic groups, scholarships, botanical gardens, and the maintenance of the gardens we support. Among our efforts in the past, the Garden Club sponsored the city of Hermosa Beach as a wild bird sanctuary and Greenwood Park as a city roadside rest area, not anymore, and established the Theodore Payne Native Flora Memorial Garden in Valley Park. Recently, the Marion Wilson Blue Butterfly Garden on the Greenbelt was created, and most recently, the Garden Club is sponsoring a National Garden Club's Blue Star Memorial Highway marker to be installed in Greenwood Park. Thank you, guys. Being able to use the Clark Building within our means has enabled the club to be an active and supportive member of the city of Hermosa Beach. Hermosa Garden Club looks forward to
participating in the discussions that will allow the club's future use of the Clark Building to remain under fee and storage requirements that are similar to its past use. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Trent Larson.
All right. Well, before I get started, I'd like to recognize Black History Month, and congratulations, Councilmember Jackson. And to honor Black History Month, I would like to quote from a great American. His name is Jimmy McMillan, and he ran for governor in New York. And his platform was, "The rent is too damn high." And as much as I was looking at that eye chart for the rent prices, they're too tall. Look, the Clark Building is a beautiful jewel for our city in the South Bay. Okay? It should be a reward to the residents for living here and paying taxes out the wazoo. And now we want to collect and get back everything to make this thing like economically viable when, look, it's taxpayer funded. You would have never raised the money without that thing being a tax owned property, taxpayer funded, taxpayer built, taxpayer supported. The rent is too damn high. Cut that rent. We want more birthday parties. We want people from the community to go there during the day, during the weekends. We want it packed. Packed. Not every now and then by somebody who's got $3, $4, $5 grand to blow on some event. No, hundreds of dollars. Charge people deposits. Make sure they clean it up. Make sure they know. But we want the children of Hermosa Beach to go to a place where they can have fun, party here in our town, and not break the bank of the parents. So, as Jimmy McMillan, famous African-American from New York, the rent is too damn high.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the council chambers wishing to speak this evening on this subject? Come on up. Good evening.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, and council members. I'm with the Hermosa Garden Club. I did not see my friend here earlier, just when she came up to speak. Anyhow, I've been a member of the Garden Club for since about 2015, and the Clark Building was like a godsend to us. It was a place where we could meet, have our board meetings, our regular meetings that were open to the public and members, of course. And it was free, and being a 501(c), a small one, we couldn't afford much. The last meetings I went to were pre-COVID with some people in the community center talking about what would be the possibilities, and they did talk about the storage, the 6-foot cart by 3 feet. It was, right now my garage is the storage. And I would like my garage back, but I'm not sure that the fees that they will have for us, we would be able to afford. We've done a lot of work, as Alexis has told you, of education and the local gardens and working with that. But anyhow, I'd love to be back at the Clark Building, but hopefully there will be communication and low, if not free, fees for our garden club that's been around since 1957. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here this evening in the chambers wishing to speak on this item? Okay.
I want to second Rob's karaoke night.
If you'd like to come up and speak, feel free to step up to the microphone. Otherwise, okay. Madam City Clerk, do we have anyone online?
We do. Laura Pena, your 3 minutes will begin once you're unmuted.
Hi, Laura Pena here. I submitted a written public comment, but I just wanted to add, I went to the Park and Rec meeting where they discussed this Clark use policy. And one of the questions by one of the commissioners, who I thought was a very good question, was what was the date of some of these best practices policy rates? I think that's an important thing that council knows. If these rates from competing cities are just recent, that's one thing, but if these policies and rates are older, that's another. The whole reason, I mean, I'm so glad that we're having this conversation about the Clark Building, because I know it's been out of use for a very long time. But here's an opportunity where our city could generate some additional revenue. But I really strongly believe that you don't really know the market for this. You have people that have been using it in the past, that for our nonprofits, which was great, and they didn't pay much, if any. But I think a 12-month pilot program to assess the market demand, pricing sensitivity, because you could be, this building's going to be beautiful, but you could be pricing it out of the range of some of our nonprofits and some of the people that would use it. So it would be a good idea to recognize and understand a little bit more. The other thing is that this is an opportunity to work with our business community by creating a win-win scenario, by providing our local businesses some kind of discount if the event organizers use local businesses, or photography, restaurants, caterers, whatever. It could be a win-win scenario for our business community. It's just something to think about. In regards to the application fees, having a $100 non-refundable application fee is pretty high compared to the best practices of other cities. Maybe using that fee and having it for the end scheduled event so that the applicant can use it towards that would be great. And I just think getting community feedback for those who use this, find out, do some kind of survey to understand what their thoughts are, what could be done better, would help us improve the policy over time. So I appreciate you taking my feedback and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Burry, your 3 minutes will begin once you're unmuted.
Good evening. I'm not calling in this evening to discuss the fees. I did speak at the Parks and Recs meeting about the fee structure. And you might be surprised to know I'm not going to relitigate the last 7 years either. The only reason I wanted to speak this evening was to ask all of you to think about what success would look like if we were reviewing the usage of this building in 2 or 3 years' time. My hope is that it's wildly oversubscribed and very widely enjoyed by clubs and societies and non-profits and, yes, city staff, but also by individual residents and their families. And I think one of the measures of success will be the breadth of usage. So birthday parties and weddings and graduation parties, because as other people have pointed out, this is a very rare community asset, and it should be enjoyed by the broadest range of people and events. And so the only thing I would add, and thank you, Mayor Francois, for bringing this point up, is that I'd like you to rethink the 9 p.m. amplified music curfew, because I think that by itself will limit the potential usage by the kind of events that I've spoken about, because it's pretty early cutoff, let's say, for a wedding reception. And I think that small concession might help this facility, which has been out of use for so many years, to be more widely used by a broader constituency of people. Thank you.
Do we have any else?
Mayor, we do not have any other virtual hands raised at this time.
Okay, bringing it back to the council chambers. Is there anyone in the city council chambers wishing to speak? Step right up. Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening, Barbara Ellman, Parks and Rec Commissioner and a member of the subcommittee. And some great ideas were brought up. I do think that Ms. Pena's comments about using local businesses is something that I think we already try to do as best we can, but I think that's an excellent idea. I want to remind everyone that we could try a 1-year plan and see, because we know that, as it's been stated, that this is a very unusual piece of property, and we have spent a lot of time trying to work out the kinks of building this out to be the best that it can be. And we just don't know. We don't know how successful it will be, but we do know from past experience that things like application fees are important because people have a tendency to hold reservations and then cancel them. And at that point, we lose the possible revenue. So I do think that there's a good reason for an application fee. There is a lot of time that we can spend with both the Garden Club and the Women's Club regarding their legacy in our town and what we can work out with them. But I would like to remind this council and past councils that this is what happens when we don't review programs, is that we have 15 or 20 years of people using city property and not paying and getting accustomed to it. And I get it. You know, all of a sudden you're going from nothing to something, and that's tough. But we have to remember that we do have the bottom dollar here, that it's our responsibility to take care of the city and the city's assets. So we really do need to be responsible for the property, and I don't believe allowing anybody to use our very small amount of property for storage is the right way to go. And when we were at the Manhattan Beach Neptunian Women's Club touring that, and we saw the storage carts, we thought that those were great. They were, you know, this high, and they could lock up. A lot of their complaints or worries were about coffee and the amount of things that they need to carry in to all their meetings. But I don't think that we should be responsible for their decorations and their paperwork. This is city property, and we wouldn't do it with anybody else. My understanding is that we do have a long-term agreement with Little League, and that was part of it. That I don't think we can compare the small amount of space in the Clark Building with Clark Field. And again, that is part of their long-term agreement. And there is, again, time to work this out with these two very important groups. But I just don't want us to lose sight of the fact that there is nothing wrong with the city making some money off of a very important piece of property. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the chambers this evening wishing to speak? Okay, bringing it back to the council. Anyone have any beginning observations? Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question for you, Director Nichols. What does it cost? What are the clubs doing now? They've been using city facilities since our renovation at Clark. What's happening now with the organizations?
The Women's Club has been using the community center, room 7, for their meetings. They have secured off-site storage, and I believe it's a location in Redondo, if I'm not mistaken. And the Garden Club, I understand, has been meeting at the Rotary? Kiwanis, sorry. The Kiwanis Club, and we have not provided storage to the Garden Club either.
Thank you.
Yeah, they've been using the garages.
Thank you. Anyone else have any? Councilmember Detoy.
Thank you. When was the last time the rates were adjusted?
I know they haven't been for at least the past 15 years. I don't know exactly when and if they were, since they were adopted initially. I couldn't find records dating that far back, past 15 years.
Perfect. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
First, a question, and I think we mentioned this earlier. The back room is where we would be storing our chairs and tables when they're not used?
Yeah, it's the most southwest room of the Clark Building.
Yeah, that second little room.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Well, not so little, but second room. Okay. I think there's been a number of suggestions tonight that are good ones. I think to coalesce them all in together into what my thoughts are is I think this should be a one-year program, or at least however we write it. I think in 1 year we should come back and look at it. I think clearly we're in untested territory here where it's been 15 years and we're trying to set a decent price, not be too cheap, let this beautiful facility go for not enough money, and not overcharge for it either. And so while we're trying to set this at the correct rates, and there are multiple different rates for the deposit and the hours and the kitchen and the storage room and so on, I think we should definitely come back in a year and look at it. I think that's primary. Also, Ms. Pena suggested maybe a discounted rate if you use local businesses. I think this is a great idea to kind of get a double effect out of this. People who are going to maybe get married here, if they decide to use one of our local restaurants to cater it, I don't know what that discount would be, as little as 5% off the rate or something, the hourly rate or whatever. But I think that's a great idea. It's to help promote the businesses, the local businesses. So that's worth exploring, I think. And if we add that tonight, great. If we don't, I think it's something that we should start working on and perhaps incorporate that into this program. And then finally, I agree with the mayor's suggestion about the music and the hours. Although in the neighborhoods right now, in my neighborhood, for instance, in Hermosa Beach, you have a noisy neighbor, big party, 10 o'clock is the cutoff for music and noise. After 10 o'clock, as I understand, maybe the chief, he's not here, but I'm pretty sure it's 10 o'clock. So after 10 o'clock, you can call the authorities and they can come out and talk to the folks about turning down the music. They don't have to stop the party, they just have to turn down the music. So I think if we made the music, or amplified sound, if you want to call it that, amplified sound and the hours both stop at 10 o'clock, I think that's fair to the neighborhood. It's not any different than any other neighbor you have with a loud party. And I think maybe if we adhere to those same hours, that would be a good thing to do. And if I'm wrong about the hours and it's 11 instead of 10, then I would be okay with that. I think it just should be consistent with every other neighbor and every other neighborhood. So perhaps we could check with the chief and find out what that time is. So those are the three things that I would like to add to this. I'd be interested in hearing what my constituents have to say about that.
I have a question for you, Mr.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem. Do you think it makes sense to, instead of waiting a whole year, after 6 months, come back and look at this? Because if we find out that it's not being heavily used and utilized because our rates are too high, we could make some quicker and swifter action to reduce the rates, especially since the summer would be over. Those would probably be, the most productive time periods we could take a look at and see if we're doing well. Does that make sense to just?
It does make sense. Actually,
Yeah.
Summer is a great idea.
Yeah. I mean, because we don't need a big staff report and analysis and all that, but just a quick review of the rates to see if we're doing okay.
Right,
with
just
them.
find out about
Yeah.
how we're doing, how the
Yeah.
rentals are going. 6 months would be fine. I agree with that completely.
Right. And the suggestion about incentivizing local businesses, we just have to be mindful of the bureaucracy that could create. We'd have to take a look at every application. They go and get some takeout food from Sharky's or something. Does that mean that suddenly they're going to get a discount on their rates because they did a little bit of this when, if they got other caterers they're using that are outside the city, and it gets very, I'm just being mindful of the bureaucracy it could create in creating some type of incentive like that. So I don't know, that's the only.
I think that with this type of facility and the people who would be using this for different things, there's very few things that they would be going to our local businesses for. Mostly catering, I would think, food and alcohol. If you're going to serve alcohol, you have to go through a process for the alcohol licensing and so on anyway. But if you decided to use some place like Sharky's, for instance, they're going to supply the food and they're going to supply the bar and so on, that's more than enough reason to give them a discount because they're using a local business. Photography, I suppose some discount can be applied for that. But I honestly think that catering and bar service would be probably the main reason for getting a discount on your rental.
It's just a lot to think about how you're going to bureaucracy.
Well, I think it could be really very simple. So you make your application, you pay your $100 fee, and you say, oh, by the way, we're planning on using so-and-so for our wedding reception. And you go, oh, okay, well, if you do that, please bring your contract with them to us, and we'll give you whatever off of your rental rate. And it's as simple as that. Done deal.
Yeah. Okay.
Without making it too complicated.
Councilmember Keegan, you have
I think that 6 months is going to be really quick, just gentlemen, because, I mean, it's going to open, no one's even going to know it's open and available. It'll take months to get dates on the calendar. The first year is going to be rough just because it's a new facility. I mean, it's basically brand new, and it hasn't been in business for 7 years. So unless we want to put a marketing budget in there to tell people about it, it's probably not going to see a rapid ramp up in reservations. I think, you know, and I'm not saying that we need maybe 9 months. I'm just saying you got to give a grace period to get the place open because, you know, they're not going to run it the first month. No one even knows when's it opening. When, you know, they can't plan a party. So people are planning their parties a little further out. But I do think the rates are too high for residents and the rates are too high for the charities. I think we should cut the rates for charities by half and resident rate by 40% across the board. And, you know, if it's over rented, we can adjust it the next year. I think the hours should be Sunday through Thursday at 9 p.m. and weekends 10 o'clock for the music. I mean, I'm talking. And those are just things I think that would be a positive immediate impact, and we wouldn't have to maybe meet so quickly and see how it goes. We could still meet in 6 or 9 months, but I just think it's too expensive for residents and too expensive for charities. Thank you.
Councilman Keegan, I'm sorry, you suggested for nonprofits
50% reduction on rates across the board, and
for
residents,
residents,
40%.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Detoy.
Thank you. I would be supportive of Councilmember Keegan's nonprofit 50% cut if that category is a Hermosa Beach nonprofit. Do a 50% cut. I know it's going to be another column of fees, but have a Hermosa Beach nonprofit rate, a nonprofit rate, because there's big national nonprofits that may want to host, I don't know, something here. I do agree about the resident fees, trimming that a little bit. And then one thing that I mentioned to Madam City Manager we met is if there's a daytime rate, you know, Monday through Thursday, in by 5, and that way you're able to capture those lunch meetings or something. So, you know, some sort of either percentage-based reduction in fees for those low impact meeting space times, et cetera.
That sounds good. It's a daytime rate, an additional 10% off those rates.
Say that again?
An additional 10% off the previous rates of 50% and 40% if it's daytime use out by 5.
And that would be how much off?
60%, you know, total for nonprofits for daytime use, and 50% for resident use out by 5, and the rest of the time it's 50% of these rates, but they won't be saying 50%. They'll be lower just in print. And I think we should meet, you know, get a report in 9 months, and that would give enough time for 6 months of good data. And we can move this on and move forward.
I don't see any problem with more columns, honestly. I mean, well, we say, you know, we have more columns of the nonprofit and daytime and nighttime and so on. I don't see any problem with that.
Yeah.
Is there any reason?
It's nice to have a varied way to go, and you know, you can fit your program, whatever it is, into one of those columns, is certainly, and then you know, do what you need to do. So I like that idea.
Is there any reason to favor?
Oh, Jackson, I'm sorry.
Is
You're
there
deliberating.
any reason to favor nonprofits in Hermosa as opposed to nonprofits or not? I mean, nonprofits in general, you know, are in the business for the good of the community and not making money, and so I'm just wondering what.
Well, in that point, maybe we should make it the beach cities, 3 cities, just because there is a lot of overlapping. We do the toy drive with Manhattan. We want to maintain better relations with those areas. This is a good way to meet with them over things like the fire and other areas and joint projects we might want to do. I think we want to be able to say, this is what we do for you.
Yeah, that's a good thought. And in answer to your question,
Yeah.
there is a reason to benefit the nonprofits, because they do give back.
I believe in benefiting them, but I didn't know why we need to.
He doesn't want to limit them.
Yeah, like, you know, nonprofits go beyond borders, and so.
Oh, well, that's why we have
Yeah.
another column. We have nonprofit, local nonprofits, and then over here, non-resident, oh, excuse me, that's
Local.
non-resident commercial, yeah.
Okay, so we can come up with a local. Okay,
I don't know, nonprofits in general.
yeah. Councilmember Jackson.
Is your proposal with regard to nonprofits, day fee and night fee the same, or day fee? So if I'm a nonprofit, can I have the Friday night at this discounted rate as well? Or are we just talking about a day rate for nonprofits?
No, it's done. I wanted to make a 50% reduction across the board, but there'll be an additional 10% discount for daytime use on top of the 50.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yep. Thank you for that. I'm curious as to how this reduction in fees, and maybe this is for the next discussion, how that proposed discount in fees impacts our bottom line. I mean, we don't necessarily have to make money per se, but, we can't be in the business of free all the time. And we don't have the luxury of big giveaways. And so I'm curious as to how those proposed reductions would impact our costs. And then second, I think we can't do anything less than a 12-month trial. You've got graduation parties, you've got weddings, Is it a Valentine's wedding? Is it a spring wedding? Is it
I agree.
Is it a fall fling? There are too many variables of too many different times, and I think to get a true snapshot, and to your point, it's not going to be rented for a month or two to begin with. So to the extent we can capture the remainder of that year, I think will give us a clearer snapshot as to where we are, and then we can adjust accordingly, either up or down.
Agree. Okay. Make a motion.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, the one thing I will say is, this is just for reservation rates. The building monitor, tech, those are hourly costs. So I would not be in favor of adjusting those, purely for use of the building.
I was specific, yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
We're talking about just the rental rates.
And of course, every time we reduce fees, it's affecting how much we make. That's,
We're going to make less.
we're going to make less or affect our costs.
We might make less, but we might make more because we'll have more sales.
But we
So,
might.
That's
Yeah,
quite
and
true.
we'll take a look at that after 1 year.
Right, so, Mayor, can I make a motion?
Yeah, just take into good consideration about keeping open late. I like the late idea.
I've got
I
it
think
all.
11's fine.
I've got it all. This isn't on the time it open, isn't this the time that the amplified music?
Yeah, the building hours are 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. daily, and the proposed policy was saying amplified sound was permissible between 9 a.m. to 9 p.m.
Okay.
Well, we can make those changes tonight.
Yeah, okay, 11 p.m. on the weekends.
I just want to make one comment. The Clark building sits in that valley, and if you burp, it's heard at night. So, and you were talking about amplifying past 9. I think that's a consideration that we need to take into serious account, because that obviously is going to be very disruptive to that neighborhood.
All right, I'll make a motion to change the amplified hours Sunday through Thursday to 9 p.m. and then 10 p.m. on the weekends. That would be Friday and Saturday nights. And the building on the weekends can be open until 11 on Friday and Saturday, and 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday. I'd like to change the nonprofit fee by 50% of the current rate, and the resident rate by 40%. Additionally, the daytime rates for both those categories will be an additional 10% lower. And we'd like a review in 12 months. And also, I'd like to have this brought back for a final review at the next meeting. I'd like this to come back in another form for a final look at. That's my motion.
Mr. Keegan, would it be possible to add to your, I agree with your proposal, number one, and be willing to second it, but can we add to that some sort of a discount for using the local businesses?
You know, my concern, and I didn't voice it, was just, I mean, you're making the staff do a hell of a lot of work, and it's limiting the free market. I mean, I think most of these people would use these caterers if it's just for convenience, better quality, less heat loss. I mean, there's a prep kitchen there, so they'll be hiring mostly caterers. You can't limit someone to caterers in this town. I mean, there aren't really many catering kitchens in this city.
But we're not limiting it to, we're just encouraging them to use a local business. And they don't have to, and they pay their regular rate, but if they get an additional discount, even 5%, let's say, for using a local business, local business for food, let's say, food and alcohol, food and bar service.
You know what?
Give an additional discount. I think it'd be reasonable.
I'll put
We
for-
want to be business friendly here, so. If you'd consider that, I'd more than happy to second the motion.
I don't know that I want to.
Well, I'll second your motion. We should be debating things after we second a motion anyway, but I'm going to second your motion. You can continue this discussion if you want some more.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, Rob, I'd like to do that, but this is going to be a big lift for the department itself already. And I mean, you know, they haven't had this building open in years, and now they're going to be running it. And just more paperwork and checking on contracts, and people forget them, and then I got to send them to them, extra emails. I mean, I don't know that we're going to be chasing that much more business to these places. I mean,
Well, I've had some.
it's just that we cut the
experience.
rates by 50%, 60% during the day. Now we're going to go to 65. I'm just, if you think that's wise.
Only for using a local business for catering and alcohol.
Okay, then let me make an amendment that on weekends, if a local caterer is used on the weekends and they can justify that with their application, then they would get an additional 5% off their rental rates.
Councilman, that's for anyone, correct, or just the nonprofit?
That's for anyone.
Thank
On the
you.
weekends only.
Correct. Thank you, and I'll support the motion.
That weekend would mean Friday and Saturday night, just to clarify. So that's my motion. Can I get a second on that?
So,
I'll second it.
What did you now add to the motion? Because I'm a little
Basically, just
concerned about-
details about a discount for 5% off if you use a local business for your catering.
And how are you envisioning that happening?
You bring a copy of the contract.
A weekend user is going to be a heavier user. It's going to be a bigger party. It's not going to be, the garden club's not going to be doing it. So they'll be meeting and they'll be talking about caterers and they'll be discussing the kitchen, what kind of equipment's there. It's not going to be that hard to throw that in. And then what they would do is email a copy of a invoice or receipt from that restaurant or catering company that's based here, and she'd read the address and throw in 5% at the bottom.
Thank you. I second it.
Okay.
I already had Mayor Francois as a second.
Okay.
But that was without this particular.
That's right. I
so-
second it without that. So
So
I
do you agree?
I can either agree to that or you can second it. I'll just agree to it.
Let's move this forward. Councilman Jackson?
Although I don't really
If I
agree.
could just ask for clarification, because I think we clarified that it was beach cities, the 3 beach cities.
That's correct.
Nonprofits.
Thank you, Councilman.
Okay, and just an add-on, your point in terms of something else for the city staff to do resonated. I would offer a potential solution with regard to having the chamber provide a list of businesses that are able to provide support to any event, and that can be included with the application process packet that they receive. So it's not the city having to do it. Here's a list of folks. If you agree with one, then we can consider the discount if the discount is what you're really after.
I'd ask Lisa to ask the chamber to help with that. I think that doesn't need to be codified in a motion, though.
Right.
Okay. And thank you, Lisa, for that.
Do you agree with that, Mr. Second?
It's not, we're good.
It's not part of the motion.
It's not part of the motion. It's just,
Okay.
it's staff direction.
Any more further discussion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm glad we're having this conversation. I know the stakeholder group, the subcommittee, worked hard on making sure that the voices were heard when this whole construction period went down. And they did come up with that 9 p.m. As someone who lives bordering the Kiwanis Club, listening to Rob's karaoke, they do a great job at 10 o'clock at shutting down amplified music there. And so the question I have is, the building's going to be open till 11, but the party stops at 10. There's, of course, going to be people trailing out, cleaning up, things like that. But with that, I mean, we need to be on top of it with any complaints from the neighbors, because what Councilmember Jackson said is true about that area. We know it because of pickleball and the baseballs and everything else down there. And if there's an issue consistently, we need to revisit it sooner than a year, in my opinion. We need to be very cognizant of the neighbors. The building is right next to a house. So there's not even a driveway, easement or anything that helps change that. So, but overall, I will definitely support the motion, and excited to get the building open. And thanks to Joe and his team for all the hard work, and Lisa for, running this place out.
Okay. Councilmember Jackson.
So I know Councilmember Keegan asked it to come back in 12 months, but we will also have the opportunity, if we get a significant number of complaints before that, we can bring this back sooner for potential adjustment, correct?
I have a feeling Ms. Nichols will be on that
Okay.
without haste.
I'd like to add just one more element to this. As far as sound is concerned and disturbing the neighbors, when that building was remodeled, they opened up all of the ceiling roof area. They opened up all of the walls, and I know they were insulated. So the old Clark building might have been an empty shell with no sort of sound insulation whatsoever. Now I think the new building should be much quieter inside, assuming, and maybe we might consider that the doors are open and closed, the windows are open and closed at different times. I don't know. We do that in restaurants. When a restaurant wants sell beer and wine after 10 o'clock or whatever, we occasionally, when they're adjacent to homes, we say, okay, you can continue doing that until 10 or 11, but you have to close the doors and windows at 10 o'clock. So we might consider that too. But for right now, let's leave it the way it is. We'll see what happens. If there's complaints, we can talk about all those things.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Detoy.
Question for staff. I know in the staff report it did mention negotiations with the Women's Club and Garden Club. Does that need to be part of this motion as well?
It was not part of the recommendation. It was just shared for informational purposes, so it wouldn't need to be part of the motion unless council wanted to provide alternate direction.
So
Staff would immediately begin negotiations now that have approved reservation rates and policies.
independent of, we don't need to make that a part of the motion?
Correct,
Okay,
yes.
so, okay.
Anything else? Okay, let's go for a vote. Okay, the results are on the screen. Madam City Clerk, could you announce the results?
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. Okay, next is on our agenda.
Can you recess for 5 minutes?
There's been a request for recess for 6 minutes.
He said 5.
City Clerk, could we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Keegan?
Here.
Councilmember Jackson?
Here.
Councilmember Detoy?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Seaman?
Here.
Mayor Francois?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Okay, here we are, back to our meeting. Welcome.
Mr. Mayor, Council, good evening. For this item, we are going to review two particular items, the downtown parking lot regulations, along with the employee permit program. I must note, this is the third meeting of parking, so one more meeting, I think I get a permanent residency like I'm in Vegas, so let's keep the ball rolling. So just a brief update on the background of the employee parking permit program. The permit began in the city in 1982, so it's been around for quite a long time. There was a commission study presented to council in 2019. And one of the big takeaway recommendations for that study was to look at the employee permit program, which was in existence at the time, as I mentioned, and encouraging employees to move on-street to off-street to free up those meter spaces for businesses and local residents. So that was one of the recommendations. Also revisiting and looking at our fee structure. So after some back and forth conversation, council ultimately decided in February of 2023 to develop the program as it exists today. So there's three components of the employee permit program. The first is the annual permit program, which is $175 per year, and that's on-street parking. So any yellow capped meter and the 1 hour residential rates, any employee can park there all year round. The two other locations are in Lot C. So as a brief background, before COVID, employees were able to park at lots A, B, and C. But during this discussion, a robust discussion at council in 2023, council directed the permit program to essentially move more of the employees to Lot C, all three levels of Lot C. I surmise that the argument is to free up parking in Lot A, which is a smaller lot, and Lot B and the on-street to encourage all employees mainly to park in Lot C. And later in the presentation, we'll go over some stats about usage rates, but that's the format now. So there's two flavors of permits for the employees in Lot C. There's a 24-hour day, $75 per month. And there's also a daytime permit, 5 a.m. to 7 p.m. for a slightly lower rate of $38 per month. So usage rates. So the table on the top essentially shows you the last 5 years, the total of employee permit sales by permit year. So relatively modestly subscribed, no notable tick ups. So hovering around the mid 100s to 200s each year. So it pales in comparison to the Lot C lots, the Lot C permits. So there's about nearly 1,800 Lot C permits for the daytime hours. So a lot of businesses that are open during those hours. And then a few, a little bit less 24-hour Lot C permits for those employees. So real quick, I'm just going to run through transaction history. A lot of details. Essentially what this is the last 4 years by month of transactions. So it's a proxy for activity in each of these lots. So we're going to go through each of the lots. So Lot A first, 139 spaces. So just a few things to note. Our peak season's in July, a slight downtick over time after the limitation was put where employees were only parking or directed to park in Lot C. Lot B, a much smaller lot with only 35 spaces, a noticeable uptick in 2024. It's a very small lot, so a lot of turnover from local businesses and local residents looking to shop in the area. But most notably, I want to point you to Lot C. So Lot C is the biggest, the structure of 299 spaces. So if you look at the peaks of each of the 4 years, a slight downtick over time. So why I think this is important to put in context is, yes, we have directed through the permit program for employees to Lot C. Utilization and capacity is actually freed up over time. Utilization isn't as high as we originally thought once we implemented the restrictions for employees only to park there. Obviously, anecdotally, people could run into issues, but formally, staff has not received any multiple and notable complaints of the inability to find parking. And that kind of matches with the data trend here of over 4 years, is seeing utilization slightly tick down. So I just want to quickly pivot to the second item for this agenda, is the downtown parking lot regulation. So just a brief history. prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, lots A, B, and C were 24-hour lots. So as part of the emergency health order enacted during that time, the parking maximums were implemented to be 3 hours. So 3-hour maximum parking at lot A, B, and C, which is where they currently exist right now. So if you notice, again, that chart below essentially demonstrates those peak times for those 4 lots, or those 3 lots, sorry, over those 4 years. And again, showing lots of utilization slightly ticking down. So all that being said, from a staff perspective, the lots had been operational 24 hours prior to COVID-19. The intent, I think, was for social distancing and to encourage the spacing during the pandemic. There's no current capacity issues. From a secondary order effect, too, I think, from a staff perspective, increasing parking back to the 24 hours does encourage longer lingering, more business-friendly for those local businesses down in the area. So from an operational standpoint, reverting back to the pre-COVID-19 hours at these lots is something that staff could implement if council directs. So with that ends my presentation, and happy to have a robust discussion on this issue.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you for the report. I wanted just a clarification then. So what you're proposing is that we return parking lots A, B, and C to pre-COVID hours, 24-hour lots, which means that there'd be a 24-hour maximum. In other words, you could pull into any one of those 3 lots, put in enough money for 24 hours if you wanted to.
Yes,
it used to be 3 hours. I mean, it used to be that way. Then at COVID, it was restricted to 3-hour maximum. So now you're suggesting we go back to 24-hour maximum or 6-hour or what?
So removing
What's the maximum number of hours you can post at one time?
So pre-COVID, it was 24, so there was no 3-hour maximum, which was in place. The pre-COVID regulations, there's a 24-hour lot and maximum of 72 hours. So you can't have your car there for more than 72 hours. So obviously discouraging long-term camping and vehicles left at the lot. So that could be revisited also, but reverting back to the pre-COVID would be that 24-hour lots, 72-hour maximum.
72 hours.
Yeah, you have to move your car for 70.
Yeah. Okay, well, we can talk about that. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Detoy.
With Park Mobile now, could you essentially just keep adding time as your time expires, or is there actual 3-hour cap limit on adding additional time?
So right now would be the cap of 3 hours. So if you've had Park Mobile, Matt, this is restricted. So if you're down, so currently right now, if you're frequenting a business down there, you cannot extend past the 3-hour limit. This would free up the option. If you are, at a restaurant or some of the bikes down there, you're able to increase past the 3 hours. Should council direct us to lift that 3-hour ban maximum? Sorry.
Perfect. Thank you.
But you're lifting it to 72 hours. So you could
Yes,
feasibly pull into A, B, and C, pay for 72 hours, and leave your car there for 72 hours. It's 3 days.
That was that's the restriction.
That's pre-COVID, but he's suggesting that we go back to that.
That's a possibility.
Yeah, okay.
So I think the initial staff intent was to lift the 3-hour maximum, but it's at council discretion to set the maximum.
I got it. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Keegan.
I know have not been here that long, but what are the businesses downtown? I mean, what are their ideas? Did they think the 72 hours is too long? Do they? And also, how will this affect revenue, you think?
So the first question about businesses, we've heard anecdotal concerns of the 3 hours. I think 3 hours seems like a lot, but when you park your car, you frequent the businesses, I think it does discourage, I would say, lingering and shopping around and some frequenting.
Well, no, we're going to remove that. I think it's the length is the word.
I have not received any formal complaints about the 72 hours, unless the CSO team has any kind of other feedback, but I have not personally heard any resistance.
And there'll be available parking. It's not going to, people aren't going to drop their cars there. We'll run out of spaces, then they'll need them. I mean, or is this something we should be monitoring in the beginning, or?
Possibly. I think the CSO team does a good job of monitoring the lot currently for vehicles out of compliance. Again, I think if 72 hours theoretically is a concern, that's something council can revisit, but nothing operationally. More focus has been on the 3-hour limitation.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you for the presentation. Don't we clean that parking lot every morning between 2 and 6 or something like that? Because as of now, it's supposed to clear out, and I know Athens is out there. I mean, that thing's got to be cleaned every night.
I don't know the answer to that, but I can get back to you, though.
I'm fairly certain that's part of the daily, early morning street sweeping.
I believe you're correct. Let me just double check if it's daily or a few times a week.
And
Yeah, you should set it maybe for 24 hours then, yeah.
well, I mean, I know where I am on this. It's certainly not 24 hours.
So Lot C is cleaned twice a week.
Yeah, I was specifically really referring to B and A. And my second question, why didn't we include parking lot D into this discussion? And can we discuss that if it wasn't? Okay. Well, I'd like that to come back at a later date then, but because this talks about employee parking permit and downtown parking lot regulations, right?
Correct, yeah, Councilmember, I probably jumped the gun there. The agenda item is sufficient for the downtown parking lot regulations.
Okay. All right, because I think it's important that we include all of those parking lots that are, in theory, our most desired parking locations for that area. Okay. That's all I had for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Regarding the cleaning of the lots, they can do it whether the cars are there or not. They just don't do it as well, right? I mean,
It
there's no
becomes, right.
requirement that the cars aren't there.
Correct. It becomes problematic. Lot A is cleaned 5 days per week, as you mentioned, Councilmember Jackson. And then Lot D has single-space meters, silver meters with yellow pole meters, and so that addresses the earlier one. And I believe Lot B is cleaned weekly. So it's a different schedule. And something that we can look into is I'm not certain that we've had long-term parking violators except for the 1 to 2 individuals that we have been working with who, as Brandon said, took up camping in one of the lots. So it may not be a pervasive problem, but during peak event season, such as the summer, we have heard from Hermosa Avenue businesses across from the lot that it's impossible for their lunchtime crowd or dinner crowd to find parking in the lot because there are events going on, and then, so you may wish to consider whether adding the extended time to that length is compounding that problem.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have any more questions before? Yep, Councilman Keegan.
Well, it seems like that if we go back to the previous way we did it pre-COVID, it was working, but now it sounds like that it needed some ideas on management and sweeping. I mean, should we just maybe extend it temporarily to a longer time to help down the businesses, but come back with a schedule where, you know, there's limits on maybe the lot closes every night for a couple hours to sweep? I mean, I don't know. I don't go in them that much. I mean, what's the maintenance requirements? Now, they're empty at night. It's probably easy to sweep because there's no one in them. I don't know. Well, I just mean that it seems like we're approving it, but we don't have a plan for cleaning them. Oh, we're just talking about it?
We're
Or?
just asking questions right now. We're not.
Yeah, we're not deliberating. I just mean even our plan, like, our direction is to go back to the old system. Is that good enough? No, but I mean, so you think going back, though, to the pre-COVID is the direction we should go?
From a staff perspective, lifting the 3-hour ban is prudent for economic development, just the feedback we've heard. But you do bring up a good issue about the sequencing of the timing, the cleaning, and those hours. So if council, I think, removing the 3 hours, what council is comfortable with, above and beyond that, and we can, gladly come back with a more detailed, cleaning plan per lot, separate from lifting the 3-hour ban. That's something we can need to do.
And the cleaning, just to emphasize the point on the cleaning, we have had numerous complaints about cleanliness, what activities take place in the lots, if I can put it mildly. And so that aggressive cleaning schedule has been necessary. And so something to consider.
I guess to your point, your Councilman Keegan, you're concerned that there isn't a recommendation of what to do, and so we're kind of at odds here. We can go on and on discussing things all night. Okay, all right. Anyway, are there any more questions of staff? Okay, let's, thank you very much, and let's open it up for public discussion. Has anyone turned any cards in?
We have not received any speaker cards for this item.
No speaker cards. Is anyone in the audience here in the chambers wishing to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none, let's see who's online.
If you are joining via Zoom, now is the time to raise your virtual hand if you would like to speak on item. Mayor, we do not have any virtual hands raised.
Okay, bringing it back to the council. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm glad we're having this discussion. I think it's certainly long overdue. I personally am in favor of removing any taxpayer subsidies for parking lots A, B, C, and D. Make those buy box. I like the 6 hours. Close it between 2 and 6, if that makes the most sense. I'm not a fan of 24-hour parking. I think the 6 hours promotes enough time to go for a bike ride, go to the beach, whatever it is you need to do. And those are the most sought-after parking spots. I think we ought to look at increasing the parking rates for those 4 parking lots. I think any employee parking should be limited to the upper floor only. Again, just with regard to the parking lots. So all parking lots, A, B, I'll go D, with the exception of the top floor, and C, would be open to anyone and everyone who's willing to pay the fair metered fee. Remove any other parking programs we have with regard to those, so you can't buy a monthly pass at whatever discounted rate. Those 4 lots, again, with the exception of the top floor of C, are open to visitors and residents who want to park and come downtown. That's sort of where I am right now. With, again, I'm not a fan of 24 hours. I think, whatever it is, 3 to 6, 2 to 6, whatever the magic number is, and that way we can clean it between 2 and 6. Those are my thoughts.
I agree. I think that unless someone has a compelling reason why we should be open 24, I would love to hear it, and would entertain it. But I think Councilman Jackson's correct. As far as cleaning and all that, we shouldn't make the times and do this. We need more advice from someone who's doing the actual cleaning. So we need to probably just give you direction to remove the prohibition and go up to 6 or 8 hours, or what your recommendation is. I mean, I wish we had more business input than just us guessing. So something to think about.
Well,
Go ahead.
If you also are not a fan of the 24 hours, then whatever time we close is
the maximum time.
Is the maximum time, and
makes
therefore, whatever cleaning, I mean, we don't need to get into the eaches of the cleaning. It's available for cleaning because, oftentimes they're just out there sweeping, even if it's not a regular cleaning day, because it can get pretty grungy.
Yeah, okay, I support that.
Yeah, I mean, I think we need to be mindful of, I guess there's a few people that would park there after 2 in the morning, workers that are still there, working.
It's
after
not
the
employee
place is
parking.
closed down.
That's not, with the exception of the upper level of parking lot C. So remember, the employees aren't parking.
In the A, B.
A, B.
What's happening in C then?
So my recommendation is
You're speaking just to lot C right now, is that?
the upper level of lot C is where employees can park if they so desire, and then we'll get to the other parking employee piece. But all the other parking lots, A, B, D, and the other 2 floors in C are open to anybody who's willing to pay the max willing to pay the metered rate. And whether it's 6 hours, which I think is sort of a good time for folks to come do whatever they're going to do, beach, comedy magic, Sharkies, whatever. And then at some time we shut down the parking for maintenance or whatever.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
I agree with Councilman Jackson. 3 to 6 should be closed during those hours. I'm not a fan at all of 24-hour parking in those lots, any of them. Can't imagine why anybody would need to park there for 24 hours, except unless they wanted to sleep in their camper or whatever, and I totally think that's wrong. I like this 6-hour maximum parking, but I did want to ask you a question about that. If we have an app that's coming, that's going to be applied to all these lots, is that correct? Different than what's there now?
No, the Park Mobile app is still being used and will be used. The current app in use would still be used.
Well, same app?
Yes.
Okay, is that available in Lot D also now? And if not, will it be?
It will be with the rollout. I can't confirm. I'll get back to whether it's being used right now with the meters.
Yeah,
I don't think it is,
okay.
but yeah, the plan is to roll out Park Mobile citywide.
The same thing, okay. So, all right, so I would suggest that we do that we add that to D. A, B, first 2 floors of C and D have the same app that we have now. Change the maximum to 6 hours, but with that app, you can up that again if you wanted to. So you can put in for 6 hours, go to the show, rent the bike, do whatever you're going to do, and maybe it's going to be longer than you thought. With the app, you can up it again.
So yes, but you're saying keep it at 6 hours though, right? That's the maximum?
6-hour max to start with, but if you wanted to, you could re-up it again.
You don't
Is that
have
correct
enough-
with the app?
You're late. You want to go.
On your phone?
No.
Can you not extend it without going out to the lot?
Theoretically, we would just match it with what the restrictions are. So right now, 3-hour max, you can increase it past 3 hours. So for that instance, yeah, we can't just do 6 hours, refresh another 6, another 6. It would be 6 hours in total.
So you can refresh up to 6 hours, or you can go 6 hours and then refresh again?
Up to 6 hours. So you would
Okay.
essentially taking it as it exists now with 3
All right.
and just turn it to 6.
Okay, so the 3 businesses that we got, not complaints, but suggestions from, the Hermosa Cyclery said that it takes, basically, within 6 hours, you can ride all the way to Santa Monica and have lunch and come back. So they were happy with 6 hours, although that seems a little bit light for them. And then the Lighthouse and Comedy Magic Club, both, they have shows, start at 6 o'clock or whatever, and you go in and you get out by 9 or 10. But the old way, with 3-hour limit, you had to come back out and put money in the meter and go back into finish the show. Very cumbersome and wrong, I think. So if 6 hours seems to satisfy all of them, then I would say I'm okay with 6-hour max. I would wish that you could up it again with the app. I don't know if that's possible or not, but let's leave it at that for the moment. I think we should close at 3, and that gives everybody a chance at 2 o'clock in the morning, stumble out to their car and leave. And then at 3 o'clock, the lot's closed. There's nobody in it, which gives us an opportunity to clean it. It is dirty. Lot A is. B, I'm not so sure about, and C, maybe not either. I don't know that. But Lot A is messy a lot, all the time. So let's leave it up to the Public Works Department to figure out if they want to clean it every morning or every other morning or whatever it takes. But the lot should be closed at 6 a.m., up to 6 a.m., so they can get in there and clean it when necessary. And I think that's all of the changes that I'd like to make to it. So I'm in line with Councilman Jackson on this.
Quick point of clarification for the Lot C, the top level for employees, keeping the current employee rates for Lot C, so essentially restricting, right now employees can park those 2 monthly passes, either 5 to 7 or 24 hours in all levels at a certain price. So your recommendation is the same price, just restricted to the top level in C?
Aren't they already restricted to the top level?
No.
No.
No, just Lot C, but all levels.
And you're suggesting only the top level? Yeah, I have to agree with that. And I thought it was that way.
Do we have capacity for?
So that's the feedback I would assume would happen is the number of passes that we have available. I would, if I'm not a betting man, but I would pretty much guess that you will get possible complaints from business owners and employees of you are restricting. Essentially, you're cutting by 2/3 the capacity in that lot. What the utilization is on any given day could be fluctuates, but you're constraining the amount of employee parking available in Lot C. what type of pressure that puts on current employees and where they park. I know the second piece is the on-street parking. That's just a consideration to keep in mind.
I think the thought of the upper level idea was that an employee does an 8-hour shift perhaps, and so if they park on the lower level, right by the gate, those are premium spots that we should leave open for visitors and so on. I mean, that's just only makes sense. The second level up, I think maybe should be the same as the first level and be open for visitors and hotel guests too, don't forget. They still use that lot also. So by restricting them to the top level, if there's enough parking spaces on the top to accommodate the number of employee permits we have, that's something we need to know, I suppose, before we make this.
Well, the other part of the discussion is the on-street.
They can park on street too.
So that's the second part of this. So here we're just talking about the lots.
All right.
Right, with the thought that we will then, once we have a somewhat of a consensus in the direction for staff,
Yeah.
that we'll discuss
Okay.
the on-street.
All right, well, in light of that, I would go along with just the top level also.
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, the top level, so as Brandon said, there are 100 spaces there, and we've sold this last year 207 annual passes, but they're not all being used at the same time. So we could observe the utilization. The other thing I wanted to just mention is that the lot itself does not have to be closed in order for street sweeping enforcement to take place, because the signs are posted that street sweeping takes place. Also, when individuals buy their permits actually say they're not valid during lot sweeping hours. So that's clear as well.
So you can, but you can't clean Lot A with cars parked in it.
Correct, but
Okay.
there's posted signage up.
Okay,
We're sharing that we can enforce
all
without
right.
shutting down the lot.
Okay, well, I'm still in favor of closing it between 3 and 6.
Okay.
Sweeping otherwise.
So that no overnight parking.
No overnight parking. Clear, definitely.
Well, wouldn't it be self-regulating if there's only 6 hours? How could you do all night? I mean,
Except employees on top.
except other employees on top, so they're not allowed to park overnight then.
No, but
They have been.
No, but they will be the more than 6 hours.
Okay.
So the employees will park on top, consistent with their working hours, and then, or if they're going to the beach that day, and then leave when the parking lot shuts down.
Mr. Mayor, I think we need to have it shrink that window as much as possible, because not only are we impacting, sure, an employee who purchases a pass, should park in the employee section. There's also times when maybe someone's picking up a shift, normally doesn't work at that location, whatever it is, and they go to a normal meter and just pay for the meter that day. But shrinking that cleaning time also, you have the early morning people that like to go work out, they may park in Lot A, they might go surf it, in parking Lot A. So we need to really shrink that window down for lot cleaning, I would say to a maximum of an hour. 6 a.m., people are already up working out before work, they're surfing, dawn patrol. I mean, I would hate to over-limit the parking in these lots, knowing the activity in the, down at the beach in that time.
But right now, all the surfers and workers, they're in every other silver metered, from Scotty's, those spots right there. I mean, all those folks are parking right there
It's
because it's
free.
outside of the meters, because it is free till 10 o'clock.
Which one, yeah. it's cool.
So
Forgot about that.
all those folks that are working out, surfing, have ample parking for any morning activity that would not be impacted by the closure of our parking lots.
I still think shrinking the cleaning time down, that we know that Athens is going to start cleaning at 4 a.m. and they're done by 5 a.m., all 3 lots, or whatever, give some flexibility to staff. But yes, we want to clean them, make sure that those lots, especially after we possibly reinvest some money later tonight into that lot.
But those lots are not free, unlike the meters.
Correct.
So you will pay to be in those lots,
That hour.
whatever those applicable hours are, unlike the meters that are free till 10.
I mean, I'm just wondering whether we need to ban the 24-hour parking. I don't understand. I mean, the big complaint is that people will turn it into camping. Well, we have other laws to enforce camping and enforce that and the other thing. And then you got to understand those people that may be out at night and they feel they've been drinking too much and can't drive home. They can't leave their car there overnight, pick it up in the morning. So that's the advantage of having lots open all night.
They probably do.
So I don't know.
Well, they can't leave their cars there now. So. they
That's
can't-
right.
Right, they can't leave their cars in the lots now, so,
Right?
because the lots are closed.
Okay.
So I don't see a need to open them.
Well, that's the advantage of having a 24-hour lot. So. It comes down to cleaning. We don't have enough information on the cleaning schedule and what's being
Well,
cleaned and
the
when.
cleaning
so-
schedule on the website is downtown district is from 5 a.m. to 7 a.m., which includes those lots as well as Pier Avenue and Hermosa from 8 to 16th, I'm guessing? No, 15th.
What's not on there is the frequency by lot, so that's something we'd have to get back to you guys.
Okay. But those are highlighted, those lots and those streets are highlighted in that time, so
Those times, yeah.
Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
No, but somebody that's will pay.
Mr. Mayor?
I encourage my council members, if they're going to have a discussion, please engage all of us in it because we're in a public meeting and it's only appropriate to have all of us hear everything that someone has to say. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
In response to your statement about the 24-hour parking, I think the closing between 3 and 6 a.m. has little to do with cleaning. I think it's a question of whether or not do we want to have the lot open all night. And to be quite honest with you, if you've been down to the plaza area and you've been drinking all night and you drove your car there, it's time for you to grow up and figure out what to do with your car on your own, not leave it in our parking lot until the next day and come back and get it. You should find a buddy that can drive you home or do something else with your car besides just leave it there.
Well, I can't argue with that.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
But if it can save one, if it can save one death from a drunken driver, then, we've done our job to do it, so.
Not our responsibility.
Yeah, no, it's society's
We're not their
responsibility.
parents.
Councilmember Keegan, did you have something to say?
I just feel like if we're going to close lots that, we don't make money when they're closed. And so I'd like to know if staff thinks people would use it and we'd make any money in those lots, even though there are free spots everywhere. People sometimes park in structures because they feel they're safer, they feel that there's better security, they feel like that's the way they operate. They want their car covered. So I don't know, are we losing any revenue? And if we are, why isn't it open if it's not costing us anything? If there's no staff, sitting in a gate in there, why not have it open? I mean, I just don't know if there's any benefit to being open.
I guess that's a trade-off, right? Obviously, if it's open, there's potential revenue, but some of the economic incentives, as Councilmember Jackson said, outside of the restricted meter times, if I'm coming down for a quick jog at the beach, I'm going to go park in the free meter space instead of paying a few bucks at a lot. All things being equal.
Well,
The safety concerns
does it make sense to just remove this 3-hour thing and come back in a month and tell us how things are going and if we should shut it down or not, or if it benefits by being open, or if it doesn't benefit, how clean it is, how the street sweeping's working? I mean, we could have more data. We have no data on what's going on.
Yeah, staff's amenable to that. We'll definitely come back to give you the more detailed version of the cleaning schedule by lot. So if there's any kind of analytics or there's usage or observations, we can.
But I want to remove it, so we can go to 6. We could always adjust to 8 if we get a lot of feedback that we need more. But yeah, we want to immediately remove the 3 hours and make it 6 with the computer change with the app. So I think we should give them that direction. I think we need to get a little more information about when it's cleaned, whether it's worth being open, if there's any revenue loss, or if it's negligible and doesn't matter. And is there any benefit from closing, or is there any benefit from staying open from a parking person's? I mean, you're dealing with these people from Park Mobile. There's a lot of parking people with knowledge of downtown lots, and get a little more information in our report. I'd like that.
Definitely.
Mr. Mayor? excuse me, is the parking app that we have there now, regardless of the limit of the time where it's set, does it have information about the last 6 months or the last year of how many cars are parked there and when? So you could easily pop that up and have that information for us, maybe at our next meeting?
We have, yes, transaction, I'll have to get back to you on the exact amount of detail, but yeah, if we did transaction time and length of stay, yes, we have that by location.
All right, well, then, with that in mind, I'm, first of all, totally in favor of the 6-hour maximum limit. I think that's very important, that we do that in all those lots, including D, with the new system installed in D. And then I would be in favor of not 24 hours and going to 3 to 6 a.m., but there is merit in what Councilman Keegan said about getting some information on it. When we get that information, it might be absolutely meaningless that we close it or not close it. There's not enough cars parking there in the first place to make a difference. Maybe there are a lot of cars parked there to make a difference. So maybe more information would be all right before we decide on closing the lot or not closing the lot at 3 to 6. We can still approve this, change that to 6 hours, and I guess leave it at 24 for now, or change it now, and then we can always change it back if we want.
That's right.
Okay. Anything else?
Councilman Keegan, did you want to make a motion?
I'm sorry. It's just direction, but we got to kind of agree on it, I suppose. I'm just making a motion to have staff increase the hours to 6 hours in lots A, B, C, and D, and to come back with a report on usage, time usage, and cleaning schedules, and other data that will help us evaluate whether we should be closing lots or opening lots.
I second that.
Mr. Jackson?
Mr. Mayor, if I can make a friendly amendment, can we also include that employee parking would be limited to the upper floor in parking lot C only, and that no other parking permits, because I don't know what we have on the books right now, but parking lots A, B, D, and the top two floors, or excuse me, the bottom 2 floors in C would be open to anybody willing to pay the metered rate, and could we consider a 50-cent an hour increase for those applicable hours in those parking lots? Even if it's on a trial basis while we...
Correct, so any increase in rates, as Madam City Manager astutely pointed out, is a coastal commission issue. So while that can't, if that is the direction from the council, it would likely require us to engage with coastal before we implement.
No, let's get this done, and we're going to look at it again soon anyway, so.
Okay, with the exception of the 50-cent increase.
Yeah, so I'm going to amend that to move all the parking pass employees up to the top level, but do not issue tickets for violations until you bring us back that report and we see what's going on. I mean, we need to put signage. How do we notify these people? I mean, how are they going to know? So it's not an action item, but our action item is, though, tonight to change the parking.
We're just providing direction tonight to
Okay,
make those changes, the 6-hour
So the
maximum.
6 hours is not going to be implemented then?
No, yeah.
Well, that's an action, but I'll just let it go. That's fine. Motion's made. Do I have a second?
Okay, so the only change to your motion, Councilmember Keegan, is to limit the employee parking to the top floor of parking lot C, in addition to all the other things.
And
And I'll accept that also as a second.
if I may just, for my own edification, ask for a clarification. So currently, the annual employee permits that employees are able to purchase are part of the residential parking permit program. By way of this motion, are you eliminating that so that employees are only parking in Lot C, or?
Well, we were going to talk about the street parking.
Next, I see.
The second component.
Got it.
Right.
Thank you.
Complicated.
Right.
Thank you.
Sorry, one additional component from Councilmember Keys, you mentioned, and not enforced until.
Well, I'm
comes
just
back, and that's-
concerned that, when we're going to start ticketing someone when we make a change, we have to make sure they're notified and there's enough spaces.
Correct.
What if
Yeah.
there aren't spaces, and what's our contingency plan?
Can I suggest we do that when the new permits come out?
Right, and
So we're going, in
Right.
April, I think we're going to be issuing new parking permits, which would include the employee permits. And then when they get their new ones, they'll go, well, here's the new deal.
So those ones are on a different cycle. So the employee permit programs, the ones in Lot C are monthly. So anyone can apply for one right now, and they're month to month. So essentially, people have permits now. They could have bought one today. That's for the month under parking anywhere in Lot C. So
Yeah, my concern was them knowing where to go, and then.
No, right, and so Councilmember Keegan, if I may, Mr. Mayor, so there's not, yeah, I'll be straightforward. There's probably not a need, and I question the legality of a motion saying you cannot enforce this law. I can assure you, when we implement this, the goal is not to get anyone that. But we also want to have that in our pocket if a recalcitrant employee says, well, I heard the council say you can't ticket me until next month, so I'm taking that good spot because that's where I like to park. We can assure you, when we implement this, it's not going to be draconian. We're going to give all the notices.
That was
of-
my
Yeah,
concern,
yeah,
is
yeah.
like.
I understand. Mhm.
Yeah. All right. let's
Okay.
Move it forward.
Any other discussion?
Mr. Mayor, I can't, so in theory, I'm very supportive of this idea, but we have no data on, is the top floor enough? So I won't be supporting this motion tonight,
Okay.
unless it's coming back next meeting, and then, sure, we can talk about it, but it sounds like this is an action item. Changes are effective tonight.
Council can ask us to bring your recommendations with the additional data that you're requesting for the next item, coming to a next meeting, so we can do that, if that's what you wish.
Yeah, no, I'll amend it, so we see it at the next meeting, please.
Okay.
Second.
I'll agree.
Thank you.
Okay, that's an amendment to your amended motion.
That's
Got
correct.
that?
Yep.
Got it down? All right. Any other questions or comments? Okay. Madam City Clerk, could we have a vote? Okay, the results are on the screen. Madam City Clerk, could you announce the results?
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon.
parking 4 weeks in a row. See you in 2 weeks.
Okay, what do we got next on our agenda, Madam City Clerk?
Item 17D, introduction of an ordinance repealing Hermosa Beach Municipal Code, Sections 12.28.010 and 12.20.240, and adding Chapter 12.40 to the Hermosa Beach Municipal Code regulating camping in public areas.
Mr. City
Sorry.
Attorney, is
I
this your item here?
apologize. It sure is, Mr. Mayor. Sorry
Okay.
about that. Thank you
No
very
problem.
much, Madam City Clerk. Well, this staff report is being given by me. This was a true team effort with Madam Deputy City Manager Crespi in the back. The title of this item is the introduction of ordinance repealing sections 12.28010 and 12.20240 of the Hermosa Beach Municipal Code and adding Chapter 12.40 of the code and finding it exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. By way of brief background, during its September 10th, 2024 meeting, the City Council requested a future agenda item pertaining to the then recent U.S. Supreme Court decision on Grants Pass regarding public camping, as well as other issues related to the city's unhoused population. At its October 8th, 2024 meeting, the City Council received said report and then directed staff to return with code amendments directed towards regulating camping in public places in light of the Supreme Court's decision. Next slide, please. So as we sit here today, our code regulates public camping in two ways. Sections 12.20240 and 12.28010, which state that you're not allowed to camp or use for overnight sleeping purposes any portion of the beach or strand, or you are not allowed to camp or lodge except in the municipal automobile camps designated as such by the city manager, for which there are none, in any public park or playground. So in short, camping is prohibited beach and strand, as well as in public parks. Next slide, please. So upshot, there's not really any comprehensive regulatory structure on this kind of ever-evolving topic. We kind of just have those two one-off provisions. And so while this is a bit redundant from our October meeting, the reason why this is a trending topic, not just in this city, but kind of cities throughout California, is that the recent U.S. Supreme Court decision in the city of Grants Pass, Oregon, v. Johnson. Prior to getting to that, I am going to run through the Ninth Circuit, which is the federal appellate court applicable to the city, cases that dealt with regulation on local camping. So we are all on the same page. Next slide, please. So in Martin v. Boise, the Ninth Circuit held that arresting homeless individuals for involuntary sitting, lying, or sleeping in public when the city does not provide a shelter bed in its jurisdiction for that potential arrestee violated the cruel and unusual clause of the U.S. Constitution. In the Johnson v. City of Grants Pass appellate court case, so once again, not when the Supreme Court had it, but when the Ninth Circuit did, the Ninth Circuit reviewed a law that prohibited the use of bedding, sleeping bags, or other material, and then had this regulatory framework where civil penalties were applied first, culminating in criminal punishment. Ninth Circuit rejected both of those approaches, basically the prohibition on bedding and sleeping bags and stuff like that, on constitutional grounds. Next slide, please. So the core question that was taken up by the Supreme Court was whether this civil then criminal framework was cruel and unusual under the United States Constitution. Answering in the negative, the Supreme Court held that the Eighth Amendment was focused on the method or kind of punishment that a government entity may impose for the violation of criminal statutes, not whether a government may criminalize particular behavior in the first place. Further, the court held that the camping ordinance in question did not criminalize status. It equally applied to anyone engaged in that conduct, whether that person was homeless or not. So if protesters wanted to show up and camp in a park by way of, First Amendment protest, they would not, this same ordinance would apply to them. Next slide, please. So post Grants Pass, this idea of having to provide a shelter bed, which of course had its own myriad of problems as it pertained to the rules and regulations of the shelter, pets, et cetera, no longer constrains a local jurisdiction's ability to enforce local camping ordinances. I will tentatively say cities can now more confidently expand and enforce regulations of camping public areas without this threat of a constitutional challenge under the aforementioned Ninth Circuit cases. However, this is ever-evolving area of law that's going to continue, required to be continued to be monitored, and possible tweaking should the need arise. Next slide, please. So as proposed, the ordinance repeals those two sections, or excuse me, the language in those two sections dealing with camping on the beach and strand and then in park, and then creates a dedicated chapter in the Muni Code dealing with camping, Chapter 12.40. As proposed, Chapter 12.40 would prohibit camping, which is defined pretty extensively in the ordinance, citywide, and prohibited public places, also defined in the ordinance. It includes a prohibition on using a vehicle for human habitation in prohibited public places, also further defined. And then further, this chapter would prohibit the starting or using of a fire in a prohibited public place, and then prohibits camping, sleeping, or storage of personal property in a way that obstructs public access or within 20 feet of any entrance or exit to certain buildings. And then violations of this chapter would be subject to the city's administrative citation process. Next slide, please. So as defined, camp means to use the property for living accommodation purposes or to use a vehicle for human habitation. In the text of the ordinance, I'm not going to read it out because it would take me a while. This is further fleshed out in a very, very lengthy definition for purposeful reasons. This is meant to ensure kind of maximum flexibility and further maximum clarity. What we don't want is a kind of vague, you cannot camp here, and people can make the argument, well, what does that mean? Am I just resting, taking a nap, or am I actually camping? I do understand we may have received some public comments about that. I will agree with that public comment when they say the definition is lengthy. That public commenter is right. It was done with a purpose. If there is some direction from the council to maybe tighten that up, I would say maybe we can, but there is benefit in keeping that lengthy definition. Prohibited public places is defined in the slide there, where camping is not permitted, and it means any public property that is not designated for camping by formal action of the city council. So, overnight, the Little League event, won't be touched. And then, of course, either by written consent of the city manager or a validly issued city permit or other governmental entity having jurisdiction over the property. Next slide, please. So while my other slides may have been a bit more substantive, this is probably the most important one. This ordinance in and of itself is not going to solve the underlying issues related to the topic. This is meant to be a singular tool, or one tool in the city's toolkit in addressing these issues. The city's plan is not to use this ordinance in a draconian or punitive way. We're going to continue our care-first approach. As I'm sure the four of you who were at the the ICA, we are not going to be able to cite or arrest our way out of this issue. However, we are hopeful that maybe this type of legislation may spur some percentage, and I guess even if it's one, our time has been well spent, of the at-issue population to avail themselves to the numerous services offered by not only the city, but other entities and organizations in the area. Next slide, please. So in sum, staff recommends that the City Council introduce by title and waive first reading of the ordinance, direct the city clerk to publish a summary ordinance, and then, of course, bring it back for second reading, should that be the desire of the council. This concludes my report, Mr. Mayor. I'm, of course, available for any questions, as is Madam Deputy City Manager, who is also very, very instrumental in this work.
Thank you very much. I have a quick question regarding the storage of property. What's the significance of that portion of the proposed regulation? It talks about storage of property only if it blocks. Does that mean you can store property elsewhere in public places?
No. I guess the reason for that was really trying to gear towards the most impactful of that. But if there's some desire that you're not allowed to store any personal property in a way that blocks, now obviously the reason why that was put in there actually is because people store personal property in public all the time. You go down to the beach, you put your umbrella and chair, you go in the water, you go to a restaurant, your property is stored. That is a good question. Looking back, that's why it was drafted that way, in a way to only gear towards something that blocks access, i.e. a park, pathway, sidewalk, et cetera.
Because I think, isn't it true that a lot of complaints people have is that people will set up large, massive amounts of personal property that doesn't necessarily have to be in the way of public access, but it's still being done. So I'm just wondering, can it be crafted differently to address that?
Yeah, I mean, I think we probably could get something that way. As I said before, there's probably a host of examples where it does go on in the city, not geared towards this problem, whether that be, hey, I'm going to put my soccer equipment on the park for a little bit. So yes, it probably could be, but that was the reason why it was drafted that way.
Okay, thank you. Anyone on my left have any questions? No? I'm all right. Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you for that presentation. Nice job on the draft ordinance. I know it was a lot of work. Question with regard to admin citation versus a misdemeanor. And I ask that in the context of the care court and what triggers oftentimes what happens is there are a series of misdemeanors that individuals then has an opportunity to go appear in front of the care court to get the wraparound services and to have those misdemeanors then expunged upon successful completion. Is there a distinction between does the citation prompt the same care court triggers that the misdemeanor?
So no, it does not. However, our administrative citation chapter does say that if you get 3 of them in a 12-month period, your next one is a misdemeanor.
Okay.
So, but once again, that is a policy call for you all. If you think this is more effective as a misdemeanor, once again, the purpose of this ordinance was not to come out with the hammer on everyone immediately.
Right.
It was meant to say, hey, this is something coming down the pike. Please avail yourself to these services. You're no longer allowed to do this, X, Y, and Z. But once again, that's a judgment policy call for you.
And I certainly understand and appreciate that, and I know from discussions with Angela and Chief and the whole HB Cares team, that is the motivation and the direction. My concern is that, if you give, let's just say, a warning the first time and the second time the misdemeanor, as opposed to waiting 12 months, 3 admin citations within 12 months, as opposed to a misdemeanor, all right, we're going to give it, you haven't complied, we're not going to cite you, and then that would trigger, because the goal is to make it, in part, less comfortable to promote behavior that hopefully will get folks the assistance they need to get off the streets.
Absolutely correct. And your point is, if that's shared by the consensus of your colleagues, we can draft this in a way where the potential first violation is that. Now, once again, I can't speak authoritatively for the prosecuting interest of our city prosecutor in a misdemeanor. I can say that, our team in CSOs issuing administrative citations is a bit more within our control, but that's a future conversation for us to have.
Right. No, I certainly understand. But I think the ability to influence the behavior sooner, I think, is more impactful with the misdemeanor. Again, it's up to our PD to decide when and if it's warranted, and it may be the second one or the third one, but that first one could be the one that triggers them to get the assistance that we're promoting. That was my only concern. That's all my questions, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions before we open up to the public? Madam City Clerk, has anyone turned in a card on this subject tonight?
Yes, we have one card by Elka Warner. And Elka, your 3 minutes will begin once you begin speaking.
Good evening.
Hi, good evening. I'm not sure which microphone works, but I think you can hear me. So I'm glad that Hermosa Beach is finally addressing this anti-camping issue. However, the solution the city came up with is counterproductive. How does fining a homeless person help them in any way? Most can't even figure out where they'll get their next meal. We should be helping get them off the streets, and we should take a page from Manhattan Beach. They've been very successful with their Manhattan Beach Safe program. At one time, they had 45 homeless individuals in the city, and those numbers dropped to 6. Manhattan Beach also has an app so residents can report the homeless. So instead of fining them, they cite them so they can eventually get the help they need in homeless court. In Hermosa, we're not really sure how many homeless we have, but we paid for homeless programs like the Housing Navigators and the Mental Evaluation Team. We also have a $1 million HB Cares mobile unit. I think finding the unhoused is not a real solution. Instead of punishing the homeless, we need to invest in proven strategies that work. We already have resources in place, housing navigators, mental health teams, and that mobile unit. So why aren't we focusing on making these programs more effective? Why don't we have an app so residents can report homelessness? We should be working towards long-term solutions, not short-term punishments that benefit no one. Hermosa can and should do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here this evening? Okay. Do we have anyone online?
Nancy, your 3 minutes will begin once you're unmuted.
Hi, I support everything Elka said. I am so grateful that the city is taking action on this important issue. My comments relate to the substance of the proposed ordinance. First, while I've not reviewed them in detail, I'm sorry, I may be repeating my email, but I wasn't sure it went through. So while I've not reviewed them in detail, the definitions seem unduly complicated. City attorney commented on that, but storage of personal property blocking access doesn't help with the person setting up tents. I personally have a lot of experience in this sort of thing, and I'd be happy to participate in more detailed feedback if desired. It just seems kind of overly messy. But more importantly, as discussed by Councilmember Jackson and Elka Warner, the proposed penalty for a violation and administrative citation apparently ultimately within 12 months a misdemeanor seems insufficient. We need to get these people help sooner than 12 months. So the penalty for a violation of the anti-camping ordinance in Redondo Beach is a misdemeanor. In Manhattan Beach, it's a misdemeanor or an infraction at the discretion of the city prosecutor. And I think super important, Manhattan Beach declares unlawful camping to be a nuisance, which provides additional enforcement remedies. You know, obviously, the city's ability to collect fines from individuals living on the streets is dubious. The care first approach is not inconsistent with more robust penalties. It just depends on the enforcement regime, which is my next point. Finally, and related to penalties, I suggest at the same time council is considering this ordinance, it directs staff to present an enforcement regime. For example, will HBPD be directed to proactively enforce the ordinance, or will it only respond to complaints? What direction will be provided to HBPD when they encounter an individual for the first time? What about individuals they have encountered before? And how will this be tracked? And what will be the role of the Hermosa Cares team? I don't know if this is the same as the mobile mental health unit, but I understand this is only available during city working hours, where obviously most of these issues are at night. I think we all agree the goal is to encourage impacted individuals to accept safe indoor housing and other assistance, including mental health assistance and substance abuse assistance, while protecting residents and the unhoused individuals themselves from unsafe and unsanitary conditions. Thank you again for taking on this difficult and important issue and for your service to our city.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else?
We do not have any other virtual hands raised.
Okay, returning back to the council chambers. Anyone else in the council wishing to speak? Seeing none, bring it back to the council for deliberations. Anyone on my left? Anyone on my right?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Listening to all of this tonight, it's very interesting that this, to me, it seems like we come down to, well, now we have this ordinance that makes camping illegal, and we can enforce it. But we're going to write citations, 3 of them in 12 months before we actually do anything about it. And I think that's really counterproductive altogether. I think people who are living in a tent or a pile of sleeping bags and plastic things and so on, we should offer them help, clearly, like we should offer any homeless person help. We have several programs for that that have been mentioned here a couple of times. I totally agree with that. I just came from a seminar over the weekend about homelessness and how to reach a homeless zero population, which isn't exactly zero, but it's a little too complicated. I won't go into that now. But there are a lot of techniques that you can do to help the homeless become housed. But there is a certain amount of them that are not interested in that help at all. And so if they have come to the point where they are sleeping in a corner somewhere behind a trash bin with bags and bedding and so on and so forth, I think we should offer them help again, but then write them a misdemeanor ticket immediately. After the second time, maybe that's 2 or 3 days later, they come back, they're still doing it, then I think we have to do something more serious than just write them another ticket. and try and hope that they go to court. They don't want to go to court. I'm sure they've tried several times. Many people have tried several times to get them to go to the homeless court. I think the homeless court's a wonderful thing, but it's effective with homeless people who want help. There's a large number of those people, but once they're off the street and you end up with just those that are not interested in it and they're not going anywhere and they don't want to be bothered and they are what they are mentally ill, they are on drugs, and they still need help, and I'm all for helping them, but at some point you have to realize that asking them if they want to go to court or asking them if they want to be housed is ineffective. They're not interested in that. So when you're a resident of Hermosa Beach and you see somebody camping, let's say in your driveway or across the street or on the corner somewhere, and you report it, and then you see that a couple of days later the police come out and they talk to the guy and they send the mental health team out, but he's still there sleeping in the corner somewhere. And then another couple of weeks later they write him another ordinance, another citation, and he's still there, and weeks and weeks and weeks go by. That resident gets the feeling that we're not doing anything, that we're maybe ineffective, or we can't do anything, or won't do anything. And I think that's kind of the root of the problem that I see with this, is we have an ordinance here that makes camping, this wonderful lengthy list of what camping is, makes it illegal. I think we should always offer help, always, which we are doing already, by the way. But at some point, we have to kind of give up on that program and say, look, you can't do this anymore. It's illegal. Now, how we do that, how many misdemeanors do we write? And if they don't go to court, then what happens? This is a serious question that maybe the attorney can answer for us. But at some point, all of this is really meaningless if we're going to write 3 citations in a year and still not actually do anything, not do anything to remove that person and their entourage of bags and trash and things off the streets. So that's my opinion on this. I think we should write misdemeanors right away. I think we should look into how can we effectively stop that person from camping. I think that's the main thing. And if it's housing, wonderful. That's the best outcome we can get, if he'll be willing to go into some facility. I think the Veterans Administration should step up here. They put their helmet on and get in the game. I think a lot of these people are veterans and they need help that the Veterans Administration should be offering them. Our programs, I think, are overloaded. That's why I suggested earlier that this grant money that we were going to get maybe should go to our mobile mental health team and so on, because they do need help. They need some money and they need to be bigger and more effective. So those programs that we have are great. They're working to a certain extent, but waiting a year to enforce a camping thing just doesn't make any sense to me. And I'd like to know if there are any suggestions on how we can do that.
So you're in
much
favor
quicker.
of changing this fine to a misdemeanor, correct?
That's correct, immediately.
And the idea is not so much, I mean, the ultimate problem of those that don't want to ever seek help, we haven't really been able to, society hasn't been able to deal with that yet. But having it a misdemeanor brings it right to the homeless court.
At least it gets them
I
to
believe
homeless
that's what
court.
it does,
Yeah,
yeah.
and if
It
they have
brings it
3
to homeless
misdemeanors,
court.
it gets them to homeless court. But my question then would
well,
be,
even one, the first one brings them to homeless court, I believe.
if they want to, they don't have to go to homeless court. They can have 100 misdemeanors and not
Well,
want
the
to
whole
go.
idea is we are encouraging, the prime thing here is if we can just get one more person off the street and into services, then we're getting there. That's the purpose of this, and that's hopefully what we're getting to. A lot of the other things have nothing to do with the ordinance tonight, but homeless issue is a complicated issue, but I'm in favor of I believe I'm leaning towards that. I think Councilmember Jackson had hinted at it as well, and maybe he can clarify something regarding that, but
And
thank you.
I'm
I
in
appreciate
favor of that
Sure.
right away. But then the next question is, how many misdemeanors do we write? What can we do to actually stop the person from sleeping on the street? In a tent and whatever, all this list of business that actually is camping, and it's illegal. How can we actually stop them from doing that? Offer them help, get them in housing, yes, of course. But when that is ineffective and they won't do it, and they don't want to do it, then what's our next step? What can we do to get them off the street? That's my question.
Thank you. Anyone else have any?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
And I know council has heard this from Chief LeBaron previously, what our current bail schedule is. And so issuing a misdemeanor doesn't allow our department to hold someone in jail. It's not a jailable offense, if that's an actual word. I think it is a word. So it is a very arduous process working with human beings who may not be well, who have the challenges you mentioned. It doesn't take the police department a number of days to get to the complaints. They are there constantly. You may remember Captain Scheid, who worked very intimately with this population, talked about working with individuals for years because we cannot physically pick them up and remove them. That would be a violation of what we stand for as public safety, agents of public safety. So it is a long and arduous process. We are layering various services to add to the wraparound services. So our local program, which is really the only program of its kind in the South Bay, HB Cares, is effective. It's not immediate, and I know the community and council want an immediate solution. We haven't found one that's immediate that is within the parameters of the law, and we need to stay within the parameters of the law. Changing this to a misdemeanor is a choice that council can direct us, but I want to manage expectations. It doesn't allow us to remove people immediately. It is a misdemeanor citation. Perhaps that is something that we can take to the housing court, but you also have the option of asking the city attorney to draft a diversion program for an administrative citation, where the trade-off could be that if they accept services similar to housing court, then the citation would be lifted. So that's an option without trying to criminalize that activity.
Thank you, City Manager, Madam City Manager. It isn't what I meant to say. I think I said several times that I am totally in favor of our current programs that we have, including the homeless court. I think it's wonderful. I've seen it. I've been down there and watched it. I think the mobile mental health group is wonderful. The group of a mental health person and a policeman going on a regular routine to speak to the homeless people, I think those are all great programs. I'm not knocking it at all. And I'm not saying that we should rouse these people up and let's get them out of here and put them on a bus somewhere. I'm not saying that either. I'm just saying that it seems that it's very ineffective, especially this 3 citations a year thing. I think we should go, as Councilman Jackson suggested, at least I think he did, that we should go to misdemeanor right away, or maybe after one administrative citation and then go to misdemeanor after that. So that comes down to this. This is my question. What can we do to stop the person from camping? Now, he can still move around, but he cannot have the tent and the bedding and the bottles of urine and so on, all of that business, and give him another option. I'm saying, look, you just can't sleep here anymore. So here's your misdemeanor for sleeping here, but you have to move somewhere else. You have to move someplace. You can't sleep here. That's all. You can stay on our streets, walk around, do whatever you want to do. You're free to go. We're not going to arrest you, but you just can't keep all this stuff here.
Well, that comes down to the storage of property.
Is that possible? Is that legal? So that's my question.
Comes down to, that's what I was getting at with the storage of property. Like right now, the way the proposed writing is, it says you're in violation if your storage of property which limits access. But when it doesn't, we don't have anything about storage of property. So do you think that's something that would help, including in the ordinance a maximum amount of space that means your storage property and it's therefore
Yeah, not necessarily, because it seems to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, maybe I misinterpreted this, but storage of property or camping, it's still just a misdemeanor. And it still only gets you, asking you to go to homeless court. And it's not enforceable in any way to actually stop the practice of camping on the street. So I don't mean to be cruel. I'm not that way at all. I really want to help these people, and I'm all for offering them help over and over and over again. But at some point, what we're doing here doesn't seem to be doing anything. All we're doing is just setting a bunch of rules, and it's not enforceable somehow. Somehow we can't stop the practice of sleeping on the street with a tent and storing your property there too at the same time.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mayor.
I would like to either hear from the city attorney or one of the gentlemen in the back. Ultimately, multiple misdemeanors could create a failure to appear, which then escalates in the judicial system. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. If you have multiple misdemeanors, it's going to depend on the judge. There's a lot of different factors that can result. There could be things such as criminal stay-away orders for repeated offenses that our city prosecutors have leveraged for other violations. We've been successful in getting stay-away orders for folks on the Pier Plaza who are a continuous nuisance to the businesses and the residents and the visitors. There are mechanisms. So if the misdemeanors stack up over time, it does escalate, but it is all really dependent on the courts, the judge, the prosecution services.
Thank you for that.
Sir, before you go, and maybe there is no finite number, but how many misdemeanors does it take for that process to start?
You're right, there is no number, and it just depends on the severity of the crime, the violations, and whether or not they have a long history, criminal history. Depends on the individual, it depends on the court.
So we're basically talking about camping is the one thing. And so a person gets a number of misdemeanors for camping. That still really basically doesn't really go anywhere, even if you have 5 of them or 6 of them or whatever. Is there, again, I'm just trying to get to a point here where.
Yeah, it's not a certain number. It could be as low as 3. And if it's the same misdemeanor violation 3 times consecutively over the course of a period of time, and that's not definitive either, the prosecution could ask the courts for a criminal stay-away order. If it's granted, that then becomes a different violation. That becomes a violation of a court order, which is something that somebody could be arrested for and held for until they go to court. They're not going to be held indefinitely, obviously. So everything it's the totality of all the circumstances, it's weighed by the courts.
Mm-hmm. And a stay-away order is just what it says, stay away from that spot or that city or?
Yes, as an example, we've had some of our population here who have been involved in numerous repeated thefts and minor assaults in the Pier Plaza area. And after the 4th, 5th, 6th time, the prosecutors will take that history to the judge and ask for a stay-away order, and the judge will grant. It's essentially a restraining order. It's a little different legally. And if that person is in the space that the judge told them that they shall stay away from, that's a violation in itself and can be enforced.
So in the case of camping, for instance, if a person has 4 or 5 misdemeanors for camping, be they one time in the park and one time in the parking lot and one time over here, one time over there, but nonetheless, in the city of Hermosa Beach, they've been given whatever, 3, 4, 5 misdemeanors, and prosecutor takes that to court, he could get a stay-away order to stay out of Hermosa Beach?
I haven't seen it that broad. I think a stay-away order for the entire city would be very difficult and probably would not be.
Right.
But if it's a specific area, and it could be 100 square yards,
right.
Which is a big area.
Could it be just stop camping?
I haven't seen anything to that effect.
All right. And again, I'm asking these questions because I don't know what that does. And I'm looking for a solution that, number one, first, always help. Let's help first. But then after a certain point, we realize that they aren't going to take that order. And then we say that, well, our next best thing is to give them some misdemeanors and then get them to go to homeless court. So I agree with that too. That's also helping them, and then those misdemeanors are wiped out when they do go into housing. So if we start this process with camping, maybe some of them will go to homeless court, and we can still get something done. Maybe they won't, so perhaps at that point, if they get enough of these misdemeanors to where prosecution takes it to court, maybe at that point they will say, okay, I'll go to the homeless court. Is it still possible to do that, too, right? The prosecutor can...
Yeah, I don't think anywhere in the entire continuum we would take the homeless court services off the table, because every judge, every prosecutor wants exactly what this council and our community wants, is we want them to be safe and housed.
Right.
How they get there.
And I want that, too.
Yeah.
I want that, too. I'm just trying to figure out how can we make this ordinance more effective. And I think, for one thing, we should be writing the misdemeanors sooner rather than later, just for the fact that it may be a motivation to get them into homeless court, which is always the next best thing. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Detoy.
Thank you. To put this conversation to bed, I'd like to make a motion that we approve staff's recommendation with the addition of or misdemeanor, and then also direct the city attorney to come back with a diversion program for citations, as the city manager suggested, and I will speak on that if there is a second.
Is there a second?
You're suggesting misdemeanor first?
Councilmember Jackson, did you have a second?
I'll second that.
Just a clarification, if there's already a diversion program for misdemeanors, why do we want another one for, we're adding a second echelon of bureaucracy, in my opinion, right? If there's a mechanism, and again, I mean, I trust our law enforcement folks. They are very...
Exactly my thought is there's multiple avenues. If an officer, I have full faith in our police department. We are at a luxury to have the city of Redondo Beach be our city prosecutor for misdemeanors as well. That also works through the citation process. Multiple citations that go unpaid could also escalate to a misdemeanor. So give the full plethora of options to our police officers, whether it's citations or misdemeanors. Again, our direction is always going to be care first, right? By issuing misdemeanors, I initially, and that's the only option they have, I have a really hard time with criminalizing homelessness.
But it's not the only option. I mean, it's it's probably going to be the second or third or fourth visit that prompts the charge.
The other side of it too is with Prop 36, there's a lot of other tools at the toolbox with some of these people who are suffering from addiction. And again, I deal with this daily at work, so.
Citation first, misdemeanor second.
I'm not dictating any of that. The officer can choose to either issue a citation or issue a misdemeanor and go through the process there. That being said, at least, as our public speaker mentioned, just as I don't want to criminalize homelessness, I also don't want to cause another financial burden to homelessness, have that avenue for them to get a diversion and get those expunged if they accept housing or help or whatever it is.
Right.
So we're just adding more tools to the toolbox. Either way, this ordinance is stronger than what we previously had. Our old ordinances were kind of piecemeal and only in specific areas. So now we have a more comprehensive view. As I said, I have full faith in our officers. We have HB Cares. We have the MET team. So I don't see just having in one enforcement mechanism, only enforcement, or only misdemeanors, only citations. Let's give the officers every option available. But at least, and also give the person who receives either the citation a chance to get it removed if they do accept the help.
We have that now.
Not for citations. Misdemeanors are issued, that's where the homeless court comes in, is through misdemeanors. But
Citations are then ineffective, apparently, because it doesn't give them the opportunity to go to homeless court. All they have is an administrative citation.
But again, with multiple administrative citations, that also escalates in the judicial system. Is that correct?
Yes,
So I know where I work in my jurisdiction, if there's 3 administrative citations, it does become a misdemeanor.
That is the facts here as well, that if you get 3 administrative citations within a 12-month period,
Okay, well, I misunderstood what you're saying. I'd like to withdraw my second. I think we should be able to go to misdemeanor right away.
They can.
Right, so what Councilmember DeToy is saying is violations, instead of just a single, I think it's one sentence, it'll now have an or, and then say, or subject to misdemeanor pursuant to section, I believe it's 1.04, or chapter 1.04 of our municipal code dealing with misdemeanors.
So you don't like the idea of or?
No, I think if you're camping and someone complains and an officer goes there, you should write him a misdemeanor.
Which is criminalizing it.
But he doesn't go to jail. You can't go to jail
Sure you
for
do.
it.
If you get a failure to appear, you're going to get hooked. If you don't show up for your court case for your misdemeanor, you will get a bench warrant and you will get arrested. So yes, you are criminalizing it.
You have to get served a bench warrant. Where do they find you to serve you a bench warrant?
Right, so I think we're getting a little into the weeds here of the exact, and so once again, as I hear it, the policy choice for you all right now, as I hear it, is that the substance, albeit the lengthy definition, is whether or not the violation is solely a misdemeanor, solely a administrative citation, or as proposed by Councilmember DeToy, an or, which of course leaves discretion. You're right, and you guys, apologies, shouldn't try to, make the motion, and if X, Y, and Z happens, then you must do this.
And this was seconded by Councilmember Jackson, correct?
No, yeah.
I don't believe so.
Oh, it hasn't?
So I
this motion
seconded it, and
hasn't
I'm
been
considering
seconded.
withdrawing it, but let me ask you this,
okay.
let me ask you this. If we made it 3 administrative citations and then it goes to misdemeanors, the next one's a misdemeanor. Would
That
you
already
accept
is the case.
Huh?
That's already the case. If you have 3 administrative
Well,
citations.
it's 3 in a year.
These are
the
usually
12-month
these
period.
are usually pretty quick.
They're usually every 3 days.
Okay, but
Or if it is
leaving
a
it open to a year.
very negligent case, the officer then also has ability to issue a misdemeanor right away.
Can we make it 3 citations in a month?
So that already exists. It could be 3 administrative citations in back-to-back days, so Monday.
Back-to-back what?
Days. So
Oh.
we could, in theory,
Yeah,
one on Monday, on Tuesday, on Wednesday.
right.
See that individual on Thursday, you have now satisfied, we don't have to wait a year. The year is the ceiling, not the floor.
Right.
So as long as it's within the year, it could be 3 days, that 4th day, we could issue a misdemeanor.
Up to the discretion of the police department to
Everything,
Days, 3
everything
days.
is always up to the discretion of the officer or someone in the field, whether or not the situation calls for it, yes.
And if it's a negligent case, they have the mechanism for a misdemeanor.
All right,
So it's
all right, I will second your motion.
Okay. So the motion's been made and seconded. Are there any more discussions on this? No. Madam City Clerk, let's do a vote.
And just so I want to be clear, so the only change is to add the addition of a misdemeanor penalty to the violation section. Definition's good. Thank you, Councilman.
and then your job to come back with the diversion for the citation.
Understood. Got it.
Okay, the results are on the screen. Madam City Clerk, could you announce the results?
Motion carries.
Okay. That motion carries. Madam City Clerk, what's next on our agenda?
Item 17E, award of construction contract for CIP 105, annual street improvements, and CIP 695, parking lot A improvements, and appropriation of rubberized pavement grant funds from Cal Recycle for project reimbursement.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Just 1 minute while we pull up the slides. I didn't hear.
He gets mixed up when he's questioning, when he's deliberating.
Okay.
Good evening.
All right, good evening.
How are you doing?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. We're here to for a consideration of award of contract for our annual street improvement and Lot A improvement project that have been combined as one. Just a quick brief background. This project does include resurfacing of Lot A and over 2 miles of pavement throughout the city, most notably Pier Avenue, Valley Drive, and a number of residential streets throughout the city for very high priority needed segments. There's a substantial amount of signage, sidewalk replacement, curb ramp replacement, and there's also some bicycle enhancements as part of this project, including the addition of a bike lane in the eastbound direction Pier Avenue from Ardmore to PCH, the incorporation of some limited green markings on Pier Avenue, as well as what we call greenback sharrow markings on Valley Drive. We bid this out in December. We opened the bids in January, and we were pleased that we got some great bids that came in. 7 bids received. They range from 3.2 to 3.8. The low bid, 3.2, actually came in below the engineer's estimate of 3.3 and well within the approved CIP budget for the project. We did review in detail all the bids that were received, and we are recommending a contract award to the low bidder, Hardy and Harper, who's found to be responsive and responsible. Currently, we're looking at expediting the work on this as quickly as possible. This project will be impactful with much of the work happening in the downtown core, Lot A, Pier Avenue, Valley, and beyond. We've done what we can in the contract documents to phase and sequence the work to minimize impacts. The contractor would be required per the contract to start with work on Pier Avenue and then Lot A before advancing to other streets in the city. And we are doing what we can to constrain the impacts during that time period, but there will be impacts to parking and traffic in our downtown. So we're hoping that should council approve the contract, that we can work to mobilize with the contractor sometime in April with the goal of getting out of the downtown core during the very busy spring and summer months. We've already done some preliminary outreach to the community, and we will be doing extensive outreach over the coming weeks, especially to directly impacted businesses and residences in these areas. It will be a phased outreach plan, as this project will not only be in the downtown, but really at many locations throughout the city. So it'll have to be phased in that manner. Of note, there are 5 businesses with 4 on-street dining decks on Pier Avenue. They will be responsible for removing their dining decks and storing them to facilitate this construction, but we will work with those businesses to try to minimize that duration during that time period. Staff would be overseeing all the construction. We would bring in some inspection support staff, as well as pavement material testing companies as well to help support our efforts. Tonight, the recommendation is an award for about $3.2 million. We are seeking about a 15% project contingency. One of the items on there, 5, 6, and 7, are to accept and appropriate $50,000 in grant funds that the city did receive from Cal Recycle to use rubberized asphalt pavement. It'll help supplement that cost. That will allow us to release some funds back into the CIP balance. I will say that we did get this project done, or at least the cost is coming in well below the total, and we got this contract award about 3 to 4 months ahead of schedule, as we did want to prioritize this work as it is critical to get our pavement repaired. And we were able to save a fair amount on the design using all in-house staff. Our amazing engineering team did all the design in-house, which definitely led to significant savings on this CIP project. So with that, that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you very much. Is this painting all improving existing painting, or is some of it new?
I'm sorry, if you could clarify your
So
question.
in other
Mr.
words,
Mayor.
bike lanes, and are those new or just ones that have already been established in this contract?
Thank you for clarifying. So there are bike lanes on Pier Avenue now. We would be restoring the markings generally as is. There's some minor adjustments where we have to bring certain things up to current compliance. The additions would be the addition of a new bike lane on Pier Avenue in the eastbound direction from Valley Drive to PCH. That's all accommodated within the existing cross-section by readjusting the lane width, so there's no loss of lane use, no reduction of total number of lanes on Pier Avenue. We're able to do it within the existing cross-section. The second addition that we'll be doing is adding some limited green markings on Pier Avenue in the bike lanes. If you may have gone in the city of Redondo on Burl, you can see a really close by example in the South Bay where they did do limited green. It's very costly to do all green markings. We've heard over the last couple of years about enhancing visibility of the bike lanes to reduce conflicts between motorists and cyclists. This is the more economical way of doing it, but you also get the benefit of raising awareness of the bike lane, and so that motorists realize that it is there. So you get a little bit of more benefit with less cost, but it's really having intermittent green boxes in the bike lane with some conflict zone markings as well. So that's the second improvement. The third would be the addition of greenback sharrow markings on Valley Drive. So these are standard sharrow markings that have a green highlight behind it so that they're more visible to the motorist.
Okay, thank you. So the only new areas then are the small sections on Pier?
And the addition of the markings on Valley Drive.
Right, okay, thank you. I'm going to go to someone else in the meantime. Maybe you could pull up that map, because I'll have a question on that map, if you could find it. Thanks. Anyone on my left? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Joe, is this rubberized material, is the cost of that $50,000? Or will this $50,000 grant, I see here that we're going to take grant money, then we're going to appropriate $50,000, add to the estimated revenue of $50,000 in the grant fund, and then release the money, but then we're going to put money back in. It's just still $50,000, right?
Right.
They're giving us $50,000, and we're going to spend our money first, but then when we get it back, it's going back into the CIP budget.
That's correct. We're able to get $50,000 reimbursement for the use of this material. So at the end, we tell them how much we use, and then we get up to $50,000 in return.
Okay, I was kind of playing who's on first there for a little bit. And
Yeah, there's a lot of accounting, I think, for the recommendations, but that's all.
Yeah, okay. So this rubberized pavement, I'm interested in that. Have we ever used that before?
Yes, we have.
And where, on the Prospect project?
I would have to verify exactly where it's been, but it's fairly commonly used.
It is. Is it very different from just standard asphalt? I mean, obviously it's rubberized, but what makes it unique? What is there about it? Why are we using it?
So we use it because, for a variety of reasons. I mean, this is becoming more the standard with Caltrans and many other cities. It increases the life of the pavement. It also makes it more resistant to aging and cracking, skid resistance, better color contrast. It makes a better material. It makes it more durable by having the more elasticity from the rubber in the pavement. So that helps it help fight against water and just really last a little bit longer. So there is benefit to the life. There's some increase in costs, but you get a little bit more life out of it.
Is the increase in cost $50,000 for this project, or is that not even close?
So basically, the rubberized pavement can cost anywhere from about to 5 to 10% more than conventional paving services. We've estimated that the $50K will either cover anywhere between 60 and 100% of that cost. It's hard to compare because we don't know what the bid would be for conventional material. We only know what our bid is for the rubberized, and generally what the increase would be versus conventional.
So it's got the same, not the same, but similar properties to like elastomeric coatings for decking and paint. Elastomeric paint, it has a elasticity to it, and the heat, it gets hot and cool and so on.
Yeah.
Okay, but the 50,000 we think should, between what you said, okay, between 60 and 100% of the extra cost.
That's correct.
These two CIPs are the same CIPs, but we've just combined them for this purposes, and the $3.2 million and change is for both of them.
That's correct. So we had two CIPs. There was one, the Lot A, we had about $540,000 budgeted for it, and about $4 million budgeted for the paving CIP, CIP 105. We were able to design them together, bid them out together, and since a lot of the work, it's concrete and paving, it makes sense for efficiency to do this as one project.
So this paving work that we're going to be doing, is it like a slurry coat, or are we going to actually pull out the paving that's there now and put down new paving, or is it going to be basically patch and fill and fix and then slurry coat?
There's no slurry in this project. That would be a different effort than what this project would pursue. We're doing mostly grind and overlay. There is some full depth repair. There's some concrete paving as well, but no slurry included in this project.
Yeah, no, I didn't mean to say that it was slurry coat, but is it, in other words, you know, I've done many parking lots and driveways and stuff in my career, and I know you can go, well, it's not in bad shape, let's just slurry coat it, and it lasts for a few years, it looks nice, but it's a very thin, it's almost like painting the street with tar-like substance. But this is actually a layer of material that's not just a very thin layer, is that correct?
We are not doing slurry seal.
I know.
Or thin coat. This is full grind and overlay.
Okay, grind and overlay. Oh, that's what I was getting at. All right, great, thank you.
Councilmember Detoy.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Excited about this project. Working with Little League on the Clark Field portion of it, I assume?
So thank you for bringing that up, Councilmember Toy. So currently, there is a section of resurfacing targeted on a portion of the loop road. It wouldn't be the entirety. It would cover from the beginning of the parking lot and then around through the backstop of the field. I have been in communications with Little League, and I think we're going to have to make a decision soon of whether or not this piece is going to be included. I think right now it's tentatively included. At this point, there are no firm commitments from Little League. They have indicated some desire to raise funds to bring improvements to Clark Field, but at this point, we don't have anything in confirmation that that's going to be a reality. So there'll need to be a decision made of whether we are going to resurface that loop road to address pavement conditions at that location. Should we do a grind and overlay of that limited section, it would potentially be sacrificial, but would deliver that benefit. Should Little League still consider to come forward, it wouldn't preclude anything that they would do and could potentially provide some safety benefit over whatever time period is until that project does come to fruition. But there is some concern about pavement condition at Clark Field.
Yeah, I was just speaking about the timeline in construction and the season starting up this weekend, so.
So yeah, at this point, any of the paving that we do at Clark, we're going to delay it till after the season. So I think the main things are downtown and some of the other residential streets. There's enough here that we can phase, that we can stay out of Clark Field and keep away from Little League and let them have their season.
Bard Street stop sign. Do we need to reinstall that stop sign? Have we had, I mean, this is our chance to do it right. Do we need the stop sign right there, knowing that there's, you know, two just up the way at Valley and Ardmore?
Right.
I know we've had a lot of public commenters throughout the years, and if we're going to be doing this.
So this project is not changing any traffic control. We are trying to resurface and put things back for enhancing safety conditions on the roadway. There's been quite a bit of discussion about Bard Street and speaking with police and fire. There is concern about taking out that stop sign. It is right near their egress, and so there is some benefit to having people stop at that location. It is in the downtown core, and my concern would be removing something in what would be the safety impacts of taking it out for those that are used to stopping at it. I'm not aware of any major safety issues at that location with it in place, so if we take it out, does it create a new issue?
And then do we gain any spots in Lot A with, I know we're reworking the parking lot a little bit, and then the second part of that question is, are we going to still have the same trash enclosures afterwards?
My understanding is going to be a one-to-one replacement of parking. I'd have to verify, but we are largely putting things back. There's a lot of parking in that lot, and so we're doing our best to maintain everything that's in there. So there's no substantial changes in the circulation. It would be very hard to change it and maintain the level of parking that is in that lot. The project itself, in terms of trash, would be replacing all the fencing for all the trash enclosures, installing new fencing around the enclosures in kind in the same locations, but we wouldn't be reconfiguring.
Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing up that stop sign issue at Bard, because the time to change it would be when we go out and do these improvements. And, you know, there's no more traffic on one end of Bard when those stop signs are put in. When you see traffic go through there, no one stops at it. They just coast through it. And I know as a cyclist, it is difficult to navigate when you got a bunch of automobiles never stopping at stop signs, and sometimes it's hard to cross. So I don't know if there's any interest in doing it. Now would be the time to do it. But anyway.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
On that same note of the stop sign, if I could add a question to that. Isn't Bard where we go from 2 lanes to 1 lane if you're westbound on Pier? Because you come 2 lanes down from the highway, then you stop at the first set of stop signs, you go to the second set of stop signs, then you pass through over Valley and Ardmore, and then between Valley and Bard, at Bard, it becomes, the right lane becomes a right turn only lane into where the trailer park is, and the other lane goes straight. So that's the spot where and it's very difficult, honestly. I think it's, well, I won't get into 1 lane or 2 on Pier Avenue, but that's the worst spot in the world, because people come to that spot and they go, oh, I'm in the right lane and it's right turn only, crap. So now they have to get over into the left lane. Nobody wants to let them in because they're all in a hurry to get down the road. And so that's a bottleneck there. That's a problem there. Taking the stop sign away, I think, would make it worse, because now it's a race to get to the other side and try and mesh in together with the other lane. So I think the stop sign is kind of critical there now. Not necessarily because of the fire station anymore or of traffic from Bard, but because of that reduction in lanes from 2 to 1. That's the spot where it happens, westbound.
Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying, Mayor Pro Tem. Many times we tend to make all these decisions without having data, engineering study. Oh, it looks good, it sounds good, we take it away. What you're saying is it's actually better that it's there now that we've reduced it from 2 lanes to 1.
Yep.
I mean, it's hard to say. I ride my bike through there all the time, and people aren't stopping at it anyway. So you have this.
Stop at any of the signs.
Well, especially this one. This is the biggest violator of them all. It's right in front of the police station. It's unbelievable. Police aren't looking at it when they're taking off going somewhere else. But in regards to that, it's problematic in that no one stops at it. They're all going slowly. People are moving slowly to go in and out of the different lanes. But I don't know. I guess we're not going to resolve this tonight. We're getting ready to paint and stripe it the way it is. But, you know, it's really frustrating at that stop sign especially. And Councilmember Keegan, did you have something to say, or what were you discussing over here? Please fill us in. Let us know.
I was saying that we've talked a lot about these stop signs. I think we should just probably leave it the way it is.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe you were talking about something else over there. I
Well,
wasn't
no.
sure. Okay, all right. I just wasn't sure. Tell us all then.
Well, I've listened to plenty. I've
Or
said the
tell
least.
me how you really feel.
I've said the least. So I think that we should probably leave it the way it is.
Okay. Anyone else have any other comments?
We're still in questions, right? Okay. This is the same contractor that did Prospect Avenue. Did I read that in the staff report?
That's correct, Councilmember Jackson.
Okay, good. And we were happy with that from all accounts, right? Okay. With regard to the dumpster, are the businesses who use that trash dumpster helping to pay for any of that? I mean, don't they own the dumpster and the fencing, or who owns that?
The city owns the fencing, and I believe there is some money that comes back from Athens.
So why do we own that? I mean, isn't the dumpster to enclose the fencing is to enclose their dumpster, right? Do we normally, are we responsible for that enclosure, or is?
I'm not sure that I can speak to the full arrangement that we have. My understanding is that we do have an arrangement with them, but we are responsible for the fencing. But I know there's been a lot of talk over the years about trash configurations.
Yeah, I don't know why
Madam City Manager.
we would be.
A lot has changed, and I know we go back and forth. So we own the enclosures, and they pay a fee. And we use the fee for maintenance. So it's currently as you described. We own the enclosures, they pay a fee, we use the fee for maintenance.
Okay. Does the fee sufficiently cover all our costs associated with the dumpster, I guess is a question. Number one, so you may not know the answer to that, but that leads me to Councilmember DeToy mentioned the configuration. I mean, first of all, I hate where that dumpster is, to be honest. I know it's not a question, it's a comment, but I think at some point during the process, maybe a look at where the dumpsters are and the current parking configuration to determine if it was or is the most beneficial for maximizing parking. If we're gonna take a look at it, maybe we should, because I'm assuming we didn't do that. We didn't look at possibly relocating the dumpsters or taking a look at the current parking configuration. Is that a safe assumption?
So I want to say we have had internal discussions, and my understanding was there was one dumpster at one time, and now there's several dumpsters, so it has gone back and forth. It's something staff has workshopped, and there's not a simple solution for it. We have looked at parking configurations. I will tell you, those parking spaces are very tight. It is a very parked up lot. There's not a better circulation pattern than what's in there, and so any major adjustments to circulation or configuration could impact parking in the coastal zone. At this point, the project is designed, and we do have urgency to construct before the busy season, so any reconfiguration to that lot at this point would delay the whole project and put it at risk.
And I guess my last question, your comment just triggered. How much of this went through Public Works in terms of their opportunity to overview, to provide input, to ask questions? Was it during the early stages of design and, requests for proposals? What part in reviewing and providing input did Public Works play?
So I think as soon as we identified the street selection, we have shown that at City Council and at Public Works Commission. We've shown various maps during my updates and at Commission of what roads we have selected, which provide an opportunity for anyone to comment on the scope of work that's in there. Commission does not review designs. Of course, if there are questions that come up, anyone's welcome to bring it up at a commission or council meeting and ask for further information. We'd be happy to show that at a commission meeting.
Did the commission see the slides we saw with the dumpster in there? Did that go to the commission?
So,
And the reason I'm asking, is, I mean, that would obviously prompt discussion. So, and maybe that's for my discussion point now, but I mean, from what I'm hearing, Public Works did not review what we just saw.
If I could actually add to that, there was a time when the Lot A improvement project did have a larger scope. We de-scoped that about 2 budget cycles ago to simply do a resurfacing, as we have identified an urgent need to resurface that lot because of the poor pavement condition and potential trip hazards at that location. So I think what we have communicated is a de-scoping to simply resurface and not a major reconfiguration. We did simplify that scope greatly, and I think that's what has been communicated through the whole process as we have readjusted that project to minimize the cost and deliver the urgent improvements. I don't think anything's precluded from further adjustments in the future, but this is really to get the surface conditions back in that very heavily traveled lot.
And the layout is something that council reviewed and adopted in 2020. The configuration of the trash enclosure solution after workshopping for quite a bit. The other failed solution we had in place with the one common enclosure. So that could be revisited by council at any time, but I think, as Joe said, we're trying to get to the bare minimum of resurfacing.
Okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Open up to public comment. Is there anyone in the chambers wishing to comment on this item this evening? Okay, Madam City Clerk, is there anyone online?
If you are joining via Zoom, now is the time to raise your virtual hand to speak on this item. Mayor, we do not have any virtual hands raised.
Okay. Is there anyone else in chambers that wants to say something? Step up, please. Okay. Bringing it back to the council then.
Mayor?
Yes.
Make a motion for staff recommendation to approve the bid project.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any other questions, Councilmember Jackson?
Just a comment. I am inclined to support this because of the time crunch, but I think this highlights, I think, a problem in our process, whereas Public Works did not have a real opportunity to review, discuss, and help refine this. I mean, had they gotten involved earlier, we may have had a discussion about the trash cans, those horrible dumpsters and the fencing that are complete eyesores, and the parking configuration. I think we're not utilizing them enough to do the deep analysis and address some of the key issues, and it provides another opportunity for the public to participate. I think that process would help strengthen and provide more opportunities for public comment. And while I'm inclined to support it because of the time crunch, I think this highlights what maybe an issue that's greater than this, that's certainly greater than this, and something we need to discuss in terms of better opportunity, more opportunities for our commissions to take a better role in reviewing and fleshing out some of these issues before it comes to us. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I wholeheartedly support everything you just said. I hope we should be able to utilize our commissions more, and especially with projects like this, we shouldn't have to be forced at this point in time, having to approve it when it's too late to go back. Obviously, the awards have come in, and it's time to decide this. But most other cities, a lot of other cities that we use, things go to commissions first. Commissions don't make decisions about where things go, but they advise the city council in the way to perform. And if somehow we could get that structure and system down a little bit better, where things could be coming to them, they could then provide advice to the city council early on the way to go with things. And I'm hoping that in the future we can somehow improve that process. But I do believe that it helps to have commission hearings, and the public's ability to get input that way is gravely needed. So anyway, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussions? Yes, Councilmember Keegan.
I think that staff probably did the best they could with the revised plans that you had to do, and you wanted to get this done in time for the summer. So I think, there's professional engineers in there. And the trash enclosure, I had many discussions over 2 decades ago and there's not a lot you can do with the trash. You have an open lot and 12 businesses on the street or something, and there's nowhere to put a trash area that looks good. I mean, we could build something nice, but it's not going to stay nice. So I think putting new fencing around it every 10 years is probably a safe bet. So I think staff did, I don't think you could reconfigure that with more parking spaces because we've looked at that many times. And with handicap changes, I'm sure we're doing the best we can with those because those have increased over the last few decades. So I saw where you've put them. That's not where they used to be. And that looks like a good location. It looks like you picked up an extra spot or so there. It looks good. So thank you, and to your staff. So that's it.
Okay. Thank you. If there's nothing else, Madam City Clerk, could we call for a vote here? She was hot on the button today. Okay, the results are on the screen. Madam City Clerk, could you announce the votes?
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. Moving on next. What's up
Item
next?
17F, award of construction contract for CIP 603 South Park Slope Irrigation and Landscape Improvements and appropriate Metropolitan Water District turf removal grant for CIP 603 project reimbursement.
Okay. So Mayor and Council, so this next project would enhance all the landscape and irrigation on the northerly side of South Park, all the areas shown in yellow. This is primarily the sloped areas and all the locations around the play areas. It excludes the playgrounds themselves in the community garden, in the restroom, but all the areas around that, as shown in yellow. Some of the things that this project would deliver include addressing slope stabilization concerns. Really, all the landscape has been just completely run over and is not working, largely due to damaged and non-operable drip irrigation systems, particularly on the hill. Reducing water usage through more drought-tolerant plants throughout this area. Repairing broken wooden steps, fixing, adding new retaining walls where there's exposed concrete walkways, and addressing a number of other maintenance issues from this very heavily used park. Just to highlight some of the photos of the existing conditions that are out there that show the conditions of the drip irrigation. You can see the wooden stairs leading up the hill. Really, a lot of the landscape is just not intact and largely due to the lack of proper irrigation in these locations and selection of plants. We have a concrete walkway that goes to the bridge. We have exposed edges where we would add retaining walls for safety, and just a number of other ongoing maintenance issues. This is a very heavily used great park. Some of the benches you can see underneath that we don't have pads underneath, so they just get worn and become maintenance issues. We have planters that get sand in them, and so once again, the heavy use in this park has really impacted a lot of the landscaping systems that we have out there in irrigation, and this is really to replace that. The city engaged a landscape architect to look at this park in detail, and they did break it down into various zones, including what would do well for slope stabilization. We're looking at all new irrigation, what plants would do well around the playground area, area 2. We are retaining some grass on the hills that are nice places to sit and sit near the park and look at the playground, and then also pulling back a lot of the turf that doesn't do very well under the trees around the restroom and near the parking lot, and replacing it with more drought-tolerant plants to reduce water usage. And there's a couple new tree plantings as well. And we're doing what we can to deliver these improvements while retaining access to most of the park. There are 2 play areas that would remain open, in the community garden and the restroom as well. We've found a way to phase the construction. We would work with a contractor should we award the contract tonight. We advertised this in November. Bids were open in January. We did receive a number of bidders, and we were very pleased to report that the low bid did come in substantially lower than our engineer's estimate and what we had budgeted for this project. We had bids between 3.9 and 1.1 million, and our engineer's estimate was substantially more. We had a fair amount of money in the budget, so we are definitely pleased it came in lower. After going through these, we did verify that the low bidder was in fact a qualified bidder. All the completeness and accuracy checks did check out. We did receive good references from other cities of other similar work. And so we are recommending award to Superb Engineering. Should we award tonight, we'd start in April. Once again, this work would be likely going through the summertime, phasing where possible to minimize impact to park usage, but there would be some impact where needed, and to be fully determined once a contractor is on board. City would provide construction oversight. There's a number of recommendations in here, but to just quickly summarize, it's about $393,000 for the contract. We are seeking a 15% contingency. This project is largely paid with outside funding, which is good news and means that we can release most of the CIP funds that were dedicated to this back to the fund balance. We received $189,000 from the county, as well as $96,000 in the turf removal program, which covers more than 2/3 of the base cost of the contract. So substantially lower than what we had budgeted for the project. With that, that concludes my staff report, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Keegan.
Can you explain what the MWD turf removal grant was and how you came about that?
Sure, I'd be happy to, Councilmember Keegan. Just 1 minute. So this is the West Basin program where we're able to. They have a reimbursement program on square footage, so when there is turf that has high water usage, if you remove the turf and replace it with lower water usage plantings, they provide you back a rebate on a per square foot basis. And so the plants that we'd be putting back would be lower water use plants, but allows us to make it a little bit more enhanced plantings. These are areas that aren't really doing that well, but are using a lot of water. It is recycled water at this location, but this is a program that they offer.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Anybody else? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. So what's there now is, you say turf is grass, essentially. We're taking that out and we're putting low water plants in?
Correct. There's a number of plants that we put in. So these are the area to the north of the restroom and around the restroom building. Turf was put in. There was no substantial landscape put in that area. There is a fair amount of grass that wraps around the parking lot. It was the area that I'd shown. I'm happy to put the map back up if you'd like to see it again. But it's not the entirety of the northern side. It's just that one area around the restroom facility and the entrance to the parking lot.
Okay, and you mentioned that the turf that's there now is not doing well at all due to damage to the systems, to the watering systems?
So
what kind of damage?
If I could clarify, the irrigation that's in poor condition is on the sloped area around the playground. We do have turf around the restroom. In some cases, it's shaded. Some of it's green, but it's not the best location for grass. Sometimes it looks good, and sometimes it dries out or gets too wet. So this would help address irrigation issues at that location and reduce water usage.
Yeah, I'm not so much worried about the plants versus grass. I'm just talking about you said there was damage to the irrigation system. Is that correct? What kind of damage was there? The pipes are broken?
So
truck ran over them? I mean, what happened?
I mean, we have drip irrigation. A lot of it gets pulled out. Kids have pulled it out. They've gone down the hill. Over the years, they've become broken, and it's not performing.
What would we be doing in the new project to not let that happen again?
It's a full replacement of the system, and so we wouldn't have the exposed drip systems, but the landscape architects did go through to come up with a new system and plantings that would infill these locations so that they can hopefully be a little bit more durable than what was there before.
So the drip lines are buried? Basically.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Thank you very much. Oh, Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you for the presentation, Joe. Just a couple quick questions. Why summer versus fall, winter for the start? Summer, assuming, is our busiest and most used time of the year for parks.
Right. So we are doing what we can to sequence a number of these projects. So what we are trying to do to minimize the impacts are in the contract documents, we specified areas that we would like to remain open so that we can facilitate some use of the park. So the garden will remain open, 2 of the playgrounds. We do have areas that we'd like to keep open, and we do think it's doable. There will be some interruption during that time. We can't maintain everything open, but we are trying to keep some of the facilities open during that time. It's a very busy park year-round. I understand summer's very busy. This is a project that we've been trying to get to and get off the list. And so we're doing what we can to minimize impacts, but there are impacts with all these projects.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So sometimes we just don't have the luxury of being able to have it done at the best time, right? I mean, that's essentially what happens in timing this.
I think, Mr. Mayor, we try to do what we can to sequence these the best that we can. But like I said, it's busy year-round. And I think we try to avoid certain seasons when we can. For example, Pier Avenue, we're trying to pave it, after the parade, but before the busy summer season. But it's busy all year round, and we have a lot of events that happen in town, and our city is just very busy, so we do the best that we can to schedule it, but like I said, we have a lot of projects coming. We're trying to make sure that we're sequencing things the best that we can, but there's going to be impacts with any construction project.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you very much. Madam City Clerk, has anyone turned in cards for speaking on this issue?
We do not have any speaker cards for this item.
Okay. Is anyone in the chambers wishing to speak on this item? Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. This is where I'm hoping that we can find a new way to communicate with the commissions. This CIP has been on the books for a while, but I just think that, I know that the Parks and Rec Commission was not really included with a lot of time to go over this in depth. And I believe that we know how hard that park is used, and I just think that we should be included in what plants are being used, why are we taking the grass out, when are we going to make the park a little bit less convenient for the families to use it. There's a crossover between Public Works and Parks and Rec, and I don't think that we do a good job of communicating that. And I do think that we need to be included in major constructions like this. And this was not this was not on our agenda to do a deep dive. And I think we have a lot to offer. So I'm hoping that in the future we can consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on this in the chambers? Okay. Madam City Clerk, do we have anyone online?
If you are joining via Zoom, now is the time to raise your virtual hand. Mayor, we do not have any virtual hands raised.
Okay, bring it back to the council for a motion and deliberation. Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the public comments. Thank you for the staff report again. Joe, I understand the process is what it is as of now, but I think this just highlights again a disconnect and something that we need to look at moving forward. This is a Parks and Rec and a Public Works really overlap that I think we need to look at moving forward, the opportunity to have the deep dive and discussion. I've wrestled with this project since it first came to us because I know this park. I know this park very well. I've been going there shortly since it's opened, and I've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly, and we're doing the best we can with what we have. I went by there today. We've had rains, and it looks good. That park slope looks good. Up by the bathroom, it looks good. Understanding that it's not going to always look good. But I promise you, if you plant anything on that slope, and if you put more, because the irrigation system that's there now was buried too, and it came up. That's where kids play. So unless we are blocking that off, whatever you plant there, I promise you is going to be destroyed. Whatever you bury in terms of irrigation, I promise you is going to get dug up. That's what kids do. So I appreciate all the effort, and I know we're doing the best we can with what we're within the parameters that we have. But I think in terms of process, we have to figure out how to incorporate our public works and Parks and Rec so they can do the deep dive before it comes to us. But specifically to this project, unless you got some magic way to keep people off that slope, because kids, they run up the stairs and they run around the top before they go down the slides. I mean, that's what kids are going to do. And whatever you plant, unless it's blocked off, I promise you is going to be destroyed. So I've not been a fan of this from day one because, the reality is it's a heavily used park. And unless you block everything off and give the plants all time to root and they can grow up sufficiently, so if my kids are trampling through there with their hoodlum buddies, then that can withstand it. But I don't think there are drought tolerant plants sufficient enough to stand up to the beating that they're going to take on a daily basis. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Jackson. I thought we had this discussion when we did the CIP process last year about the slopes, right? And I guess we never got further with it, or on the whole idea of the slopes and planting things on the slopes and all that. But
Yeah, I was just highlighting the fact that I've never been comfortable with this project because I think we're going to invest a lot of time and money and whatever we plant, because of the nature of the park, is just not sustainable.
right,
And we're
right.
replacing one irrigation with another irrigation system that the previous one was buried, and I watched it slowly but surely being pulled up, as did all the folks, our commissioner spoke. She lives by the park. She knows that park certainly better than anybody. And my fear is that we're going to replace it. It's going to be great for a few months, and then it's going to be like it is today. So a cautionary tale, if nothing else.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilman Jackson, are you suggesting that we stop this process right now and go back and talk about changing those plants back to turf and re-examining the irrigation system and so on? And sending this back to Parks and Rec, I think it should be in the first place. But sending it back and starting over again?
I would not be opposed to this going back to Parks and Rec, along with Public Works, for a deeper dive to figure out what makes the most sense and what is most sustainable.
Well,
The challenge is, we've got a project that, the city is ready to move forward on. We've got some grant funding, and so, of course, there's the idea that, we're close to the finish line, let's take it over the finish line. And again, Joe, there's no indictment upon you and your great staff for all the work you're doing. I'm just, in our being council, our desire to move it forward, and it's certainly a worthy project, the concern is that whatever we do is not sustainable. And is there an opportunity for greater discussion to allay any concerns that the commissions may have, the community may have, and certainly that I have? Because those just haven't been answered yet. And maybe that's just partly my fault. But
well, I have a tendency to agree with what you're saying here. I like the turf better than the drought-resistant plants. I think you're right in the fact that they will get trampled and destroyed, and I think grass is far more durable in that way. So
Problem is you can't
I would
keep-
support the idea of sending it back and starting over again. And I realize we spend an awful lot of time on this, and I imagine some money too, but if it's, needs to be redone, it needs to be redone, and it's like throwing good money after bad. If this is wrong the way it is, and we agree that it's wrong, if there's three of us, I think maybe we should send it back and start over again.
You know, I sympathize with what's gone on here with this, but that should have happened last year when we had this discussion. Now, you know, we're ready to go out to bid.
It's already been big.
Yeah, you know, we're ready to accept it and move on with it. And for crying out loud, we have a $400,000 award, which was estimated to be about $1 million. We got a great deal here, and we'll have to scrap all that if we change this around. And, you know, the amount of money that it will cost the taxpayers just to make this change just doesn't seem to be worth it in my mind to, you know.
What amount of money do you think that it's going to cost the taxpayers?
Well, a lot.
Staff time,
Yeah. I mean,
commission time, which is free.
No.
and then going out to bid again, getting a bunch of awards and then assigning them, and it delays it all. It just seems.
I agree with you that we should have had this conversation a long time ago, but unfortunately we didn't.
Well, we did have the conversation.
Well, we didn't have, no, I'm sorry, I don't think we did. Otherwise, we would have, one of us remember discussing this and deciding that, well, we like plants better than grass and so on. So, and I don't think we did that. But point is that if it's not the best idea, even though we've come this far, and it's a shame that we did, and I'm sorry. I wish it was my fault. I'd apologize for it, but we didn't do this back then. We should have maybe, but we didn't, and so here we are. So, you know, here's the deal. If one more person agrees with Councilman Jackson and I, then we send it back and we start over again. If one more person doesn't, then we move on with this.
Yeah, or you
That's
could
where we
change
are.
your mind, or you could change, I mean, we're all open-minded
That
here,
happened,
yeah.
but
I know it's as simple.
all I'm saying is that that's where we are right now.
Simple math like that.
Mr. Mayor, I move staff's recommendation.
Second.
If I could just speak to that. I mean, the condition of the park it's a safety issue with the irrigation lines. I mean, it needs to be improved. I don't think that we should be in the business of dictating vegetation in different areas. Joe is right. It is a shaded, that back area behind the bathrooms, there's giant trees over there. It's very shaded. Grass isn't going to grow there. But it needs to get done. There's safety issues all around that park. I don't want to speak for my fellow councilman on the other end, but I think I'm the only person that still goes to this park. And there's commissioners that go too, so give you some credit. It needs to be improved. So I'm happy that we're here. It's going to be a great addition, and I'll be optimistic and hope that the designs by the professionals will make sure that the vegetation does grow. But I kind of agree with Ray.
Okay. There's a motion and a second. Councilmember Jackson.
I mentioned this the last time. If those irrigation hoses that have been exposed should have been, if that was such a safety concern, we should have cut those out 2 years ago when they were exposed. You know, if that was the concern, then we should have addressed that, because the irrigation doesn't work. So the fact that those hoses have been exposed for all this time, neither here nor there. You know, I can reluctantly support this. But the same issue I raised with the last one, I will raise for this one, and probably the one that's coming up next, with regard to we have to provide more opportunities for our commissions to get involved in this at an early stage, to flesh out all these concerns, and also provide opportunities for greater public participation. So I will reluctantly support. You know, it's not the million that it was before, so I can hold my nose and vote, I guess, as they say, and be comfortable with that. But And I hope that it does sustain, it is sustainable, so,
Okay,
thank you.
thank you. Anyone else have any more comments? Okay, Madam, oh, yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Under the circumstances, obviously, I will reluctantly support this also. But the reason I will is because this is a great deal the way it is. And we put these plants in here, if they're all dead in 6 months or a year, we can always put turf on over it, do it again. Without doing the entire project, but replant those areas with something else.
Yeah.
So, okay, fine, let's vote on it. That's my comment.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, could we please have a vote?
Nope.
Let's just do a roll call.
We'll give her a chance.
None of us have it. Can we do a roll call?
Councilmember Keegan?
Yes?
Councilmember Jackson?
Aye, mine just popped up, I refreshed.
Mayor Pro Tem Francois? I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Seaman?
Yes.
Mayor Francois?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And coming up next, what's our next agenda item?
Thank you.
Next, we have item,
My computer's been acting.
17G.
next we have item 17G, award of construction for CIP 619 Kelly Courts improvements.
Okay. So the next one for consideration tonight is award of contract for Kelly Courts. This project is intended to address a number of deficiencies at this location. As you may know, the pickleball court has been closed since 2020, or at least 2 of the 4 have been closed. Those were created back in 2017, but there are dimensional constraints and concerns at that location that need to be resolved in order to reopen it. There are also other dimensional standards that we're working on to bring up to current code in the adjacent tennis court as well, because this is one facility with basketball, tennis, and pickleball. So we're looking at bringing all 3 up to current standards by USA Pickleball Association and American Institute of Architects requirements for recreational play. This is a full court resurfacing. There is wall replacement included to help adjust some of the dimensions. We actually have to modify the westerly side of the pickleball court and move the concrete slab that separates the basketball court and the pickleball courts. If you may know, there's a step. There's a picture right in the middle. It says caution. We're actually shifting that part of the slab to help gain some space, as well as shifting the westerly fence slightly and pulling out some of the light posts to make the dimensional requirements that we need. But there are a number of issues now. We have a step. The courts themselves are not fully accessible. So when we do bring this up to standard, there are some accessibility components that we have to take into consideration. The step being one. The bottom photo shows a footpath through some grass and dirt from the parking lot that ultimately leads to the ADA spot in the bottom left corner. So these are things that we would take into account, as well as new mesh fencing on all the exterior. We leave the posts in place, but this is all new vinyl coated black mesh fence, new wind screens, and then updates to lighting so that they go to current lighting standards for these facilities. So this project was fully designed and advertised back in December, and the bids were open in January. We received 6 bids on the project. all within the engineer's estimate and the current budget for the project allocated for the fiscal year. We do review these in detail when we get them, and there was some challenges with the two apparent low bidders, where the first was found non-responsive. There were some issues in the bid documents or irregularities, and the second low bid was found non-responsible as they did not meet all the adequate reference requirements to show that they had adequate experience to do this type of work. So staff is recommending the third lowest bidder, who is found to be both responsible and responsive. That's KYA Services, and that would be in the amount of $797,000. Should council award the contract tonight, the anticipated start is also somewhere around April, pending how quickly we can get this contractor to mobilize. It's about a 3-month duration for completion, and we would be overseeing all the construction in the field. So we're looking for approximately $800,000, a roughly 20% project contingency to cover the project, and this is all within the approved budget for the CIP in the current fiscal year. So with that, concludes my summary, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. I have a question. There, as I understand, well, we did receive an email from a member of the public. It didn't make it into the e-comments, but it was an email. So I just thought I'd let my fellow council members know in case maybe they didn't see it. But obviously, the pickleball courts specifically have been controversial with neighbors nearby. Neighbors were not notified of this. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, they were not
notified about this contract being awarded.
No. So this is.
So, Mr. Mayor, the pickleball court, so this CIP, the neighbors, it's not required that they are, that radius notification that you're thinking about is not required for this project. However, I wanted to share, which I think council may remember, some years back, there was a consensus building stakeholder process with 2 members of the Parks Commission, members of the community who were neighbors around the courts, as well as staff that worked on a set of recommendations related to the pickleball courts. That was adopted by council. As part of that, it was always understood that the 2 pickleball courts that were removed from service due to a safety issue would be restored. So there has been plenty of engagement with the community.
Right, okay. I just wanted to clarify. So when those meetings were going on and interfaced with the public, it was with the understanding that 2 more courts were going to be operational during those hours.
The 2 that were always operational would be restored. They're
Right.
not net new.
Right, okay. But back then, it was just 2, now it's 4.
Back then, it was 4,
Well, it was 4, it went down to 2. But
back to 4.
But it was the understanding that it would be back to 4.
Correct.
Okay. And then as far as the hours of operation, are they allowed to operate without reservations? Are people allowed to play there without reservations?
So the reservations are posted at the courts, and if there's a slot where there is no reservation, people are welcome to walk on and play.
So they can play when there's no reservations?
Correct.
If someone has a reservation, then someone can't find it empty and start playing on it. It's reserved
It's reserved, correct.
for them. Okay. Thank you very much. Anyone else have any questions? Councilmember Jackson.
Just a question, if this is approved and the construction begins in April, how is that construction going to impact Little League? Are they going to take over that parking? Would they need all that space on Valley for all their equipment? Are they going to be parked at the Clark parking lot? Are they going to be, how are they going to do this during the throes of our very busy Clark Field?
That is something that we're going to have to work out for staging with the contractor. We have, as I noted, there are a number of things that we're trying to balance right now. We have a resurfacing project that's going to come that we're trying to schedule between contractors. Clark Building will be wrapping up in April, potentially May. So we're trying to sequence these the best we can, but there's going to be construction activity, but we're going to do what we can to work with it to minimize impact so that Little League can continue during this time. But I don't have those details at this point. It's something that we'll have to work on staging and where the fenced-off areas would be during that time period.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, thank you. Anyone in the public wishing to speak up? Thanks for hanging out this evening.
Oh, yeah.
My goodness, well, it's only 11:30.
That's my bedtime, you guys. Yeah, I'm here, and I'm the one that wrote the email because I live on 11th Street. And the pickleball issue is a big one because of the noise. It's not because of the sport. People love it. I'm very well aware of that, and I'm also well aware of how important Parks and Recreation is. That's why I love Hermosa. But the noise is very disturbing, and it is perpetual. And when she said that we were notified that the other two courts would be reinstated, one of the reasons no one's been complaining in the last couple of years is because two courts isn't so bad. And it's kind of like tolerable. The hours have made it a little bit better as well. But we were not notified when that was for. There are 3 people I knew who were renting, who had soundproofed their area, but they had to move because of the perpetual noise. They worked from home. There's another gentleman who has a studio up on 8th Street. I retired finally in my long history of being a high school principal for 38 years. And I have a lovely house on 11th Street that's small. And now all I hear, now that I finally can enjoy the beach and not be at work all the time, is that noise of that pickleball. And you can check. Barbara, part of Parks and Rec, has been very helpful in researching other areas where neighbors have sued their cities. And on television, on 60 Minutes, they had a big deal about how human beings can't live with that noise perpetually. It's not conducive to a residential environment where you're sitting outside in your backyard, or if you're wake up in the morning, that's the first thing you hear, and when you're cooking dinner, that's all that comes through your window. So I do believe in compromise and tolerance, but we have not been communicated with about the new project at all. I went to the construction meeting because it was online and listened to the gentleman who had questions about the lights are perfectly good, why are we replacing them? Some of the light standards are actually attached to the fence. And there were other concerns, and how would they increase the size of the pickleball? I went because I care about my home and my city, and I also want to be able to enjoy it. And it isn't the same as hearing baseball games and kids playing. And anybody who knows anything about pickleball knows that. So they get very rambunctious over there. They use a lot of profanity. That's pretty loud, and that's okay too. But it's not really 4 courts. I was told a while ago when you guys were talking about it that you were considering a pickleball court off of Aviation somewhere. I don't know whether there's a new complex or something going in with Redondo. I don't know. Anyway, that was 2 years ago, so I may have been hoping. But that's why I'm here tonight, why I waited, because I know that I was never communicated by anyone about the new project and the construction, and that's what I also think the Parks and Rec could have been combined in studying this a little bit more, so that, well, there aren't that many community members who care, because they're not, I have a small street, 11th Street has changed a lot since you took away our 24-hour parking, and also because Pier Avenue has only one lane, so everybody goes down 11th now. But other than that,
Thank you. You've gone well over your maximum, but that's okay. You know,
so
we
long, I'm sorry.
try to be flexible.
Good evening. Again, this is one of my pet peeves, is that we have not communicated between two commissions. And this one, I met Ray Jackson at South Park when I was having all these meetings with the pro pickleball people and the anti pickleball people. And I've been on the commission for 7 years, and I've been on this subcommittee. Stop now, we're going to start again. We're a small town. I told Susan when she started here, small town, big problems. Because we're going to build the forecourts again, you're not going to give us a chance to figure out how to make this program work. It's already a given now. We have forecourts. We have to use them. Do we need forecourts? Should we have forecourts at this location? Should we do what maybe they've done in Manhattan Beach and other cities? Should we have try to work out something with the school district and have some courts on the other side of town? We just haven't had this conversation. It's gone on, it's been so long because of COVID and because of this accident. And again, all of this, none of this came before the Parks and Rec Department. I never got to really see what the changes were going to be. I never even knew what the real problem was. Was it the fact that we were short X amount of feet, X amount of inches? So I am a huge supporter of staff. I know they work hard, but I really think that this is where we come up short. You're not giving us a chance. I have called all over the country. I can tell you exactly what happened in Lake Oswego, Oregon, where they closed their pickleball courts because of the problem that they had with the residents, but they were lucky enough that they could build a complex and make their pickleball courts inside. We can't even have one pickleball court inside in our gym. We don't have enough room. So just because it's popular doesn't make it work here. And the hours that what we've worked out with the residents where they get 2 days off is so important. And we've seen what happens when you get all these people on the court and they all line up and they all are loud, the ball is loud, and we've had this whole area, we've never had complaints about basketball, we've never had complaints about Little League or soccer. It fits the area. This is a unique sport. Just because it's popular doesn't make it fit. So I'm really disappointed that we're going to go ahead and build this, and then we're going to try to make it work, instead of stopping and saying, okay, how can we make it work? Should it be here? This just is not, it's not what we should be doing. It's probably what you're going to do, but in the long run, we're going to have residents. We have a resident that sold his home and moved to Manhattan Beach because he just couldn't deal with it any longer. And now we have new residents. We have to start all over again and communicate with the new residents, and I'm grateful that the city has agreed to go 500 feet rather than 200 to address the residents, to let them know that this new project is going to be larger than what they're used to for the last number of years. And also, the pickleball players, they have a right too. They should be here. We should all be having this discussion. And this one is just a little too hard to swallow.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Madam City Clerk, is anyone online?
If you are joining via Zoom, now is the time to raise your virtual hand. Mayor, we do not have any virtual hands raised.
Okay. Thank you. Bring it back to the council for deliberations.
I'll go first.
Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for sticking around. I love your house on 11th, and there's a special place in heaven for educators, so thank you for your service to our kids. this is one that I can't support, and I'm prepared to move that we pull this and send it back to Parks and Rec. I agree with our commissioner, and yes, I met her years ago when she was doing unbelievable work to try to bridge the divide between the pickleball community and the community interest. And I met the gentleman that moved because of the pickleball noise, and that was when there were 2. And now we're talking about going back to 4, which is where we were years ago. But things have changed, residents have changed, attitudes towards pickleball have changed, and we haven't really provided the opportunities for increased public participation in this regard. I think this is too important to just make this a final, we're going from 2 to 4. And I think this needs, and we might ultimately agree that this is the right place, but I'm not convinced that it is at this juncture, and I'm not convinced that this was the best process. Again, Joe, understanding this is the way we've normally done things, but I think there's an opportunity for us to use this as a lesson and send this thing back. Let's get a true feel for where the community is, understanding that there are folks that just want their pickleball, they don't care about the noise. But, you know, having spent a lot of time on that corner in that area, and again, the pickleball court sits in a valley. So every pop, 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 pop reverberates, and you can hear it all up into the surrounding neighborhoods around there. So I am not in support of awarding this contract and would look for support to deny the award and to send this back to Parks and Rec and Public Works for further discussion.
I appreciate those comments. I share some of those feelings, but I think we need to provide some type of direction. Part of the problem is that no one's had any direction of where to go. Obviously, there are other locations that might work better if it's up by the community center or something, but, you know, no matter what happens like that, it's going to take more direction and more money to make it happen. But it is a shame that we haven't been able to get these things resolved before it comes out to an award. Someone else have a, Mayor Pro Tem?
Before we discuss backing this thing up and starting over again, what would be the possible solutions to this? Hours for the pickleball court, or is there a fence around this now? Is it 6 feet high, 8 feet high? Can some sound attenuating material can be added to the fence? I mean, are any of these things feasible? What would we do if we did back this up? What would be the potential possibilities? Maybe Commissioner Elman could, do you have any ideas what would be discussed in order to solve the problem?
Not a lot. The sound barrier that you're talking about, it's not going to work. It doesn't really give you the soundproofness that you want. And that's why I think that, for me, again, because I haven't had a chance to talk to any of the pickleball players, and we haven't reached out to the residents, that I really can't give you much more information other than I just think we're going to spend all this money and then we're going to end up with this huge problem and possibly be forced to close one of the courts and hopefully move it somewhere else. But we just haven't, you're asking me to look into the future, and I don't want to do that. I represent, as a commissioner, everybody, and the players have moved on. They've moved to Manhattan, Redondo, Torrance, and to have them all come back would be a shock to the neighborhood. But I think they'll be disappointed also, because we're still going to restrict the play. the hours, we're going to try and have at least one, if not both of the new courts open play. So we're still going to have a reservation system. It's, again, there hasn't been a discussion, so I really can't be as much help as I would love to be. But I can assure you that buying the soundproof barrier would be a big, huge waste of money from what I saw when I drove down to Orange County.
They had them there and?
Yes, they did.
And they didn't work?
They don't. You're in the parking lot and you can hear it. And luckily, that place, they only had a very few number of homes that were bothered by it. But they are the city that I think they settled, but there was a lawsuit. So
Was this sound barrier that they had there, was it like a chain link fence but had some material woven around it?
no.
Or there
These were actual pads.
Pads.
And one of the problems with those pads is that it stops the wind from coming in, and it gets really hot. And we know here that we have a problem during the middle of the day down on those
Right.
courts.
Right.
Okay?
And I know the houses that are adjacent are they on 11th Street, or are they?
They're on 11th, they're on Ardmore, and then they are on 10th and 11th as they move up the hill.
All right, sound goes across the green belt and on to Ardmore, those houses there.
And again, we don't know who's moved. There's a lot of renters in that area. We just haven't had a conversation with the residents yet. We did promise them that we would communicate with them before we changed anything regarding the program.
Right.
And here we are. Again, some people don't think this is a change, but we have an opportunity to make the program its best, and I just think you've jumped the gun.
I remember years ago when, on Planning Commission again, we were working with a hotel, the Hermosa Hotel up on PCH in Artesia. And also, it came up again during the construction of Skechers, because there were buildings right there, virtually a few feet away. And so the construction company came up with an idea of putting up sound barriers that would help that jackhammer noise and so on. And they came up with some pretty effective materials that kept that sound from bothering the neighbors, at least.
Well, if you want to drive to Orange County with me, I'll drive.
Okay, maybe I go. But I'm just saying that I'm not sure what they had in Orange County, but I imagine they exhausted every possibility and came up with what they thought was the best
What they thought
one,
was the best
and
that
it
they
didn't
could do.
work.
Mhm.
Yeah, okay, all right. I'm just wondering if we're going to stop this and turn around, where is it going to go? When it goes back to Parks and Rec, what's the answer?
Well, yeah, and that's why we need to give some direction, because, we need to give direction on what we're going to do, because at this point, nothing's come up to resolve this issue.
Well, the last case was pretty basic, we just changed the planting, but this is a problem that we don't have an answer for.
Madam City Manager, you've got some history of knowledge in what's happened with this. Is there some reasonable way we could do something, if it means moving these courts somewhere else? What would the cost be? How would that intertwine with the grants and other outside funding we've gotten to do this?
So thank you, Mr. Mayor. In 2017, a year prior to my joining the city, the staff reviewed many locations, noise mitigation options, equipment requirements, and went through this for over a year. And that review period actually continued after I started with the city. So the studies on noise, the studies on can you put a tarp over the fence, all of that was done. And the location was determined some years back. And Commissioner Elman's correct, what we assured the stakeholder group that we would do is, once the award to construct and improve the courts was granted, we would reinstate that group to revisit the policy. So I think there are two different things being discussed as I hear it. There's the CIP, the Kelly Court CIP, which council has seen and approved year over year in the CIP study session and the budget process. So that is an approved CIP. We took that direction to proceed with restoring the 2 courts that were taken out of commission. The other piece of the discussion seems to be really about the use policy, the hours, which went through a consensus building stakeholder process. Council adopted that. But that could be revisited without abandoning the project. Abandoning the project, the CIP that was approved by council, which staff took action on as per your direction, sacrifices actually the amount of design dollars that were spent. So it isn't just staff time. Staff time is very valuable because it means that we haven't spent that time on other projects. But there are design costs that have been sunken into this. And so if what council wants to happen at this juncture is a review of the hours, the policy, that could be bifurcated from the actual CIP. But we are at the stage of award after spending likely almost 2 years on this project, staff time, design time, and so I do ask for your consideration there because we are taking your direction. Tonight's agenda has 3 CIPs, I believe, that has been long awaited, and there have been opportunities to give staff that direction to not proceed.
Councilmember Jackson.
Certainly appreciate the comments. This is a process problem that I think this highlights our disconnect. That CIP project that was approved should have gone through Public Works and should have gone through Parks and Rec. Series of meetings over a series of years to maximize public participation and opportunities for input so that these questions that we have now could have been fleshed out. I mean, this is too permanent a modification that's too impactful on the residents living around the courts that, if we pull and relook, we may decide we're not going to put those 2 pickleball courts there, or maybe we're just going to put 1. Maybe 3 as opposed to 4, but to go from 2 to 4, to double the impact in that community, I just don't think, particularly the way the process has gone with this CIP, is not in the best interest of the community and certainly not the residents who are going to feel the brunt of this. So I stand firm on my objection to moving this forward, and I would move that we pull this, send it back to Public Works and Parks and Rec to have a thorough and fulsome discussion with the community and then come back to us with a recommendation.
Mr. Mayor, just a question for
Pro
staff.
Tem. Okay, there's no second on the motion, so it's just open.
Oh, if someone wants to second it, just for conversation's
What was
sake.
their motion?
I believe Councilman Jackson made a motion. We either second his motion and then discuss it, or we just keep the deliberations open in general, whichever you'd like to do.
I just have a quick clarifying question. How,
You second the motion?
No.
No.
He has a question.
Okay, so we're just
someone want to second it, so
open for discussion. Okay,
for formalities?
sure.
Either way, so now that bids have been, reviewed and everything like that, how long is a bid good for?
Approximately 90 days, and 60 to be safe, but we can say 90 days.
And then when does that clock start? So this was, when does that 60 days start?
I think when it opened,
When opened.
yes.
And when was that, Director San Clemente? Is it in the? Got it, yeah, I see it, January 23rd.
Yes.
Thank you for that.
Right, and so, Mr. Mayor, if I, go ahead, Councilman Keegan.
I had a question.
Councilmember Keegan.
I'd ask this of Mr. San Clemente. How much of the project was trying to get that wall safe? And that, what do you think that was a portion of the budget, to make the pickleball feasible, the second two courts? How much of that is the price of the project? You think? I mean, obviously, I'm not going to hold you to that, but just, is that a significant thing?
It's probably fair. I mean, it's hard to say because we're doing all new fencing. We're restoring all the surfaces, making an ADA path. We do have to relocate some light posts. There is some adjustment to the slab between the two courts. I couldn't definitively say what it is, but there is some additional cost just because of the pickleball courts.
Okay. Well, I guess what I'm saying is that if we move forward with this and it's a problem, it's the same as if there was never an accident. I mean, we'd shut down the courts or limit the play until it was at a level that we were acceptable with, or maybe it's a thing we'd close the courts and eventually repurpose the space into something else. I mean, but we'd have a graded site with a good, base, and if we have to repurpose it later, we would. I mean, you've gone so far on redesigning the project. It's, since 20, it's been an issue. When did you close the pickleball courts? In 20? In 21? So it's been 4 years of inactivity. I mean, maybe we should have built the storage area for the garden club there. I mean, maybe that's a future. But I think we should move forward with it, and if there's a problem with the programming and the noise, we'll shut down 2 courts. We'll have a graded site, we'll put a couple storage units on there and, put stuff in them.
Or reduce the hours or do something to.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, we'll make an adjustment. Like
reduce the hours
just like
if that
we didn't
becomes a
have
problem.
the injury area, just pretend that wasn't there, we're just resurfacing it, Move forward, project's ready to go, let's move it.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that, although, I sympathize with the neighbors, but you're right, we can address those issues later. I think that somehow there's a dislink in some of the things we do here. I don't know if we need to have, before things go out to design, they get put on our consent calendar so that we can review them. Because just think how this could have happened, especially this in the previous issue. If before we went out to design, spent money on the design, we could take a look at what was being proposed and make these necessary changes, and we could have gone a lot far. So anyway.
I'll make a motion to staff recommendation.
Is there a second to that motion? I'm going to second it. Councilmember Jackson.
We already know there's a problem with our pickleball courts, with 2. So we don't need to build it and then determine whether there's going to be a problem with 4.
Well, can make
I'm speaking right now, thank you. So I don't see why the rush to build this project that we know is going to be problematic, that unlike the other projects we approved today that are inconvenient for folks while they're doing the construction, this one has a daily impact for everybody in that community who is going to be subjected to that thump, thump, thump on 4 courts. And if you haven't been there to hear that noise, once it gets in your head, you can't get it out. So I think we owe it to every resident who is potentially going to be impacted by this before we just say, this one, unlike the other 2, hey, let's just move this forward. This one, I think we pumped the brakes on. I don't think it's in the best interest of the community. I think we should reject all bids and send it back to Parks and Rec and and Public Works.
Well, we're at a stalemate here with what to do. We could take no action.
We have a motion.
Well, correct, yes. So the one caveat about that is that there are, we receive bids. Now, of course, you guys as the city council and the public contracting morass, you undoubtedly have the ability to reject all bids. It's a very broad discretion. You basically just make a motion that we don't think it's in the best interest of the public. So you guys are on very, very solid ground about that. However, I would advise against just taking no action and leaving it kind of hanging.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
So the next, I'll look at Lisa in the back. The next Parks and Rec community meeting is March 4th. Our next council meeting after that is March 11th. I see Madam City Manager not happy with this one. Would we have, I don't know your agenda on March 4th, but is there enough time to keep the same cadence? I don't want to risk the bid log and everything, but at least get that opportunity to have 2 more looks at this. Reach out to those community members, reach out to the neighbors, reach out to the pickleball community, at least get more stakeholder involvement in that regard. And this is a unique opportunity that those meetings coincide like this.
The only problem there is that, what would the result be? If the Parks and Rec Commission decided that they wanted to go some other direction or wanted to re-engage the community, but we're still stuck with the, back to the same issue, whether we approve this or not. So,
But at least we'll have more opportunities for public communication.
yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't see Ms. Nichols. You started to walk up to the microphone. I'm so sorry, I didn't see you over there.
Is this the right one? No. Can you hear me? Okay, wonderful. We need to look into that because we're not sure if it's 60 or 90 days, correct? And if that would allow, if that would be within that time frame. The agenda would need to be posted this Thursday. I think staff would seek clarification on exactly how these meetings would be held to ensure that it would allow for the most community input. We don't have all the contact information for all the neighbors, and we would most likely need to notice this as a public hearing in order to make sure everyone was properly notified of a discussion, which we would not be able to have done to meet the public hearing noticing requirements.
And so, Madam Director, if I may, Director Nichols is entirely, correct in that it's typically our best practice. I believe for something like this, because it's not a zone change, probably not legally mandated, albeit if that's the direction from the council. And as I said, Director Nichols, that is best practices undoubtedly, but probably not legally mandated.
Is the timing better for the Public Works Commission?
No, it's March 19th.
What's that?
March 19th. This is March 4th, and then March 11th would be our
19th.
meeting.
So there's not enough time from the 19th to when we meet after that? 25th?
Would you all be amenable to setting it to Parks and Rec on the 4th and Public Works on the 18th? Or excuse me, on the 13th, is that when they are?
19th, but I think that is over, then that pushes it to the March 25th meeting for us, which might be on the 60 days.
Well, if we have to withdraw and...
I was going to say, we're going to have an emergency meeting necessary.
If we can talk about parking and pickleball, that's like a perfect combo.
Why are we concerned about the Public Works Commission? This is clearly a parks issue. It should go to the Parks and Rec to be...
Well, it's a matter of having enough time. There wasn't enough time to
Okay.
get the agenda out.
I understand
that
that
was
we're
the
talking about going
reason
to one
for-
and then the other.
That was the reason for using Public Works.
Yeah, I think we should stick with Parks and Rec, and I'm not afraid to just go, well, if we don't make the time limit, we don't make the time limit, we rebid it. Clearly, if we're going to send this back to discuss something else, remove one court, or put up some sound barrier, or change the hours, or whatever we're going to do, there will be clearly some change to it, which will probably affect the bid we have.
Yeah.
So it'll have to go back out for bid
Right.
again anyway, so why are we worried about the 90 days and so on and so forth? If we're going to do it, let's just do it. Let's just, if necessary, cancel this, send it back to Parks and Rec, and have them properly vet this situation and come up with an answer. I'm not entirely convinced that the sound barrier wouldn't work, but I don't know. I don't have anything in particular in mind, and I would leave it up to our Parks and Rec Department to commission to fully vet this thing and see if we can't get something worked out, and then start over again. Even if it's the same project, that nothing changes except the hours, let's say, then we still put it back out for bid, and the same companies bid on it, and we go down the road. So I'm for taking it back and starting over again. I haven't lost any money. The money we spend planning this is still good. The plans are still good. Everything's fine about it. If we rearrange 1 court, 2 courts, 3 courts, 4, it's still the same, basically the same project, and the same money we spend on it is not wasted.
I would like to keep it on the same timeline. I think that companies who bid on a project and then I don't think we'll get as many bids. I think it's a bad look for municipality to kind of go out to bid and then not do anything. And I do care about reputations because if it's not this, if it's not pickleball courts, what is it going to be? Some sewer thing? Are we going to waffle on a completed project on that? I mean, again, it's reputation. So if we can keep to the March 4th and March 11th timeline, just again, to get more public input. And again, is it going to be more the overview of the hours if we do 4 courts or whatever it is? But I know the commission has spent a lot of time on this and know a lot more about it than us.
Well, the hours are something we can always take care of later.
Councilman DeToy, it didn't seem to bother us much on the Clark building when we put it out for bid. We didn't like the bids, so we took it back, made changes to the plans, and then put it back out for bid again, and then accepted someone on the next go-around. So I think this is the same situation here, essentially.
I think there's
we're at the 10th hour here where we're deciding to change something, but that's all we're doing. We're going to look at it again, and we may or may not make changes to the actual construction part of it. And then we just put it back out for bid. And I think probably end up with the same company we have now.
If I can add something.
Or maybe not.
Or maybe not. Well, okay,
If I
maybe
can
it'll be
add
a better price. So
Or more expensive.
I doubt that, honestly.
Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you.
Sorry, I missed seeing you down at that end.
That's no problem, sir. I agree with Mayor Pro Tem. There's no need to rush this. I think we reject, in the best interest of the city, have the fulsome discussions, have the opportunity to engage with the community, have the opportunity to engage with Little League, who don't know this is coming and it's going to impact their entire operations, and their season starts on Saturday. So, there are a lot of things that need to be discussed and fleshed out and just understood. So we're not just knocking on your door and saying, oh, by the way, this is happening. So let's hear from people, let's get their input, and then let's make an informed decision. But to say, here you go, we're doing this, without the opportunity for those folks to really have a voice in the process, I think is a disservice. So,
Well, that's exactly what I'm trying to propose. Let 2 opportunities for the public to speak up.
right, but March 4th is next week. Right? That's jamming this pretty quickly when there's no rush that this has to be done by the end of March. Because as Councilmember Seaman, we've rejected contracts before. it's not a bad look. Things happen. People understand that, just like contractors pull out at the last minute for whatever reason. That's this isn't the city. This is something it's important for us to get this right because it's too important. This is not just paving a road. This is completely changing the dynamics of a park that impacts people every day. So let's get it right. Let's not take the easy way. Let's do the hard right over the easy wrong.
Councilman Keegan.
I just think that if we're going to meet and the Parks and Rec comes back with a recommendation to leave it at 2 courts within the city, that, we should probably just bring this project back with taking out all those changes we made for the safety concerns and just retrofitting what we currently have. And is that going to be, maybe we'll end up saving enough money that the time we wasted on rebidding it and the street credibility we got, that was taken away will be made up in the savings. We don't have to make accommodations for the safety concerns of the second 2 courts, and we just leave that area void forever, or at least the next 20 years. So, if we do come up to the conclusion we don't want any more courts, we should renovate it, rechange the plans, making adjustments to not do any safety concerns and not to change the grade, and just renovate the area. Just something for us to think about before we, if we come up with a solution that says only 2 courts. I was under no impression, I'm new here, no one told me that we can't have 4 courts. I missed the whole discussion in 2017, and I missed the one in 20, and I missed the one we had months ago on the CUPs. So obviously someone should have jumped up and said, hey, we only want 2 courts. So that seems to be the theme tonight, so.
How many motions can we have per Robert's rules?
We have a motion on the
3.
floor.
All right, we have 1 on the floor, correct?
Yeah, I can.
We have 2.
Did you want to make a substitute
We have
motion?
2?
or
Well,
we
no, the original motion was to approve staff rec. I got a second. That's all that I know is on the floor.
So he made a motion, I seconded.
Correct, but Councilmember, sorry, go ahead, but I didn't hear a second for yours.
I made the very first motion.
Was there a second for yours?
Mike
there was no
Mike
second.
seconded it, and then there was
No, I
some
did not
discussion.
second it.
No,
Oh.
Mike DeToy.
You
No,
seconded it?
Rob.
No?
He never seconded it.
He never
and
did.
made a
Yeah.
motion.
Yeah, my motion was the only on
Yeah.
the floor. Yours
Remember,
failed.
we opened it
Yeah.
up for general discussion without
Once
a
again,
second.
yeah. Those are my notes, but I could be wrong. So I
so-
think that the key thing here is not to necessarily get lost in the Robert's rules. You guys know what's up.
Majority always rules anyway,
Right,
right?
exactly.
But I believe, my understanding is Councilmember Keegan made a motion, and I seconded it.
And that's the only one on the
And
floor.
I
accept
can, and I
staff
can withdraw
recommendation.
that motion, so
Yeah,
I'll
okay,
withdraw
he
it.
wants to withdraw it. Great. Now we're back
All
to
right. I will
new
move
motion.
then, if there is no motion, I find that the award of the contract is not in the best interest of the city and the public, and thus I move to reject all bids and direct staff to take this to Parks and Rec, Public Works for further consideration.
Second.
I'd like to make a substitute motion that we kick this to Parks, Recreation, and Community Commission on March 4th and have this come back on March 11th.
There's no second to that.
Okay.
Substitute motion, we're back to the main motion.
Call the question?
Any more discussion on the main motion? Nope. Okay. Madam City Clerk, could we have a vote?
Mayor, would you like to cast your vote verbally?
So there's no vote coming up on my computer. Can we do a roll call?
Mayor Francois?
Yeah, there's no vote coming up.
She's doing a roll.
Yeah. So Mr. Mayor, do you want to have a full roll call? Because as I understand it,
She has all the.
all 4 have
all the
voted
computers,
via
the only
computer sans.
Are you able to refresh your screen, Mayor?
Follow.
Okay, the votes are up on the screen. Madam City Clerk, could you announce the vote?
Motion carries by a 3-1-1 vote. Councilmember Detoy voted no. Councilmember Keegan abstained.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, could we take this opportunity to wish Councilmember Detoy a happy birthday?
Oh my gosh.
You mean as of 10 minutes ago?
As of 10 minutes ago? 9 minutes ago?
Oh, happy birthday, Mike.
Happy birthday.
My goodness, working
Where's
here
the
overtime.
candles? And the cake.
This is for you. I got this for you. I was going to put a candle in it, but.
Next.
Yeah, next.
Madam City Clerk, what's next on our agenda?
Item 15J, Economic Development Strategy Progress Report.
Good morning.
Hi.
Do you want a brief presentation, or are there questions that you would prefer to ask?
How about if you just give a really short presentation?
Sure.
If it's possible.
So this item is the first of a regular series of updates on the economic development strategy. The strategy was adopted in 2022 by the City Council. It includes a range of long-term, a range of strategies, both long-term, short-term, and mid-term. Implementation timeline. The strategy is comprised of 30 strategic actions, and the actions are divided into 5 broad focus areas addressing city beautification, downtown, municipal code amendments, business outreach, city economic development in the city. As mentioned, one of the actions is the biannual report, which is what is in the staff report. And there is a table that summarizes the actions that have been taken to date. Essentially, since the COVID pandemic ended, progress on the actions of the economic development strategy has primarily been made by incorporating the actions into the regular daily workload of the various city departments through capital improvement projects, the long-range planning projects, customer service, and through the limited business liaison role. So the recommendation from staff is to receive and file this report. I am available for any questions.
Thank you very much. I guess I had concerns about the summary in that it appears as though in the latest status as of February 2025, there are many things that go back far more than just 6 months. And it's my understanding we're supposed to have an update of what's occurred in the last 6 months. And so it was hard for me to readily see that, especially for some of the items here. And we did receive some comments regarding that as well. But that's the concern that I had generally about this strategy report. I don't know, Councilmember Keegan, you also wanted this pulled as well, right?
A resident asked me to pull it, so that's why I did. So I think we should take comment.
Okay. So we'll open this up to public comment and then bring it back to the council to see if there's any changes that need to be made to this report. If there's errors, we might need to change it, but otherwise, let's hear from the public. Is there anyone here wishing to speak on this? Madam City Clerk, do we have anyone online?
We do. Laura Pena, your 3 minutes will begin once you're unmuted.
Good morning, Laura Pena. Happy birthday, Councilmember. If I was going to know that this was going to be done at midnight, this whole thing was about for the public and our businesses to hear. But I wanted to provide additional feedback on these strategies that was meant to guide our downtown's revitalization. But instead of like meaningful progress, I see, like many others, the unfortunate. While the real problems in our downtown, our business closures, our loss of vibrancy is pretty evident. When you have it in the consent calendar, it just demonstrates a lack of priority or even value of the very downtown you are trying to revitalize. But I will move forward that. The data from the chamber shows that we have over 600,000 unique visitors that came to Hermosa last year. One and done. Why don't we know why they didn't come back? We need to learn more about the visitors so that we can do better. The latest progress report is an exercise, I believe, in administrative reporting rather than a roadmap for our success. It has a list of meetings, of minor adjustments, there's many duplicated sections that don't provide value, as well as unfunded projects. There's no real sense of urgency, no measurable impact, and no real solutions. While private businesses must prove and move quickly and decisively to survive, our city remains, it appears, stuck in endless cycles of these discussions, of these progress updates, and of deferred projects. What does this report actually tell us? In regards to the facade improvement program and the placemaking projects, they have been identified as priorities since the very beginning, yet we are still told there's no funding or no staffing to implement them. But meanwhile, our downtown's aesthetic appeal, which is so critical to attracting customers, continues to suffer. The annual commercial property meeting, this initiative, which could attract investment, maybe fill vacancies, has been stuck in this discussion phase for, months? Why aren't we taking action to at least bring property owners to the table so we could actually stimulate conversation around investment? After the discussion about the pickleball courts, does CIP 111 wayfinding, does that need to go to Public Works? Because I think Councilmember Jackson is bringing up some really important ideas. This wayfinding was meant to enhance signage and improve the customer experience downtown. Yet it's lumped into the deferred and unfunded future projects. Realize this isn't just about signs. It's about making our commercial districts more navigable, engaging, and attractive to our visitors. Each of these represents a lost opportunity to strengthen our business community and increase economic activity. If we were to invest and have a commercial property owners meeting, which I do not think would cost a lot of money, we could showcase available properties and investment opportunities. We could create connections, start having these relationships around business recruitment and development. So I just recommend that we move CIP 111 into the funded category, hold a commercial property owners forum, and end the culture of endless deferrals and embrace a results-driven approach. Our downtown will not fix itself. The solutions are clear, the problems are urgent, and the time for action is now. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else online? No? Okay. Bring it back to the council. I don't believe anyone else is here in the chambers. Questions, comments? Councilmember Jackson.
I move that we approve staff's recommendation to receive and file the Economic Development Strategy Progress Report.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Okay. Madam City Clerk, call for a vote. It's working now. And the results are on the screen. Madam City Clerk, could you announce the results?
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you very much. And what is next on our agenda?
Next, you have item 18, future agenda items.
Future agenda items, our favorite topic. Any members have any future agenda items? I got one. Okay. All right. I just realized recently that our short-term rentals are enforcing people that have homes that rent out bedrooms. And I would like to propose a future agenda item that would modify our short-term rental restriction and not include that restriction to be owner-occupied properties.
Correct. And so, Mr. Mayor, if I may, once again, that's a legislative position, entirely fine. The support for the item would just be consideration of our short-term vacation rental. You don't necessarily need to, yeah, basically what I'm saying that if someone wants to support that, they don't necessarily need to agree with that policy position. They just need to agree to bring back the short-term vacation rental ordinance for discussion. I just wanted to be clear so we don't get into a discussion about.
Correct.
Got it.
Bring it back as a future agenda item for discussion, deliberation, and action as an action item. Thank you.
I'll second that.
Is there a third to make it an action item, or are we at 2 for information? Okay, we're at 2 for information only.
And so then that would, just to be clear, since probably being my ballywick, just a report or, it's going to be very brief on our existing short-term vacation rental, who it applies to, who it doesn't apply to, and then that's that. Okay.
And then I'd like you to also reference your recent case and explain that in a little more detail.
Sure.
And what went down and what your recommendations were after it.
Understood.
Okay.
Okay. Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In light of our camping ordinance consideration, our car camping, some of the changes we've made to parking, I'd like to bring back a future agenda item, and I'm seeking support for discussion on the Clark Field parking, and that's, when I mean the Clark Field, that's the Clark Field lot, as well as the Clark Field parking on Valley, as well as some of the other surrounding city parking, specifically around the city yard and the 12-hour meters that are there.
Would that be a discussion of the hours?
Hours,
rates?
possible changes, yes, sir. So I would love support for potential action item, but if nothing else, at least a discussion, because I think it's certainly relevant with everything that's happening right now.
I'll support that.
Third? No third?
No third.
Okay.
Okay. Information only item. Anything else? Okay. Let me just check my notes here. I think I got something written down here. Tonight's meeting is adjourned at 12:25 a.m. The next regular city council meeting will be Tuesday, March 11th at 5 p.m. for closed session, followed by open session at 6 p.m. Thank you all for coming this evening and those that participated.